no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
hunt, but now you're going to be caught in everything. The quick draw to Yui Fendi. Power spikes aren't going to be big enough, and Sawa force over to Yui Fendi. Good buddy hunt to cancel it out now. It has to be 1 for 1. Maybe going to be caught. Oh, Yeko caught in the AOG in the midst of it all. It's tier 2. Just chunking the ring.
Every single racks out. Demonic Purge on to GTI. He gets obliterated, does have a buyback. The toss doesn't deal any damage. They are 100 HP, pretty much 100 mana. They're trying to find something. They're not even gonna contest. They called the GG, and Sweden has made it to the grand finals.
We are now down to our top 3 teams or nations, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the final day of the playoffs for MLBB Women's WEC 2024 IESF run. We're back live here in the studio at SEF Arena, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the final showdown here. Who will be making it all the way to the grand finals? Whose unfortunately journey here at WEC will have to be halted? And who, ladies and gentlemen, will be crowned the new MLBB Women's World Champion? My name is Eterna, and I'll be your desk host for the day. Alongside with me on the panel, we have Renmar as well as Leo to break things down because we have 3 stellar matches ahead of us.
And we're going to be looking for this. At the end of the day, we're going to have this new queens, potentially the expected queens, depending on the results that we're going to be getting. But I feel like the top 3 that we have is strong, and even though there is a clear standout, I won't discount the other 2 for also making surprises here.
More importantly, this is the inaugural MLBB Women's run under WEC, ran by IESF. And already I think we should be proud of these 3 teams, and even those who made it through the playoffs. Hell, anybody and everybody who flew out to compete here in Riyadh should be proud of themselves because they're part of a movement. They are part of helping build the women's scene in MLBB, and so far, this is what that journey, the struggle, looked like.
Yeah, as we take a look at the playoffs run, right? We have the upper bracket and the lower bracket. We had a little bit of matches yesterday, but what lies ahead of us will be that upper finals, first and foremost, between Indonesia and Egypt. Either or who loses that battle will be able to still make it through the lower bracket finals. However, they would have to defeat the Titans in Cambodia.
All right. We've alluded already to Team Indonesia being the almost, expected champions. But we have to acknowledge the fact that yesterday, Cambodia had Iron Women. They played in every single broadcasted match, 3 series in a row.
Yeah, because of what they did yesterday, they played 12 games already in this tournament. But we're going to be seeing them play potentially another 6 if they make it to the grand finals, if that goes all the way. But Indonesia and Egypt are going to be ahead of us. The 2 group mates, Egypt's only loss in this tournament in a game has come from Indonesia. That was in Group A. And after that, or actually all throughout the tournament, I feel like they already have the longest average game duration. They played almost 25 minutes against Saudi. They played 17 minutes and 50 seconds, almost both games against Ukraine. Although, one thing that stood me out for Egypt, they have one game that actually went 6 minutes and 23.
It was off broadcast, and I had to double check. Is this just a number that got mixed up because there's a few 8:23s, 9:23s? But no, they went 6:23 against UAE.
Oh, wait. That actually breaks their record.
I think that's the
This
fastest.
breaks the entirety of the MLBB women's record because the fastest game was 6 minutes and 33 seconds, and that was also Egypt during the qualifiers when they won against Djibouti.
Real quick though, I have to break news for you. Nope, the fastest is 5 minutes 59. What? There was one faster.
When?
UAE versus Uzbekistan.
So into the what was that, group stage or?
In the group stages, yeah.
Wow, all right. So actually, that's the record for the entirety of MLBB in general.
Yo.
Most likely. That is literally under a minute past when the gold shields come off of the tier
Yeah.
1s.
Yeah.
So,
That's insane. That blew my mind, guys. All right. We're going to now call on our first match of the day and our first team that will be making their appearance. Let's take a look at their official team roster. Indonesia. I think at this point, do we still really need to make an introduction for them?
I actually have a problem. I've run out of good things to say for Indonesia, because what else can we say?
without stating the obvious.
Without stating the obvious, without repeating something we've already said in the past.
Maybe, just maybe, the way for them to reintroduce themselves and to make fans out of non-believers is to show us more because, yeah, safe to say, 100% on every single pick that they've done throughout the groups into the playoffs. Now in the upper bracket finals, even that is difficult, honestly speaking, now that I'm saying it. They played a Kadira, they played a Lunox mid, they played a Cyclops mid. All right, here's the thing. Fumi Echo U flex, Vival U flex. Maybe they should be the more creative ones.
What about this team, right? Egypt. A lot of eyes on this team as well. I think there was a lot of hype building around this roster. Still with the main five, there are no shakeups just yet. And people are saying that they might be second strongest in the league right now. Do you guys agree with the sentiment?
Well, I mean, when it comes to the performances of Egypt that we got to see and maybe even off broadcast, for sure they've made it this far because they're strong. We were asking around here, and a lot of people have been saying that they expect Egypt to go far. Of course, Saudi Arabia was, the hometown favorites, but then they were also surprised by them, especially. So, in the group stage, because of the experience that Egypt has had, the rough run that they had in MWI, not completely this roster, but majority of this roster, minus one member, the rough run that they had in MWI, that builds character, that builds your pool of tricks that you can dig into. And then making it this far just goes to show they've learned a lot from the losses.
The only thing I wish I could say about Egypt is I've seen a lot of them because here in WEC 24, they've only played on broadcast once.
Oh, that was just once?
So how strong they are and the evident creativity and flexibility that they have on display, we've only seen once on this stage. So today, I'm excited to see them go up in a best of 3 against Team Indonesia, the de facto tournament favorites. And then if it so happens, because again, I think it is an injustice to deny the fact that most likely Indonesia's going to win this. I'd like to see more of Egypt as they drop to the lower bracket if that is what happens.
I agree. I've been really excited coming into WC for Egypt. Me, Mirko, Naisu, we've been a part of their journey ever since we saw the qualifiers, even from the online qualifiers up until the African Esports Championship, the AEC that happened in Casablanca as well. We saw how strong they were. They actually went through into the grand finals completely undefeated. So let's hope that level of experience they can translate over in this next matchup because both teams are now ready to go head-to-head and battle it out in the upper brackets best of 3. So with that, we're going to throw it over to the stage. Hosts, take it away.
And ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, this is it. The last day taking place right here with the World Esports Championship 2024 IESF right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This has been an amazing journey, but we're going to start the first match in the last day. Barah Abdallah with you here along with the fantastic Yasmin. How do you feel today?
I'm so sad. I'll be honest with you all. Everybody tuning in right now, I want to give my biggest thanks for supporting all of our teams on this fantastic journey. And of course, everybody that has joined us here in the venue to support every single one of these ladies because my, oh my, what an adventure it's been. I think that's the best way of phrasing it. An adventure at that.
Totally. An adventure, history in the making, and just seeing the narrative changing over and over again. But this is like another thing taking place right now. I've seen this match taking place so many times, not only here in Saudi Arabia, but even around the world. So I think history's going to repeat itself. We'll see what's going to happen with the coming match for the upper bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Team Indonesia. they continue capturing the hearts of their fans around the world with their dominance and pride. Let's see what's going to happen in this match. Are they going to continue with their dominance, or something is about to happen? All that taking place in this coming match.
You know what, Bara? From 12 teams joining us here, down to now only 3. Indonesia have been making waves this event, going undefeated. Not only do these girls bring fantastic vibes, but also incredible skill. Now their opposition, my oh my, have I got some fun facts for you. Please welcome to the stage, Team Egypt. Having only dropped 1 game in this entire tournament so far, it was against Indonesia nonetheless during our group stages. Of course, that was a best of 1, but who knows, maybe magic is to be made here in our best of 3. They've got 3 of their players in the top 10 performance this entire event, and you know what? I'm super excited to see this epic showdown.
Oh, you got that right. It is definitely a showdown. Some of the best teams from North Africa going against the powerhouse of Southeast Asia. What's gonna happen here? Well, it's back to you, Amazing Talents, to fire it up. You ready?
Born ready. Let's do this, baby.
Thank you guys, thank you Jasmine, thank you Bara, and we're gonna tell you just exactly what's going to happen. We're gonna tell you that one of these teams are gonna walk away with the first ticket to the grand finals. That is what is at stake here.
I like how Bara just painted it perfectly. The best team in North Africa region right now versus the best team in Southeast Asia. Let's stop looking at them as the best team in the world right now up until they lift that trophy and acknowledge the fact they're going up against the powerhouse of a rising region. It's Egypt. And when you were talking about their journey earlier and getting to know them back in the Women's Invitational Tournament we had earlier this year, I was reminded as to what our fellow talent Yasu mentioned about these group of women. They had stacks, the odds stacked against them. Their families didn't believe in them until eventually they earned their family's belief and support and made it now to this stage. One, potentially, series win away from making it to the grand.
To tale as old as time, a budding athlete with a larger-than-life dream, and even after their less than stellar run at MWI 2024, here they are now carrying more than just their own hopes and dreams on their shoulders, but even their country's pride. So with that said, I think I'm gonna slowly warm up to Team Egypt because sure, throughout the run in Casablanca, the qualifiers, and even through MWI, I think I haven't learned or loved Egypt as much as I should have. So maybe in this series and in any other match they'll be part of in the future, in today's broadcast, I'll learn more about them.
Because when you get to know them, when you have the chance to like really sit down and talk to them, they are a bunch of really down-to-earth ladies. All right, they are always very optimistic. They have their spirits are ever so high as well. They're not so much unrealistic, like they know, but they still have this championship mentality that they do want to still make it big against these quote-unquote titans of regions like the Philippines, like Indonesia, especially right now in the MLBB women's scene. So now, as we get into the drafts, is once again a little bit of a rematch, ladies and gentlemen. We did see this matchup once before with Indonesia taking that point, but hopefully Egypt has learned, and that's something that we did hear from the interview with Vival yesterday.
Yep.
She knows that Egypt, they're coming in this with a lot more homework done, and now it looks like Egypt have first pick.
A little bit of homework I unraveled. Egypt love to ban the Hilda, they love to ban the Gatot, and they love to ban the Jushin. So there you go, the first ban Hilda. Best believe one of the two, or at least both, might even show up, the Gatot Kacha or the Jushin.
Yeah, my only thing for Egypt is how are you ready to respond to number 1, the Vivian pick, number 2, the Vivian Chinny combo. Every draft up against Indonesia has to begin with how you're going to tackle that. The 2 heroes you mentioned with the Gatot Kacha and Jushin most likely will end up in the roam and mid. That's one way to take it. But then how are you going to contest or deny, potentially mitigate the damage, the eventual damage that will get shown up by a high loss, the Cho of Vivian? You have to now think that there is the Jawhead available. Chinny has played multiple heroes all throughout this tournament. She can Low Yi, she can Sicilian, she can even Kadita and Cyclops. So at this point, they gotta start from a very easy approach of drafting. One of them is saying, okay, let's just take away an assassin away from Vival, and that increases their chances of picking up a mid laner that might be left a little bit too far in the back line, while the rest of Team Egypt are going forward with frontline heavy dive compositions.
Egypt can ban the Jushin, open up the Matilda. That should still open up their front line. You still have a solid XP laner there. You can even... All right, I'm on the right track here.
Yeah. There's going to be a Jushin taken out. Is Matilda going to be open? There's a good chance it is. In terms of the picks of Egypt and Rome, it's usually Gata, Kacha, Beleric, and Edith. So with the Suyo taken out, that's a bit of a bait to Egypt to think, hey, take the best jungler in the game right now. If not, we're going to take it, and we're going to end up with a high invade composition. Matilda, open up. Alpha, Cho, Alpha, High Loss, those types of heroes still open.
This feels very similar to the last time that they met, right? And last time around, Egypt also didn't take the bait. They didn't go for the Alpha in the jungle. They went in for the X-Borg in the jungle, but it didn't work out for them.
The things have changed as well because the Suyo is something that Indonesia likes to pick here. They like doing jungle XP here in this slot right here, 1 and 2. So I'd reckon it's a pick for Fumi Echo and for Vival. Do they go Alpha X? Do they go Alpha Khalid? Alpha Hylos?
Yeah, those were the ones that we mentioned. Cho still open for Vivian if ever, and you'll already take it out. So it's High Loss. Oh, they said no need for the High Loss. We'll go ahead and pick up a Ling.
All right.
That's not the
different
Alpha.
approach.
Yeah, it's very surprising.
Technically, could you... Like, the Alpha is good against the Ling, right?
Yeah, but at this point, this is confidence by Indonesia to say, we don't need the Alpha. Just go ahead and put Vival on her Ling. It's just aggro, but then up against... then that's sheer confidence. Matilda has risen up in front of the counter to Ling. It's one of the reasons why Ling has fallen off. And if ever Indonesia, that will be a Fumi Echo pick at the high loss, they can still pick up the Cho here to sort of be more aggressive, help the Ling farm at the same time. You temper the rotation of the Matilda and Alpha. I would want to see them pick up a mid laner now, but they might default and just go something like the Moskov, as most teams usually do on the blue side. Blue 2-3, they go Moskov, but I'd want to see them contest the Chinny pick. No, they go for gold, but it's the Harith instead.
I think this is in efforts of protecting their gold lane, given that in the previous bout, Names had to play a Clint, and I'm not so sure how comfortable the Clint is in the current metagame. They'd rather, you know what, we have the strong roamer in the Matilda. Let's give it our all, go hard with the Harith.
And this is Names on the Harith, right? Names is one of the main pillars, I would say, to Egypt and their composition. She also has a lot of heroes in her arsenal, and she's very skilled with it as well. So I'm not surprised that the Harith does come through. Very strong. What do Indonesia want to do next? Do they want to go for the Angeline combo?
Well, yeah,
There you
they
go.
do.
Okay.
Go ahead. Like, who needs Cho when you can go Angeline? So that's a mid lane Angela.
Supposedly.
Probably is. Because if ever it's Rome, High Loss, mid Angela, it's okay. XP High Loss, Rome,
Yeah,
Cho,
Vivian
Angela.
has the Cho, Vivian has the Jawhead.
Yeah, so
Vivian
many.
also has
All
the
of-
Angela.
All of these are good targets for the Angela to still go into. Much damage still on the receiving end.
Yeah. I will be surprised if they do go Rome Angela, but then they could just get a mid laner that pokes very well with it. So if ever it makes the Matilda cry, because you can't even get close, you're just going to get poked down by 2 mages, and you are a support Rome. So Indonesia will take away the Gata Kacho, one of the favorite picks of Egypt, not just in the Rome. Could also be played in the XP, although only 1 game there. By the way, this is going to be the first series, or first game that we're going to be seeing Harith for Egypt. This is the first time they're playing it. Clint is actually their most picked. And they've shown Wan, Melissa, and Nathan. So this is the debut for this tournament for Names.
Yeah, I'd reckon that last phase Clint is eventually what Names would always end up with. So they got away with a 4-1 record off of a Clint.
Yeah.
So you couldn't say that that's not comfort, but I'd say this is a strong start for them. They want to get the tempo, get the momentum going.
Yeah.
One more ban for Indonesia. I'd say they clamped down on XP lane choices here. Do they want a Trizla? They want to block out the Trizla?
Guys, I think it's also important to note that this Alpha can be flexed for Egypt.
Ah, yes.
This Alpha can be flexed into the EXP lane for Velvet as well.
We do have a record of that. So if ever suddenly Indonesia's going to meet the swerve of if they don't have a strong single target lockdown, that Egypt might still end up with an assassin. if they have the right spacing for it, I wouldn't be remiss that they end up picking like a Nolan.
Or an X-Borg. Velvet does play the X-Borg.
Yeah. If we see a tanky frontliner for Indonesia, then that has to be an export. They have no choice. They might have to show it or just go for gold now. If they pick their gold laner now, don't show the tanky front, then they can go pick export if ever.
I agree. I think that would play with their level of flexibility for Indonesia right now. Because even if, let's say, this Angela just go roam for Vivian, Cindy can pick up something like the Ruby. You know, like there's just so much layers towards the composition of Indonesia, the players, and how flexible they are with their respective roles and heroes.
And no one's picking Eve just yet. But there's a chance we might not. If ever, we might see it here for Indonesia more than we do for Egypt. Indonesia have the Ling, Angeling plus a high loss. Eve isn't that comfortable with that. But Indonesia having an Eve will actually slot well for them. But nope, get Ginny her Lunox. It's aggro.
Or Chell.
Or Chell still could also be a Chell pick.
I still have a stronger feeling that this is a mid-lane Angela.
But if ever they go roam mid Angela Lunox, that's not already the right recipe for poke.
Yeah. Then you try to get out of the laning phase as soon as possible. We've seen that done with an Angeling lineup yesterday by Cambodia.
Which might be the case as to why Indonesia banned the Khalid. So that Egypt won't have to worry, Indonesia won't have to worry about that coming out from Egypt and then having more presence over the Hylos.
Yeah.
But now for Egypt, what do? Do they go for Aurora, Vexana in the mid lane against the Hylos?
I'd like the Aurora a bit better. You get that second life. Something about Aurora, just to me, I like it. But I wouldn't knock Vex. Still would be great. CC. Ooh. Okay, isolation. And ooh, a Sicilian. So,
Very brave.
Yeah.
That's a signature.
1-1 for Egypt with that hero, but they get late game insurance if ever things don't go well for the Harith and Alpha.
It's against a Ling though.
Yeah, that's one problem I have. This is going to be a super clutch Purify and Matilda escort for the Sicilian. Definitely got to play babysitter.
Well, before the COD and you get to a comfortable time, maybe early might be a bit difficult, but actually mid to late, I'm not that worried about the Sicilian against a Ling. Ling will always have easy access, but the moment he pops Bat's Feast, the Ling will start thinking twice, even with the Angel Ling combo. But then at that point, Indonesia just need to respond and go forward. So they last pick the Arlot. Oh, no, that's an Arlot
Yeah.
XP, and it is going to be still a roam high loss. Okay.
Angela mid.
All right.
Mid for Chini, and it is a gold lane. Lunox first shell. Very aggressive is the lineup of Indonesia, but with Angela at the center, at the heart of it all, they have the insurance for it. They can afford to be aggressive. The punish coming in from Egypt would just have to be them, and their Harith not getting taken down. That's pretty much their insurance.
What do you think, Leo?
Very magic-centric. The Alpha will just do its best to dominate what it can from the early to mid, and then it's all on the Harith and the Sicilian.
We heard in a lot of interviews, ladies and gentlemen, that momentum, especially for MLBB Women's, is a huge thing. So this first game is going to be very telling as to how the rest of the story unfolds. So with that, let's ask the casters, what do they think about the drafts as we head in to our first game of the upper bracket finals?
Momentum, definitely a huge thing here. Welcome to the caster stand one last time for today. It's me, Naisu, joined here with Mirko, and we're down to this. It's the upper bracket final between Indonesia tournament favorites against Egypt. And Egypt, I gotta say, man, looking at the draft here, I'm loving the fact that Egypt bring this, especially those last two picks, the CC and the Sicilian, and they might be able to go ahead and keep things together. Maybe they get first blood in this best of three.
Yeah, I think so too, honestly. I was really surprised. First phase picks, Matilda, Alpha, let go. They actually battle it out with an Angela and Ling. So it definitely looks like Indonesia want to take a different route for the match against Egypt. Usually we just see them win out of the early game, contest the neutral objectives, and then get the win in the traditional way. But with the Angela Ling, perhaps we might be seeing more of a mid to late game style and also a more trade style. They might be trying to mirror the movements of Egypt to try to get some dubs on the other side of the map.
We're going to find out exactly what sets into place here. Again, a best of three, the upper final for now. The team that wins this will be obviously moving on to the grand final spot. Taking a look at the emblems, once again, you know, you see the war cry here for the Ling. This is expected. Vival wants to get momentum going earlier on, and when you have Cindy here with the fact she's got the heart guard to provide for that, once that level 4 comes online, it's going to be kind of devastating for Egypt to deal with. So hopefully they have enough to kind of keep things under control. Looking at their lineup, you know, especially we've talked about this hero so much throughout the tournament here for the WEC, and it's the Sicilian. The Sicilian, I still feel like we haven't seen it hit its ultimate form, you know, like that final form that you see with the Sicilian where they have stacks out of the mines and they're able to go ahead and actually provide a lot of defensive capabilities later on, or how they start things up.
Yeah, good move in the mid lane actually here from Cine. Instead of the usual just shove always up against the mid lane, here against Nucci, she knows just exactly how much pressure Nucci can have in the game if she continues to just stack up. So Cine's actually been in the wave to shove back towards Indonesia earlier, building a bit of a freeze to out-trade and now forcing Nucci back to recall.
Okay, you know, Miracle, we saw this combination, I think it was just yesterday, the Angeline combo, probably one of the more well-known, I would say, combinations of heroes that you see in competitive MLBB. All right, they get that out. So Cine's really threading the needle here, by the way, you know. But, you know, how do you feel about this? Do you think this is enough threat early on? Actually, maybe go for it here.
Yeah, a bit more damage there. Guiding Wind gets her out, and Sunlight will be rotating over to the mid lane, and yeah, it'll just be some respect over. Nucci low, force back a bit, just a bit.
Turtle's going to come up here just now. And again, this is why they didn't actually press that any further. They know the timings here. They're going to go ahead and get the purple buff secured for Vivol first. Vivian, not level 4 yet, but she's still holding on to the Revitalize, and that's going to be crucial in this first objective fight. Egypt will start things up. Again, always this first turtle where some of the level 4 ultimates aren't available. Can turn a tide, just a battle spell alone. There's no Revitalize for Egypt, so they'll keep Vivian busy here.
All right, Thompson revitalized as well. Vivol walking up with a hard guard too. It's going to be first blood over, but Sunlight's very, very low. Vivol not using the Temp of the Blades just yet. Fumieko getting the vengeance now. Temp of the Blades to the back, finding two. Oh, getting all the blades down with the circling eagle. Will connect and knock her up. Cine all alone against 3. Flicker used up from Cine, escaping away from 3 members. Nucci wants to get the final bat impact. Cine, one last shot, and Cine is able to survive, but it's a big win for Egypt.
That's a huge win this early on for Egypt right now. Talk about the team fight that they were able to go ahead and dissect really well. They want to still contest this turtle, though.
Oh, Spear of Alpha over to Vivian. She is able, though, to actually reset the turtle, so that's already a win. The Vengeance used up by Fumieko. An interesting initiation, going back in with the Vengeance now once more. Getting 3 stacks on everybody. Velvet is outplayed, though, and that is a retry steal from Sunlight, winning it out. Vivian taken down to Egypt, 5-1.
I was saying, you know, that was a great fight for Egypt before all that broke out. Well, it just got even better because they even got the turtle in that, so again, they take nearly everything. They get themselves a good 2,000 gold lead against Indonesia. This is a massive win right now, early game for Egypt. They'll go ahead and utilize this. And mind you, we were talking about the Sicilian. I know you need a lot of time to build up on this hero. You got to get the stacks. Well, when you get 3 kills early on, you're well on your way here for Nucci.
And now it gets real interesting, Naisu. Indonesia are the ones behind in the early game. We did say this in the draft, right? Technically for Egypt, they do have just a better early game composition to control neutral objectives. But the fact that Indonesia haven't been utilizing what we were talking, or what we were speculating in the drafts, which is just trading on the map, utilizing the kill pressure up top for the Lunok versus Herod matchup. Spear of Alpha onto Vivian from Sunlight, the glorious pathway, a bit late, but the Revitalize gets her out just barely. Nucci getting the last few hits from the DOT of the Bat Feast.
Nucci's on fire right now, man. I mean, they're gonna actually go ahead.
4 kills on Cecilia.
4 kills already. They're gonna put enough pressure here on the top side too. Vivol's gonna join the fight though.
All right, jumping onto Sunlight. Spear of Alpha used up already. The blades will be there for Vivol to pick up the blades, and it will just be respect over from Egypt, circling Eagle defensively. 30 seconds for the next neutral objective, so still a lot of time for Egypt to recover.
Yeah, they can recover from this. They maintain that lead that they've gotten themselves, though, so setting themselves up pretty well for this next turtle, too. Taking a look at the items real quick. You got the first ones locking in. You know, you already have that battle axe there, too, the war axe available. Some of the first items still coming into place. Another one picked up now by Velvet. Looks like she popped the Vengeance. Whoa. Off
Solo.
camera, too. Yeah, solo kill. So, still, they know that Names is down. Turtle's up here. Indonesia might want to go ahead and put some pressure. That orange buff nearly there and available for Vival, but right now it's Egypt with the lead that they have. They'll start the objective. Vivian, given that information, waiting for this Revitalize to be available too. Good item pickup for Vivian. She has the Flask of the Oasis, and they'll back off a little bit. They don't want to overcommit to this because even with the lead that they have, some of these items falling into place, Egypt could still have a devastating fight against Indonesia for this turtle. As they take their time with it, looks like neither really wants to contest. Could start the Scythe for names. She's going to be part of this fight too. That's huge.
Final slash already used up onto Sunlight, but she's still holding on to the turtle. Now the glorious pathway in the back. Vivian gonna be caught in Spear of Alpha, melted down to Strictly Eagle too. Vival will just go straight to the turtle. That was Vivian, will be taken down. Vival looking to go in the midst of it all, finding some of the blades to actually knock up Sunlight, but will not be able to get rid of anyone. The Flask of the Oasis from Vivian saving Sunlight and getting them back to safety.
So good. Again, you know, Vival jumped in with a Heart Guard, maybe to try to get that, you know, retribution off in time, but Sunlight does it. And then they go ahead and punish Vivian. Vivian's had a difficult time on this Hylos, you know, 4 deaths now, really having struggles to actually look for a way where they can cut off with the Glorious Pathway or initiate a fight. And like you mentioned, that was why that power spike with the Flask of the Oasis was so big. You know, you pick it up this early on, provide some of those extra shields to your team. And even with that, now glowing one in the hands of Nucci, who's already having a massive game. And this is interesting, the damage at leaderboard, Velvet on top, that's just crazy because again, we were talking specifically about those last 2 picks, the CC and the Sicilian, and Vengeance has been causing havoc against this lineup from Indonesia.
Definitely see that it's always just delaying them. That's why we were talking about this in the draft as well. Nice, so when we saw the CC, we liked the CC pick.
We did.
Great. Against the lane, you're able to control the side lane and actually just hold your own in that 1v1. So Vivo won't really be able to actually go in all the way into the bottom lane alone. Lumienko, oh, fat spot, forced to flicker out. Circle Eagle gets used up though, and also a few big resources. And we do have a pause, ladies and gentlemen. So please do be patient with us as we try to fix this tech issue.
Gonna get it smoothed out here, but you know, before that, a whole lot was thrown there to try to get that initiation down, and you can't knock Egypt for that because obviously having a Spear of Alpha, they're gonna go for that. Every single time they even get close to a turret, they can always rely on the fact that a Matilda is there to get out of the way and get to safety. So right now, still throughout this game, even before we jump back in, looks like we are gonna be jumping back in rather quickly. Egypt maintains a lot of this utility advantage that they have right now, and they'll start up this first turret.
2-man final slash. Oh, good stun over to Velvet. Still with the Vengeance, though, able to survive. Vival going back in again. Forced to Finch poise out as the Curtain Call catches her. And for Indonesia, they can't really go for these openings now. 11 seconds with the purple buff. Egypt do not want to go and invade.
So here's the thing, you know, when we look at this, like, where is that time? Is there a certain time where Indonesia's lineup is actually, oh, they're going to make a play on Shell, I think. Get the Brilliance out. That's good enough for Egypt. But when is the timing? Especially now that we see this, you know, having a Lunox. Lunox has been pretty good so far, I feel like, overall in the tournament. Where's that timing for Indonesia here to actually make this lineup shine?
I think the timing has to be a bit later on when Vival gets the 3-item power spike for the lane. Same goes for Chell, too. They really have to wait on a few of these items, man. They're not really the early game heroes that we are used to seeing from Indo. That's why we're already saying that this is a completely different strat from Indonesia, playing into mid to late instead of the normal control early game and win it out. But for Egypt, they're working with what's simple. And so far this tournament, we've been talking about this, mentioning it, just foreshadowing it too. Simple works.
Simple works right now. They're going to just go ahead and start up this Lord. Vival will make her way down. They might force a fight, but Ward breaks out. Wow, Velvet already popping that. There's the Glorious Pathway.
Oh, wow. Also the Spear of Alpha used up Vival. Jumping in the midst of it all. Velvet doesn't have the Vengeance anymore. They're going to go in for the assassination. Cindy finds the kill. Names popping his Amon Force in as Vival goes in for the Divine Blaze to escape. One last shot from Names. The fadeaway finds her. Fumi Echo caught. Now the Spear of Alpha displacing her. Going for the stuns and the Vengeance resets. Nucci trying to go for a bit more damage. Cindy will try to tie her up now as that's going to be Chell again in the backline. He's waiting for the time. Goes in and dives with the Chaos. Finds another. And it's a big shutdown for Fumieko. Names into the versus the world on the Zaman Force. But it's the Brilliance from Chell to outplay Egypt in that skirmish.
That's what we call some high IQ right there. Shell waited so patiently on that side of the map, even though, you know, Egypt saw, hey, we got Vival down, that's great. We still have our jungler, then all of a sudden, Indonesia just finds a way back to just turn things around And so they'll get that mid turret down. They got the Lord. They got a whole bunch. And even looking at the items here, you know, this is where we start to see it. Like you mentioned for Vivel, she's now got the Haas Claw. She's got that Berserker's Fury, right? She's got a little bit of her own sustainability. And then you put on top of it, you have the Heart Guard. They made a play. They caused some chaos against Egypt, and I really felt like it just kind of was too much. They were a little bit overloaded with what Egypt wanted to do there after killing Vivel. Now they're going to have to deal with these turrets going down as they push top and bottom. Lord should be worked with pretty quickly, but a Glorious Pathway will force out the Spear of Alpha, and right now Indonesia might look to make a play to knock on these base turrets. They still have the Holy Shields. Oh, Fumieko.
A bit too deep for Fumieko, forced to flicker out. Holy Defense not proc just yet, good job, but finally it actually does still get baited out. Vivel in the bottom lane with Cine together, getting the tier 2. Overall, not a bad defense at all from Egypt. They keep the turret tier 2 in the mid lane intact.
You gotta remember.
But there you go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you gotta remember the power spike timings here for the lineup from Indonesia. This is what you were saying earlier, Mirko. You know, it's gonna be a little bit longer, and now that it has been, and they just had that previous team fight, they're in a much better fighting position. The fact that they got some shutdown gold too from Nucci was great. Shell picks up that Holy Crystal. So what we saw her just do, you know, jump on in and burst someone down so quickly, that is now a big threat to Egypt, and why the next Lord that comes up in about a minute is going to have to be approached a little bit differently. You know, this time around too, you can still, if they can actually go ahead and respond to that pressure that Indonesia lineup give them, then that's going to be the best case scenario for Egypt. But right now, this is probably, the first time in the game where Indonesia's had a minor lead in terms of gold, but ultimately, Egypt's still in good fighting position. You know, we can't count that out. They're still able to go toe-to-toe. The stacks are still building here for Nucci. So when we look at this Indonesia as they get ready for that Lord, it's more so, can Egypt actually find anything else around the map, or did they just kind of get ready, like prep things up for this Lord take?
I guess we'll just have to see, right, for Egypt. The thing is, once we get into the later stage of the game, we were already kind of expecting Indonesia to take a bit of control as they get their power spikes, but they did that before even a Holy Defense. Oh no, Velvet, this time with a vengeance. It's her all alone. It's a circling eagle from Fevin, a flicker and a guiding wind too. Good moves from Fevin to escape, but no CC now. They're actually still trying to go in. Brilliance forced out a shell. Respect over from Indonesia, and they will actually concede a tier 1 turret in mid lane.
All right, Velvet goes down. It could have been way worse. You know, Vivian, good thing that she actually flickered, so she didn't go down either, but it looks like even with that case, Velvet will be back up for this fight by the time it starts up. Indonesia will try to get the advantage they can. Spear of Alpha defensively. Vivel?
Guard.
Wow, okay, I'll show. Heart Guard's already going to be used. So now Name's picking up a Holy Crystal herself. She's locked and loaded on this Harith. And Indonesia respecting the same thing. You know, a lot of just kind of respect on both compositions here because they know how important, you know, some of these key ultimates are, like the Heart Guard. It's not available right now, so you might as well stall out. Velvet getting a little more defensiveness, picks up a Radiant Armor. Gonna be big for her, especially because, like you said, those Holy Crystals now available shell. Sunlight again gonna jump out, but that's such a low cooldown on the Spear of Alpha that it won't really matter for now. And this is where we have to look, you know, managing across the map here for Indonesia. That's why they're going to plant Cine up there. Nucci's going to jump in a little bit on Fumieko.
Okay. It's just going to be the Revitalize from Vivian. Heart Guard hovered over as well. So it's a resource burnt from Indonesia there by Egypt. The Revitalize is down. Now the question is that enough for them to go and commit onto the Lord? And the answer is no, not just yet. They still have to get much more than that because the Angela, Cine, is constantly on the other side of the map, just clearing it out and slow pushing it back to Egypt.
I feel like this is one of those games, too, you know, where because of Egypt in their lineup, they can't really put any pressure cross-map. You know, they have to be together for the most part, whereas Indonesia can play around that. That's usually what we've seen them do in the past, where, again, they can put one hero or one member on that far lane if they want to, put some pressure there and push into it. And the great thing about the Angela always is, you just show up, you know, Heart Guard into the fight.
There we go.
That's why they'll give it a go. They'll go ahead and start this up. They got the information. 2 members from Egypt went down. They're going to fight.
Okay, going on to Nucci. Nucci going to be caught very low. Takes the blades and the final slash, but it's actually a bit of a bad synergy there. As Vivo was all alone in the back. Still though, Chell disintegrating the HP bars. Able to get one member. Nucci is down. Now Name's looking for an angle to go for the flicker play. Goes in with a dash. Chell is still there, getting melted down by Velvet, but the ceiling is just too much. You're about to catch the booming echo. The final slash connects on the Names, and Vivo is coming in for the cleanup. He's caught all in the midst of it all with the Zaman Force, and she will be taken out. A 2-for-1. Nucci for Vivo and Foamy Echo. That's an Egypt win.
That's an Egypt win, but it looks like Indonesia might not want to just let this go freely. I don't know what they can do, but just watch it get taken. They're going to drop it down.
Hard guard coming down with Spear of Alpha from Sunlight. Now the Brilliance used up. Sunlight with the Retribution winning it now. His Names goes into the Zaman Force. Show the damage. It's going to be enough. No, Names just bursts her out. It's a shutdown and a double for Names.
A massive, massive win. Back-to-back fights for Egypt. And Indonesia, you know, we don't see that often where they make a little bit of miscalculation, but that final slash, especially earlier on, might have messed things up a little bit in that fight. So now Indonesia on the defense. They do have quite a bit of power here in the items that they have. They should be able to make quick work of it. But still, Egypt has been really controlling a lot of this game so far. They're showing that they're able to go toe-to-toe in the fight. Wow, look at the damage on Vivo. This is where Nucci really starts to shine with those stacks.
This could be an end angle. Cine and Chell have just now respawned, but they've already done enough damage. Sunlight going in deep with the Spear of Alpha does have the guiding win and will be able to pop it in time as Nucci continues to just dish out some damage. Names in the bottom lane or uses his Mon Force, forcing out the types of plays. Sunlight, Spear of Alpha jumping in, unable to connect there. Vivian very low, circling Eagle. Also hover it out. Now the base wide open. They're going to go for the targeting down. Names is still on it, but the minion waves. Just one cannon minion, which was still there.
Wow.
Names saw the angle, targeted the base, tunnel vision on it, and it paid off.
You gotta see it here. You gotta love it. Even the player reactions on the faces there. They had a phenomenal game one in this best of three. What a performance. I mean, across the board. But you gotta give it up too. You know, Names really shine at the end there, but man, Nucci just on the Sicilian, popped off, got the early kills needed, and then boom, you know, overloaded with damage. So they still have work to do. You know what it is? Hey, it's a best of three. Indonesia's going to go ahead and go for an adjustment there, but hats off to Egypt in game one, man. Phenomenal performance all around.
And Naisu, this marks the first game loss of Indonesia at WEC 24 IESF Women's MLBB. They have gone through this tournament unscathed. Unstoppable, undisputed. It looked like it was all theirs. And in Egypt now, with the game one victory, they've kind of shifted everything. Now everybody's definitely gonna get back on their toes, you know? It's like, it's finally it's a match again. It's a tournament again.
I mean, you know, Egypt themselves, like I said, they have quite a bit of experience themselves. You know, like just think about in the past year alone, and it really shows with the synergy that they have, you know, how much they've been able to bring to the table. And this game one showcases that growth. So I know our panel is going to have a lot to say about this, so we're going to throw it over to them to break down game number one.
What a remarkable way to start the upper bracket finals against all odds, against all expectations. It looks like Egypt are going to be the ones leading this 1-0 up until this point. Break that down because that was an amazing, amazing game.
Vival herself.
There you
it
go.
was Vival herself that mentioned that.
got it?
Yeah, we good.
All
We
right,
good
cool.
already.
All
You
right.
can hear me good now, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So it was Vival herself that mentioned they're gonna be ready for us. She didn't want to quickly call it right away that Indonesia gonna beat Egypt. No, Egypt lost to Indonesia and they prepared, and we didn't get to watch it together, but I feel like you yourself were also freaking out about how Egypt loved what you call the rope-a-dope, man. You thought that you have them down and then you'd be going forward. Their team fighting around the Matilda and Sicilian together was just on point.
And I think Indonesia did not respect that enough. I think Indonesia, they were playful with their Hearthguard timings. They were playful with how they would send Vival out. And in that first turtle alone, this right here, the scene right here, you can see how Egypt answered the brute force and the scalpel accuracy of Indonesia's Angeling lineup with just pure numbers, sheer numbers, extra shields, extra damage, and the right kind of damage, mind you. Magic damage today, I've been saying this for 3 or 4 years straight now, is so underrated from the early game because there's no such thing as a magic dreadnought armor.
Yep.
The economy does not allow for you to build magic defense that could mitigate that kind of damage early on. While on the other side, Egypt, genius, stroke of genius, item pickup, sunlight. I was looking at the alpha. Why could she not die? Why is she not dying? War Axe and a singular dreadnought armor. That alone was enough to stop Vival and Fumi Echo from doing any damage at all. It took Shell later on in the mid-game turn. Like, was it this one? Oh, we're past that.
Yeah, it already happened. The one where she was from behind in that shrub, went forward,
That was the only time in that game that Indonesia was in control. And it was still a comeback angle.
Yeah, he had to claw and crawl for it, but eventually the Sanguine Claws and everything that the Sicilian has to offer are just too much. Again, it wasn't just the Sicilian, but I was telling you guys that even though the Ling popped up, I wouldn't be so worried. With the Ling, you have to commit your Tempest of Blades to entry. Well, up against a Sicilian that's paired up with a Matilda, and the fact that you have some great coverage on you, a great peel with the CC and the Alpha, you're really not going to worry here. It wasn't an unkillable game, and in fact, it was a different item prioritization. The Clock of Destiny didn't come a little bit later. I don't think it was the last item, but it came in a little bit later into it. Oh, no, we're going right to left for these items, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, okay, it was the first item, and that was right. The longer the game went on, the Sicilian wasn't an easy target, and they really had to depend a lot on the Lunox. We were talking about this backstage. I don't know how you feel about it, but Eterna and I were sort of like, Fumi Echo, she could have a lot more to do here, but I feel like the Arlot, they were stuck with that at that point.
There was a moment wherein the Arlot final slashed out of the AoE, out of the box of Indonesia's damage output. I think that's one glaring moment wherein you're saying, yeah, maybe that should have been something else, or maybe you could have done better on the Arlot. But they understood that if this Arlot worked out, the CC would have been out of position. The front line to protect the Sicilian would have also been compromised, so I understand that. But this is Indonesia trying to get away with more than you should. This is Indonesia saying we'll just get better macro, or rather, this is Indonesia saying we'll do better micro so we can build up on that lead. It didn't happen early. I think early game, especially that first hurdle, is where you should have done that, and then they could have snowballed out of control. The fact that they had the comeback angle late game meant Egypt had better footing and was just poised to end sooner. And again, the only real good thing that Indonesia did, which in my idea would have been why Shell was capable of doing that in the mid game, in the post-Lord take, she built her second item, Divine Glaive. She went Glowing Wand, Divine Glaive, and that was good because they were behind. But that aside, Indonesia was playing from behind, clearly.
I'm quite impressed. I'm quite impressed with the macro play coming in from Egypt, right? Because technically they don't have the draft or the composition to have as much global pressure as you would think, right? You have a little bit of additional mobility with the Matilda in the ranks, but for the most part, Indonesia, they had the Angela, they had the Ling, that supposedly could have manipulated the waves a lot better, and despite Egypt not having that, they were still able to win these team fights. Big question is, how were they able to win these team fights? Did they have a better team fight composition? Did Indonesia force a little bit too much?
Well, Leo said the key idea there, numbers on numbers. And another keyword there, the shields. All of the shields that Egypt were getting from their composition. We know the hard guard does provide shields. That's a singular target. We know that the hard guard provides healing. There was also a revitalize on the high law, so you think they're going to be covered. But with the sheer, not even firepower, healing power, shield power, shielding power of a Matilda, the little bit of regen that you'll be getting once those Bat's Feasts comes out, and the Sicilians healing through that, the shield and raw damage getting dished out as well by the Harith, the fact that the spell vamp on an Alpha is so powerful with a War Axe, plus a Queen's Wings there in the end, vengeance on the CC. I felt like Egypt really just hammered in the idea that it doesn't look like they're a difficult lineup to take down, but if you look at the individual item builds, the battle spell choices, and some key abilities and features of each hero, they're actually a surprisingly tanky team.
Which now in hindsight, which Egypt did not give Indonesia the privilege of. The way Indonesia could have won this, if they avoided team fights. If they went in guerrilla tactics, like jump in, Tempest of Blades, I'll kill one, I'm out, attack the map. Repeat 3 or 4 times, you're in control, next thing you know, you're playing for the split push. Egypt can't defend. That's what I think Indonesia had planned for the first half of the game, up until they saw that turnaround on Shell. When they saw Shell do that, I don't know, I wasn't in the room where they planned, but I think the girls just agreed to say, oh, we can win team fights. Maybe we should try. But that's where I think the mistake stands. That's where the mistake lies. Because the only reason why this full-on shield power lineup from Egypt works is because Indonesia keeps fighting back. You can't spell vamp, and you can't make shields, and you can't vengeance out of a fight without someone to fight back with.
I'm gonna back up what Leo said there. I told Eterna this. It was like, oh, I don't know Egypt could team fight that good. Like, that was my exact reaction. And maybe Indonesia didn't realize that either. They probably have never seen Egypt team fight like this.
So maybe in the past they could have pulled off these kinds of decisions.
Yeah.
But now that we're at this point and we've seen the progress of the development of Team Egypt, these are things that they can't, just put in the back of their minds. Like, it's something constant that they need to consider.
Yeah, I think they have to look at Team Egypt now as like we're facing ourselves.
An equal.
Yeah, we're facing an equal. It can't just be aggro anymore. Again, I felt like the Angela Lunox was a bit too greedy for my taste. But I do come from the boring server, so we're a little bit more conservative with what we like. Is it just me though?
I mean, technically the Lunox was a good counter towards the Harith in the lane, right? That's the idea that they were going for.
And Shell was an absolute monster. But I feel like it was too much. Angela, Lunox, Ling.
Okay. You know what was too much? I think giving the Matilda over. So, coming into the drafts for game number 2, Renmar backstage did mention about the Matilda and Nucci's prowess on it. So maybe let's not let that slide for this particular team. Egypt still on the same side, so Indonesia still choosing to be on second.
Yeah. Fevin's Matilda is probably going to get the...
Fevin.
Yeah, Fevin. It's Nucci playing the Sicilian.
Sorry, they keep swapping roles, man.
Yeah, they're flexible. Maybe that's another factor that Indonesia hasn't played into really. Like the fact that Egypt has swapped roles for their players.
Switching mid-roam. Historically, a lot of good teams are able to do that. And here we are, just covering your bases. Matilda ban, that was prior to Chip.
You feel like if ever it's going to be Egypt blue and then Indonesia red for the entire series, they'll just keep banning out Matilda?
I think that's safe.
Warranted, yeah?
Yeah. Unless they can give Vivian the Matilda if they switch to blue.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. If it's on blue side, you should get the Matilda for you.
Indonesia banned the Suyo here in this slot. The Phoveus. In this slot, game 1.
They might open that instead.
Yeah, I think they're willing to give the Phoveus.
Yeah.
What about the Suyo? Still banned?
We'll see. If Egypt surprisingly somehow bans out Alpha here, no, it's still going to be Jushin. It's Alpha still a prio, for sure.
So do they just want to use this last ban for something else so they can go for the Suyo Alpha trade?
Yeah. They might actually open up... Nah, don't give Alpha. If ever, give the Phoveus. Then take Alpha, Suyo as your next.
I'd say give the Phoveus.
Yeah. Alright.
You can also Nolan if things go sideways.
That's
you're
true.
right.
That's true. Still have a good amount of choices. Alpha, Matilda. It's not like Egypt is going to swerve and suddenly go Cho. It's going to be a totally different banning flow because the first pick is already off the board. Indonesia's really thinking about it. Okay. So they decided to give the Phoveus.
So if they go Alpha here, Indonesia answer with a Nolan last pick red side.
Yeah.
Last pick, R3.
Oh, red 3, yeah.
Yeah,
red
they don't have to worry
first
about it.
base. Yeah, for sure, for
No
sure.
rush.
I like that strategy.
If they go Phoveus, Indo pick up Alpha.
Yeah. So it's one or the other.
Either or.
Oh, they go
Whoa.
for neither.
That's swerve.
It's been a while since we've seen a first pick Edith.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I think this is like their long. This might be a long con to take away Fumi Echo's picks. Because remember the last one we felt like they were just stuck with that Arlot. Now with the Edith, if ever like a Valentina doesn't get pick up here, no EXP laner yet, you get what's left between like a Khalid, the High Loss, just pick your poison, and then you just play around the possibility that Fumi Echo might just actually be out of picks again. Although you still will have the CC, Gato, Kali. There's a lot more option, but I think they're going to try to manipulate it so that the matchup's a bit better in the EXP.
Which is also key to their victory in Game 1. They
Yeah.
made sure Fumi Echo had to play a high volatile hero like Arlan. There's a Valentina.
And good thing they did that. They needed to respond to that Edith right away, but I think they might actually swerve and pick up a Fumi Echo pick already in the R3. I feel like they need to.
Yeah. This is still, I think, to... Oh, wow. Yeah, no. I think the fact that Indonesia changed their draft strat in Game 1 opened up that difficulty for them. Because, look, they've always given XP and jungle in the first phase. Game 1, they changed that.
I think they were trying to play with that flexibility, but it didn't work out for them.
Yeah.
So is this the new
Overthought.
strat against Indo? Shut
Overshot.
that down?
Maybe.
Right? But we do see the classic trade-in for Egypt. They are going to be picking up a Nolan for Sunlight. It is a hero that she has picked up in the past, and that power pick Sicilian does come through once again.
Ooh. Yeah, I think just get that Fumi Echo pick now.
Gatot.
It's either Gatot or the Kali. Oh, no.
Kali works.
Kali works. I'm just worried that there might be something else that we don't see that Kali might suffer into.
Kali does well to bother the Cillian and the Nolan.
A little bit, yeah.
I think, yeah, Egypt's going to ban it. If it's left open, they're going to ban it.
Yeah. If Indonesia go into this picking their gold laner now, it might come. Okay. Power pick. Very different tempo that we're going to be seeing. But I like how it was actually Fumi Echo who picked that in for her. So
We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know, exactly. So in the drafting point of view from Egypt, it's like, wait, Fumi Echo picked it. Do they have an XP lane show? And now it's a little bit of a layer of overthink. Like, we know it's a Vivian pick, but XP Cho is an idea you cannot turn off in this meta.
I'm wondering if Fumi Echo actually has that in her arsenal.
Right. And I think that's the same thing Egypt's thinking about.
Because from the qualifiers, nothing.
Well, to be fair, pre-game, I did vocalize how I want to see Fumi Echo be more creative.
Ah, yeah.
The Arlet didn't hit the mark. Maybe if this is indeed a Cho, she can rotate out faster than the Edith. Bother Sunlight.
I mean, technically, she could still pick up Phoveus, right?
It's left open.
Yeah, she should be able to. Thinking, are they still willing to pick the Kali? Because at the same time, Cho Valentina turns off a Khalid roam for Egypt. Because if ever they decided to park the Edith in the EXP lane. And the question is, will Egypt be willing to put that Edith into the roam? Because then you're giving an even better early game, since the Valentina can just take the Primal Wrath. And we've seen that so many times. Where Valentina Edith cosplay, paired up with an Alpha, almost always wins the first 5 minutes of the game.
So good.
Yeah.
Out of this world damage output.
So if ever, I think Egypt might actually put that in the EXP lane. We don't see the roamer yet, but the Cho Valentina has turned off the Kali because those two outpoke the hell out of the Kali. It will be tough to roam Kali into that. Got the catcher still open, high loss still open.
Look at this choke on the gold lane. Both teams making sure that neither Chell nor Names have a good go.
Oh, yeah.
No Wanwan, no Harith, no Nathan. What is this? No Beatrix, no Moskov?
They're running out of names.
He's still here.
Yeah, I mean, that is true.
Touche.
What's that? What's the option here? Do they default back to the Clints, the Brunos?
There you go.
Beatrix band.
That's a Shell special.
Yeah, you mentioned Clint. If ever this is a slow type of EXP laner, yeah, you can go Clint there. But if Indonesia end up picking something like the Khalid, then it is not safe for a gold laner.
Shell
Egypt have,
could pick up Clint first, right?
Oh, just take it away? Straight up?
yeah, because Egypt have played Sicilian, Clint, and Phoveus Gatot Slash. So they can do that.
Oh, they go slow. So
It
yeah,
should be Hylos roam. I mean Hylos XP.
XP, yeah.
Hylos XP, Rome Cho,
Yeah.
and then whichever Shell ends up with. This has always been a Shell pick right here, this slot.
I can't go Lunox again. Definitely Don't know. I'm thinking if the Clint would be okay. The Clint should be okay. For Egypt.
Clint Moskov, two of the
Yeah.
pickups left. Claude has dropped off.
If they want to win lane, they go Clint, right?
Yeah. Because if ever they pick something that doesn't win lane, Shell can just go Bruno. If it makes him a
that's
lot of single target, but woohoo. Okay, yeah, it is an XP Edith.
Ah.
And it's a Beleric and Melissa.
Egypt going deep here.
Yeah. I'm sorry, this is reminiscent of how I would draft because in my RG, so I'm a little bit more biased towards Egypt's picks right now.
I love Team Egypt. The right tool for the right job.
And now again, the answer of the question of what do you give Shell is even more pressuring.
Because she's whatever she picks, it's going to be hard to win in the lane.
Yeah.
Nothing is safe right now for her. So then you go for the mobile option. I think that's a little bit harder to catch.
Hyper farm on the Claude. It's all in 4-1. Just funnel.
That's it.
They're going to double lane on Shell.
What about Melissa? How does she fare against the rest of the team, not just in the laning phase?
I think she wins.
Yeah,
She just wins against everyone from Indonesia.
she's relatively happy. It's going to be a lot of weight carried by, of course, Vivian to pick off the Melissa, but then also for Chinny to get the right ultimate so you have enough reach to get to the Melissa.
Melissa can't go Purify though, right? She can't go Purify, right?
She has to inspire.
Just stick to your Inspire because
Exactly.
that's how you survive.
So maybe that's the loophole that Indonesia wants to punish?
Yeah, exactly.
Play in between the go away.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a very interesting draft for game number 2, and we're back at match point. Egypt only needs one more game for them to take their last ticket into the grand finals. So will they be able to do it? Casters, what do you think?
I think after game 1, they're well on their way to being able to accomplish that here. Thank you for breaking down again the draft here for our panel. Now, for me and Mirko, I will say this, at least for me personally, I'm on the line of where Renmar is, man. Like, I'm glad the Belric comes out again. This is now our second time, right? I know someone else is happy.
Someone else is definitely very, very happy. Beleric, we've been talking about, we've been preaching about it. So far on stage, 100% win rate on the Beleric, right? We've seen the Beleric do wonderful stuff, but it was revitalized Beleric.
That's true.
Is this going to be a flicker, Beleric?
It's vengeance.
It's vengeance.
She's out for a vengeance.
Okay. Interesting stuff, but I do want to talk a little bit about the matchup, right? The Claude versus Melissa. Yeah, Melissa shuts down a whole lot from Indonesia. Everybody except the Claude. In the laning phase, Claude is the only marksman. Together with Moskov, maybe, the two heroes with blinks, they can actually deal a lot of damage to Melissa and can escape from the muddle. So there are ways for Chell to win out in this lane.
Maybe part of the, because of the whole revitalized Belric that we saw before, maybe part of this, again, vengeance is just because, you have a Claude across from you and, kind of posting up with the ultimate and then popping the vengeance obviously is going to help you deal with the blazing duet later on. And if Nucci can have another game like she did previously on this facility and she scales way sooner than, you expect, then I feel like Indonesia might have to deal with that again, and maybe this is also why Vivian went with a more proactive roam option, the Cho pick, to be able to do that, to be able to set things up for the team here. And also interesting is the fact that you have a Valentina now in play for Indonesia and deciding on what ultimate to most likely take. I mean, there can even be an instance where you take that Belric ultimate and you make it work for your team.
Yeah. It'll be, in a way, actually, Zinni went for Lethal Ignition too. We've seen a lot of different iterations of, the emblems, or sorry, the emblems that a lot of pro players go for. I think Super Friends went for the Brave Smite, right? Impure Rage is usually the safest choice.
It's like the default, right? Like
but
Impure
Lethal
Rage.
Ignition definitely means that she wants to be taking these aggressive abilities away. Probably Velvet for the most part, right? The Primal Wrath, so that she can deal even more damage. And then combo it together with a Starlium Scythe. That's a Primal Wrath with Lethal Ignition and Starlium. So definitely going to be a lot of ways for them to deal out damage. Sunlight, whoa. Committing down the Fracture up top, though. You can see they are putting a lot of pressure on Velvet, too, who's already forced to use Flicker.
So they know that she doesn't have a Retribution. So because of that, since Sunlight burned it, Indonesia just gets the green light to go ahead and get this turtle. They might get a kill here, too.
Yeah, Vengeance already faded out there. Fevin goes in for the taunt. Fumi Echo will be rotating as well. City goes in too, and that's going to be Sunlight losing out on the purple buff. The Spear of Alpha captures Fevin. Sunlight running away. Velvet now trying to peel for the team. Nucci is going to be melted down by Vivil's Blades. Velvet with the flicker and the onward, finding one, but it's not going to be enough to take anyone down. Velvet low, very low. Indonesia unable to get the last shot down onto Velvet, but it's a turtle and a kill. Vivian with the Jikundo flicker, way the dragon into Vivil's Spear.
I was gonna say, you know, they get away surprisingly with, you know, 2 very low health bars, but then Indonesia goes and caps out one more. So Nucci won't have the start she did in game 1, you know, having an early death, even burning the flicker in that. But ultimately Indonesia, they pull ahead a little bit, and with all of that just happened, plus the turtle going in their favor, you know, they've got themselves a comfortable lead here. So now Egypt will have to go ahead and, you know, maybe slow things down a little bit, unless Sunlight can get that job done that she was after earlier. You know, she wanted to get a kill. Oh, there's a kick again.
Okay, bit off angle though, bit of a mistake there, Vivian. Oh, it's gonna be a pause right here. I don't know if we're gonna go instantly to a resume. Vivian trying to run away now. Bad Impact comes in. Sunlight will be able to pick up the kill. Velvet looking for the Earth Shatter, unable to catch on the City. 2-man Spear of Alpha. Now caught on the Rat of the Dryad, but it's going to be the Primal Rat ready for City. Dealing damage to Velvet, winning it out of the 1v1 Primal Rat duel as Vivian the Tree gets cut down by the Spear of Vivol.
It almost feels like who can tap faster.
Yeah.
You know, 2
Basic
Primal
attack,
Wraths.
baby.
2 Primal Wraths there, and, you know, that time, like I said, City wins that one. So now the fight for the resources to take here. Sunlight's going to make her way. Might just try to take this.
Okay, she's trying to get her hands on it. Stunned up earlier from Vivo. There's no retribution there. Sunlight will be the one to take it away. The fracture down to Zaz, give the onward, connecting on the City. We're still able to escape for a bit. Fumi Echo, though, won't be as fortunate. Will have to fall in this failed invade from Indonesia.
Good pickups once again. Egypt trying to find where they can and definitely keeping things from getting too out of hand. This next turtle's up there. Sunlight doesn't have a retribution just yet, 15 seconds away. Information is there. Vivel also doesn't have it. There's the kick, though.
Wrath of the Dryad is still ready, though. Now blazing the way to the back move from Shell. Popping the Purify as well. We're looking at a meltdown from Names in the Inspire. The Muddles was there. Shell was still on the turtle, but it's Velvet who picks it up. City with the flicker out. Fumi Echo rotating as well. But it is too late, and Egypt have equalized the kill score. Now Shell dove on. The fracture not there just yet. Fevin trying to sandwich her. Trying to go for the taunt. A few more shots. The Vengeance coming down. The basic attack will deal enough damage for Fivin to get Shell down.
Vivid knew, you know what? Even if no one's going to get you or my phones don't grab you, the Vengeance will. You'll basically take care of yourself. Again, a good response from Egypt. Looking for where they can around the map. They make it happen. They make it work. And now they're in control. You know, they flipped the momentum in their favor. They're trying to get this tier 1 down. Vivian might get sandwiched in here. Multiple members there.
All right. Not too sure if this is going to be worth it to actually dive the Cho. No waves there. We get a quick look at the items at the 5th minute mark.
All right, Hunter Strike already there for Sunlight. Some of the first items. Oh, Sunlight, she should get away. She's fine. Use that Retribution too. Cindy also taking her own fracture, but yeah, the damage leaderboard is building up, especially for Nucci. She doesn't have, I believe she doesn't have the first item locked in yet. She didn't go right away. She hasn't gotten the Clock of Destiny, I don't think, just yet. So looking at this, though, like we saw from the last fight, man, the muddles from Names, especially with the Inspire, is pretty devastating to deal with. That ultimate, that Dryad, will not land on anyone from Fivin. So still, they maintain things. They keep it relatively even. There's a Spear, though.
Onto Fivin, which is an interesting target to go for. I think a lot of times Indonesia, they kind of misplaced all their resources, right? Wade the Dragon in the second turtle fight from Vivian over to Fivin, and now the Spear of Alpha too. They gotta start respecting Fivin, man, right? Like, I know she's a tree, but this is a tanky tree. This is a beefy tree, man. You can't just one-shot the tree.
It's got a vengeance to it, you know? So every single time, like, you try to jump in towards Fivin or anyone, and she can just post up. Like, that's about as tree as you get. And so with this, they continue to go ahead and set things up in the mid lane to get into this next turtle. Last one, third one of the game. Honestly, at this point, it's really both teams just trying to land those ultimates the way they want to. Cine is holding on to the Primal Wrath again. Both gold laners still, but Fumi Echo takes a ton of damage. She still has Revitalize. She's going to go back to base, and the turtle's going to be started up. Vivian also providing some of that vision. The two gold laners are basically just going 1v1, by the way, but it looks like Shell was actually pushed off the turret for now.
Yep.
So Sunlight Also, still feeling that threat from Cine just around the corner, and it looks like it's going to be a full reset. But that turret's being worked on, man. Down bottom, Names is doing work. She gets that turret. She ultimately wins that 1v1 battle right now, and Shell's forced back to the tier 2.
Vivol's going to be taunted. It'll be Indonesia with a pretty good ambush attempt here, but ambush taken, but nope. Not going to be able to get actually a lot of use from that. Rapid Dryad already from Viven. The Glorious Battle will slow Sunlight down. Spirit of Alpha over to her now. Velvet with a flicker and the onward too. Viven in the midst of it all doing some damage with the G-Kudo. Knocks Viven up. City picks up the kill with the Primal Rat. The Velvet is still in Primal Rat form. The battle, the basic attack with the onward now from City. Catching it but gets caught by the Bat Impact. Vivian way to Dragon. Red Tree win from Vivel now. Is that's going to be the Spirit of Alpha catching Sunlight. But Nucci is still unhittable. It's Vivo who gets caught in the go away. Names rotates from all the way in the bottom lane. And it's a triple for Nucci.
A massive pickup again, even with this Blazing Duet, just to go ahead and clear out the waves. Whoa!
Flicker, Nucci picks up the unstoppable Flicker Bat Impact.
Man, I was saying, you know, after she got killed early on in the game, I was like, well, she's not going to have the same flow that she did in game 1, but now she does. She's having a massive game again. She has just been unleashed on this Sicilian time and time again. Now sitting at 5-1-4, Indonesia really trying to hold down to this tier 1 turret, but ultimately I think it's just eventually going to go down. Egypt has found so many wins. I mean, even for Names to just kind of walk into the last team fight and just jump on in and do all that damage that we see this Melissa with the Inspire do time and time again. They're in complete control. Big lead for them, you know, 2,000 gold, but it feels more than just 2,000 gold because of how much damage they can do, how much tankiness they have with Viven alone when she has the Vengeance. So it might be a little bit more difficult. Boomy Echo, good toss stuff. Glorious Pathway is going to be dropped.
So everything, and the Wrath of the Dryad too. On top of that, the Primal Wrath. They're just throwing everything in the kitchen sink. 5 ultimates used up earlier. Vivian, they're trying to go for the pickoff. Goes for the G-Kudo, fails it, and Names goes and takes her out. Now it's Nucci with the free hit. City with the Primal Wrath. Velvet very low. Vimble in the midst of it all. Jump pops into Blazing Duet. Not in range just yet. Vivian will be melted down. Sunlight in the back goes in for the assassination, and the Lethal Ignition catches her. City still able to get away for now, but it's a 4-for-2 again in favor of Egypt. City is looking for the play. Names stashes away just in time. Sunlight with a chase now onto City. There's no flicker available for City. Once Sunlight gap closes, it's over. It's a killing spree for Sunlight.
I know you see those health bars, City, but she wanted to possibly jump on in, get a possible double, but then ends up getting punished and dying. So now Egypt, even furthering that gold lead they have, really looks like Indonesia's just going for these moments where they're, you know what, let's try to get something set up here, something started from Vivian, but then it all falls apart just because of how much power is coming from this lineup from Egypt. They'll get the Lord, no contest here. Sunlight picking up also a BOD. Now this is very troublesome for Indonesia as they get ready to get on the defense. I mean, even so, you know, this Hylos has not been able to work out too well so far. More so using that Glorious Pathway to sandwich or cut things off. But Egypt has been playing the range game so well, and even Sunlight, you know, she's been able to put pressure on the backside enough to keep Shell from joining these fights sometimes. So at this point, I'm trying to think, all right, Indonesia, you're down, you know, 3,000-4,000 gold. This is not a situation they found themselves in at all up to this point.
Never.
Until they faced against Egypt. Sunlight.
Fracture coming down. Sydney was able to pop in the Primal Wrath in time to get the sustain. So a glimmer of hope for Indonesia as they were able to catch one member. A shutdown as well for Vival. Mid lane cleared out. The Lord still just the first form, not enhanced just yet. So they'll send Shell up top and they should still be able to clear this out. I think that kill has kind of saved them from losing the tier 2s.
Yeah, they might be able to hold on to that as much as they can. The waves are cleared up top. Names is actually going to work on it, though.
Oh, Glorious Pathway now. Vival goes to the Spear of Alpha. That's going to be the Inspire used up as well. Vivian with the Wrath of the Dryad catches them, and now Chell goes in the back with a Blazing Duet. The go away still able to displace Vivian, but he's still in the midst of it all. Doing damage. Vival, Spear of Alpha, and the way to Dragon from Vivian will give Vival a triple. Now it's a 4-for-2 for Indonesia as they look to try to fully turn this game around.
They're going to try to turn it around, and you know, that triple kill for Vival. Able to maintain that push. They equalize the gold. They march down the mid. They are probably going to get this too. I don't think Sunlight is able to do anything against 3 members plus those couple minions. So tier 2 mid lane goes down. So on both sides, you're looking at some equalization happening here. You know, space around the map, the items that we talked about. And really, when you look at that last team fight, the answer for Indonesia is to be able to go into these team fights the way that they want to. Sometimes that might mean Vivian has to join later on. You know, she found names earlier, even after names used the ultimate, after she dropped the Inspire down and everything else. She even tried to pick up a win in nature, by the way, which she just wasn't enough because that Spear of Alpha comes in and then multiple members still there to deal with them. So Egypt, you know, when it comes to this raw fighting power in terms of team fight, especially when that Wrath of the Dryad is available, you saw how fast they even burn. And part of it is like Shell's doing damage to herself when the Vengeance is there and having a Belric. So you saw how fast they can actually take care of that burst of damage from Indonesia. So if Shell goes down and she does a ton of damage, then it's really just up to, all right, what left do you have? You have the Alpha, you have Cindy here on the Valentina. And that's where that cleanup has to come through. Almost with the Claude, you're almost just one of those tools, you know, we got to use it, we got to blaze into it, and we hope that we do enough damage.
She just needs to get it in the right time, right? Because a lot of the skirmishes here, it just feels like the Blazing Duet was forced out. It's so early.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a trend that we have been seeing a whole lot here in IESF WEC 24, Naisu. Maybe, just because Claude hasn't really been meta, a lot of the pros are starting to kind of lose the muscle memory on the Claude, right? You come in middle of the fight. I wouldn't say even like late in the fight.
Yeah.
You want to come in the middle, right? So the Blazing Duet comes in at a time where some resources have been used up and you have proper space to use with your battle spells to get and maneuver around to deal enough damage. But a lot of Claudes I've just seen go in way too early. And especially against a composition like this from Egypt, if the Wrath of the Dryad is still up, if there's an Onward and Earthshatter there to cancel you out, or if even there's a Melissa who gets a muddle on where you're going to blink with the BMI,
you're dead.
Yeah, it's not going to be a good time for the Claude at all. Maybe after the Win of Nature, things will change. But it's also a Win of Nature picked up by names. So there's going to be some counterplay also from names. And now they're going to heavily have to rely on Valentina. It's all on Cine to execute names. On the Inspire, it's a tough job. Very tough.
It's always surprising whenever we see this Melissa pop up, man, and you know that she's just going to be doing insane, absurd amount of damage, especially when the Inspire is up. And every single time that we see names post up around Fiven when that Wrath of the Dryad is up, it's almost like Indonesia should just back off of it, obviously. You know, but because, like you mentioned, if your timings of the Blazing Duet is already used, then you jump into the fight and you make things work. But so far, I think that's the thing. I would love to see how much damage has been done to Shell herself, like, through the Vengeance, through the passive, even with the Belric. So we'll see how this adjusts this time as we jump back into the game. We're 12.5 minutes in, game number 2 here. Egypt possibly on a way to sweeping Indonesia in this upper final right now. Again, the team that loses this will go down to the lower bracket with Cambodia waiting for them. So we'll see Indonesia if they bring it to a game 3. 30 seconds away from this Lord 2. Another item picked up here by Sunlight. She's got the Blade of Hepsies now, so her job might even just be put enough pressure on Shell, do that burst damage if they can, and then it makes you even second guess more, can I Blazing Duet into this lineup?
And it's not just any Cambodia, by the way, that's waiting in the lower brackets. It's a Cambodia that's on a roll. After losing one game, placed in match point, elimination point, they just woke up. I don't know what it was, but Cambodia felt, it just looked super different.
They were on fire
the last
yesterday.
2 games that they were playing against Ukraine. It was just absolute disaster. Like, it was just a catastrophe, I would say. Every single time you would meet them, it's just fights over fights, and they're so good at just playing those mechanical team fights.
Yeah, that reverse sweep yesterday too.
Reverse sweep, a lot of different things, that's happened to Cambodia that has really woken them up. So for Egypt and Indonesia, I don't think any of these teams want to meet up against Cambodia in the lower brackets. You have to go all in here. Lane-wise, it's a slow push built up in the bottom lane. Fumi Echo going to be taunted up. 2 shots down onto Fumi as well. Vivian gets out with the Shunpu.
Look at the positioning right here, too. That's what we got to pay attention to. And I think even Egypt, in a way, like, this is one of the great things, obviously, about having a Claude. Like, you can do this. Spot Sunlight.
By the Wrath as well. Sunlight, 1 HP flicker forward from City. Finding the kill on the jungler. The timing could not have been better. Vivian baiting on the Inspire. That's a big resource. Now Cine trying to run away. Doesn't have the flicker, but it's going to be the flicker over from Velvet. Still missing out. Cine chased down. The Sanguine Claws connects, but the Lord will be taken by Indonesia.
Great decision making from Cine. I mean, not only to get the right target, but then to just, be a distraction, pull everyone off the possible team fight, and buy that time to allow them to get the Lord here. Great play, great decision making, and yes, it was a sacrifice, but ultimately paid off for what Indonesia wants to happen here. So now they can march in with this Lord, right? They already got that tier 2 earlier on the swing back against the fight that they had. So Egypt, we have to look at this. They've got great clear. This should relatively be an okay Lord to clear out, maintain the base turrets if they can, unless Indonesia just forces a fight and they're able to get a key target down early on. These waves are going to push in. We'll see how Egypt approaches this defense.
Let's see.
Again, clear is going to be pretty good. But whoa, Vivid taking a lot of damage.
Good poke. They're trying definitely to actually bait out the Vengeance there. In the bottom lane, Vivid will be pushing it as well. The Enhanced Lord is already charged in the mid lane. It's already very low. There's still going to be more mini waves to utilize. Now Nucci going to the bottom lane. Will be able to clear out the waves. And luckily, Shell gets a turret. Base turret number 1 taken down in the mid lane. And yeah, for Egypt, they don't really need to be too scared of Lords because they have a Melissa and a Sicilian. When it comes to wave clear, they've got it.
I was going to say, is there anything better than that combo?
That's the combo.
That's the combo to clear waves and defend, pretty much. I mean, Sicilian alone is usually, if that hero is on a roster, it's just, especially with all your stacks, you're going to be able to clear things out pretty well and even, manipulate the waves a little bit with the claws. So they maintain the 2 base turrets, and I would say, 16 minutes into the game, that's actually pretty good. It's just now, again, trying to get this space to work with. They know that they're a little bit exposed, they know what happened previously, and so I think something similar might happen here too. A lot of the placements for Indonesia. Vivian, she's fine, she's got the immortality. Jikundo's out, but I think that's the biggest factor here for Egypt is actually maintaining this space, maintaining a way to not get bursted down, because all this is part of the plan, right? Indonesia's doing all this before that next Lord comes up. They're trying to put pressure on some of the buffs if they can, but Sunlight ultimately is going to be fine. We'll take a quick look here at the items before the next big fight, and even that immortality is going to be there. Both junglers pretty defensive. I mean, even looking at Vivol, right? She's covered her bases for physical defense and magic defense, plus a Winter's Crown. So she has that. So they can actually tank up quite a bit. And you're seeing that chart. That chart is just going to continue to climb too, especially for Nucci here. The further in they get to the game. This might be one of the first games here, Miracle, where we actually see a Sicilian get pretty, I would say almost Final Four, pretty strong, We haven't had too many games stretch the distance.
Okay. Sunlight this time has the immortality though. But you can see Indonesia are actually already preparing for an ambush in the bottom lane. Chell will be the one sent to clear out this wave. Good usage of the Magic Sentry there to spot out Cine in a possible ambush. Vivian in the mid lane also gets spotted. But Indonesia will just respect this pressure that Egypt can assert back towards them.
I think, in all honesty, with the way the turrets went down, at least it was that mid turret, a little bit easier to handle that wave pushing into Egypt's base. Again, they just have to be careful because Cine, she's going to try to replicate what she did earlier. But I feel like this time, Sunlight, she's learned, obviously, from that. The Lord is going to go ahead and evolve now. Vivian's, she's actually going to flicker out. Wow. Doesn't want to get caught out. But look at the still positioning happening here. They're going to try to get control of this. Egypt will go ahead and start up the Lord. They'll pull it through. But look at the mid lane. The wave's going to be handled. They might have to respond to this too. They don't want to just completely ignore that for now. Cine waiting there patiently, clears out the wave. And even on the whim, Shell not too far away. So Lord slowly being worked on. Nucci too, Vivian. Oh,
blazing away, coming down. Nucci with the flicker out. Now Purify from Shell. They get the kill. With Cine in the back, diving in. Primal Ram within the crown now. Spoomy Echo tries to go for the heal. Vivol will be able to melt down as Spoomy Echo jumps in again. Name's getting the bundle placement. Cine getting the terrified. Name's stunned and now kicked by Vivian. Vivol getting the immortality of Vivian, and it will be the tree falling here. Vivol picking up the monster kill. 4 for 2.
4 for 2. Great usage once again.
To the end.
I don't think they want to push it in just yet. Sunlight's still there. Sunlight's going to clear the wave out. So it looks like Indonesia will manage that one top side that was pushing. They'll start up the Lord. Vivel should be fine. She still has Vivian too. Sunlight has to deal with the bottom wave, but man, that was a masterclass in the way that they handled the macro level to it. Remember, Cine was managing that mid wave, gave them time. It almost seemed like too, they were thinking, you know, do we actually just push this one in? Do we go for that backdoor play? But instead, Indonesia makes a decisive choice, and this time around, man, I would say, you know, that's how you want to use the Blaze and do it.
Yeah.
Shell joined in on the fight on the right angle and the right window of opportunity, and they found the perfect target. You take out Nucci, that's a huge damage just gone from Egypt.
That's their main damage dealer gone, in a way, right? I mean, with names 50-50,
Yeah.
they kind of need both, though, if they want to survive against this kind of composition. Now Evolve Lord, and they honestly have not managed the waves properly here in Indonesia. Bottom lane's coming in a bit too late. The Glorious Pathway already used up. This will be a Lord that literally isn't going to be an endable angle, I think, right? They're going to be able to pull it out. They will get a few base turrets here just because it's an Evolve Lord and it's still massive.
Still beefy.
But if they only get one base turret, it's definitely not value. A lot of damage from Cine with the Primal Wrath. Wrath to the Dry already used up, finding the taunt onto Chell, but not enough. Nucci, very low. What happened there? Was it just the Cine Primal Wrath?
Yeah, they're so low. Again,
What
they're going to have
happened?
to heal up. At least no one went down, but some resources down here. I'm not sure if Indonesia has an end angle, though.
Inspire already used from names. Valuable information for Indonesia as they pop in and revitalize to get a bit more HP back. Vivian,
That looks like it.
yeah, will not be able to get an angle to get a pick, but it's only one base turn here, nice. So like I said, with the Evolve Lord, you should definitely try to look for two. Luckily, though, you can see this is unfortunate for Egypt, but far lane base turret was the one that was taken down.
Yep, far lane. So now this is that reset where, you know, usually used to seeing here, Lord's going to be up in a minute and a half, but at this point, you know, for Egypt, like I said, they are going to be able to clear out these waves for the most part. I think even on the next Lord, depending on how they approach that fight, if they don't get forced, you know, to be in a position where their health bars are too low, they got to heal up, or anybody goes down, they can actually still clear things out. And that's why I said Indonesia has to almost become a little creative on their pickoff potential. The fight before this previous one was actually in their favor, but now we're starting to get into territory where it's like, all right, we got these immortalities, we got the winter crowns to worry about, we have to work through that. And that's why mostly you're just going to see this. You're going to see both sides kind of just posting up, waiting for that next objective. And this is always the advantage. When you have those base turrets down, whether it's 1, 2, or all 3, you have that advantage of we can play the macro game. We can put pressure on that far lane. And that's exactly what we're going to see Shell and even Cine do. And that's the biggest question. Can Egypt respond to it? Can they actually adjust this playstyle to the point where they manage that far lane on the top side while also keeping an eye on this Lord? They've done it before, but they'll have to do it again. And Indonesia so far has been putting the pressure constantly up here, preparing for it. Lord's going to be up in a couple seconds. Purple buff for the take two. Vivian will even get a little more defensive for the amount of magic damage that Nucci is popping out with all these bats. I'd love to know the bat counter that she has on these stacks right now, but so far, even with an immortality herself, she's also difficult to kill. We got 3, it looks like, over here for Egypt. Lord is going to be ignored for now while they try to get the right positioning. And even for Velvet, a stalwart here on this Edith pick. Down to the front line. Vivel will start it up. There's an onward. They get the Revitalize out. Revitalize going to be used. Vivian's still on the off angle too. They don't want to get sandwiched into this. But Lord will be started up slowly. Oh,
Velvet will almost lose all of her HP there. Right after trying to use up with the Winter Crown, and now the Immortality buy from Vivel will be able to bait out the Inspire out from names. That's massive. An advantage for Cine. She pops in the Primal Wrath. Now, Sunlight walking up the Winter Dragon will lock her down. Winter Crown and the Immortality buy, and the Flicker out from the Fracture.
Wow.
Pure mechanics from both these teams. Vivian getting the taunt down. Vivian slowly but surely getting basic attack, but still is able to escape with the Shunpu. No one dying in that skirmish.
You see what I'm talking about? This is where you get into the territory of all these immortalities, the Winter Crowns. Vivian, she still has immortality.
The Lord, man, this is the Evolved Lord. When you hold it for a bit, there's
don't
so
wanna tank
much
it.
damage. Vivian almost just got her immortality taken away from the, little electrics.
Yeah, I'm surprised. You know, I know Vivel also saw how low Vivian was, and she's like, yeah, maybe not. Maybe I won't.
Not worth it.
Not worth to go ahead and expose that. So ultimately, there was quite a bit used. So even though that no one went down in that fight, there's still some crucial things down, especially when you're talking about some of the flickers, some of those immortalities and winter crowns. You're seeing how much damage the Lord is
That top
doing.
wave is massive, Naisu.
Yep. Again, they're going to have to send sunlight there to deal with it.
Oh,
they're going to hold it together. The
Wait,
best thing.
whoa, the second cross where she landed the glowing one. The take shell is still able to survive just barely.
How many stacks?
How many stacks? One bad impact with the sanguine claws, and it just almost one-shot shell.
I think it's safe to say, Mirko, this is the final form Sicilian we've been waiting to see all tournament. Anucci is there. She's even still has the immortality. Names will keep it. Still pulled here for the Lord. Indonesia, how do they respond?
Uh-oh, Velvet already getting Chung City. Not using the primal bat just yet. Will walk up. Vivian goes in early, losing immortality. Vivian very low. Now the kite back from Names. Pops in Inspire from the Echo. Will be able to pop in with a Crown of City. Is waiting for an angle to go in. That's also Vivian walking to the Spirit of Alpha. City gets it and now runs away. It's a shutdown there. Chell goes in for the Blazing Duet. With nature a bit late from Names. Vivian walks up with the Jikundo, and that's the kick over to Vivian. But Names gets all the space of free hit. City will be caught. Sunlight burning down, but he's still able to survive. It's 3-0, but they get the Evolved Lord.
I can't believe Cine got the Lord. That's a massive Lord to take. Even if it's just Fumi, Echo, and Shell, it might have ultimately just bought them more time in the game. You know, Names is going to hold down the mid lane. The rest of the team went back to deal with that top push. But man, talk about such close fighting. I mean, when have we seen the gold up to this point so far? And they'll clear this out. They'll deal with it. But you saw how much work it took Indonesia to actually go and make that happen. You know, they really delayed that take for the Lord. Cine somehow ends up getting it. Even when that Spear of Alpha from Vivel, she set things up. But again, Egypt, I'm surprised, man. Like, even for Names, it was almost impossible to get the Names and get that space you're looking for in Nucci. And so, you know, Shell, you saw the preview of that Blazing Duet used and how fast Shell had to go back with the BMI. She couldn't stay for long. And if she goes back and happens to catch a bad impact, man, she's going to be gone herself. So Indonesia has so many things to watch out for. The further along this game goes, Egypt will just continue to get stronger and stronger and stronger to the point where then your bad impacts might be even one-shotting. Well, maybe not, but like
If it gets to
half-healthing
like,
Vivian.
If it gets to like 80 minutes, maybe. Maybe Naisu. But yeah.
When was the last time we had an 80-minute game? I mean,
I don't think we've ever had an 80-minute game.
all right, let's just say we get to the
At least in a
40-minute mark.
competitive, you like see it, right? Maybe in ranked games, you see like an 80, maybe 90-minute game. Oh, good poke there.
Shell?
Very low Shell. Popping a BMI, Sunlight, almost getting the angle to attack again. But at this point, right, Naisu, it's a team fighting advantage for Egypt.
Yeah.
Because of all their damage. But it's the macro advantage still for Indonesia because they have that far lane
Those
control.
turrets.
That was before, though. Now, the Lord is going to be spawning up top, so it's the close lane from
Yep.
Egypt. They can actually constantly just rotate back and forth. And now, this puts more pressure on Indonesia because their advantage they had, they utilized so much for that team fight, they don't have it anymore. That far lane will probably be cleared up by Nucci pretty easily.
Yeah, look at this. Again, you know, even with, at this point in the game, Nucci's able to handle most of these waves. And like I said, she still has the immortality. So part of this, too, is for Indonesia, you know, if they're looking for certain targets, you know, who do you get to? Well, Names has that ultimate herself that go away from me that keeps her pretty safe. And I'm almost wondering at this point if Indonesia just wants to go and play that macro level, like put enough pressure. I
think they should.
Maybe just put Shell on that far lane to just focus down the turret, possibly on the game. And Egypt's going to have to deal with that. They're going to have to handle that the best they can. Lord is now up. Again, this is a massive one. There's not been too many games, even in other tournaments, that we've seen get to this point. And so even these junglers, even these tankier heroes are going to deal with a lot of damage from this Lord, starting it up themselves. You can already see the focus from Indonesia on what they want to do and where they want to move around the map. Egypt themselves will go ahead and try to maintain the best they can. Names completely relying, you know, she doesn't have immortality. She believes she still has the Wit of Nature, though. But even then, they can't fully commit to this Lord. As Indonesia just kind of waits. They have to decide, too. Shell's going to put that pressure, though, on this bottom lane.
It's interesting how they don't want to do anything around this bottom lane. Like the fact that they already have information of everybody's whereabouts, right? Fevin was spotted earlier. The
Yeah.
mid lane is clear there. And again, Names is up top, but they don't want to push into bottom lane at all. They don't want to put in or assert more pressure in a position where they should already have a man advantage. Number one, they know that. And honestly, late game, Claude should be able to just outplay the Nolan straight up. Mid lane City go in for the terrifying way to Dragon. Oh, bit off there from the Echo. Nucci flickering out. Chell goes in for Blazing Duet. The Immortality is still there for Nucci as he buys in the Winter Crown, but it's not in time to lose out on her life. Viva goes into the Spear of Alpha. City still in the midst of it all, dishing out some damage. Names the go away already used up. The Inspire no longer in her possession. She buys the Wind of Nature, but it's up against the magic and true damage of Vival. Indonesia now the BMI. Sunlight's HP disintegrated, and Vival will claim the kill, the elimination. 4-0 trade. Indonesia win out in a fight. 29 minutes in, and it's all just Velvet. It's Velvet left. One member for Egypt that can keep the dream alive. Indonesia will try to equalize with his last push. Velvet with a Primal Wrath kicked away from the base. You shall not hit our minions. 1-1 in the upper bracket finals.
What a game. When was the last time we got almost to 30 minutes in? Wow, talk about a mental fortitude tester here, because for both teams, I mean, honestly, down to that last fight, Mirko, I didn't know if it was going to be Indonesia to get through all of that was thrown at them. I mean, even for the fact that you had Names, you know, posting up with the go away for me, she was able to withstand a lot of that damage, but luckily they found the right collapse down. And also for Vivian to be able to find Nucci with a kick, the way the Dragon finally dealing with that and then getting through the Immortality, those all stacked up. And again, it was them putting enough pressure on that bottom lane to force something, you know, force some type of rotation to happen here. And then they just decided, like, in a split second, you know what, let's just go ahead and team fight and make it happen.
Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff from both these teams.
Crazy things. I'd love to hear what a panel had to say about this, because this was a phenomenal game too.
You like
Guys, do you like it?
We don't just like it, we love it. Thank you, Naisu. Thank you, Mirko, for the cast for game number 2 as Indonesia strikes back in this best of 3 in the upper bracket finals. I'm going to straight throw it over to our analysts because we have a lot to unpack there.
And we'll straight catch it.
We got it. We got it. We're good.
Do I have it or
Okay. Oh no, this wasn't it.
Cheers.
I don't know what I caught. Okay.
Better get it checked.
All right. So, wow, Indonesia had to claw and crawl for that. And we saw that last pick Claude eventually, well, did pop off, but it was an uphill battle for Shell, and it was an uphill battle for the rest of Egypt. But here comes the veterancy, the experience we always talk about when it comes to Indonesia. We call that the Chinny shrub now. The position that Chinny would always take in the Lord fights that eventually, little by little, compounded into Egypt losing the map.
I think it's more than just a Chinny shrub. It was a Chinny region.
Yeah.
At some point, she held the purple buff hostage away from Sunlight. And mind you, this is from a winning position for Egypt. Egypt was in control up until Indonesia ran Egypt out of their tricks.
Yeah.
Because on paper, you'll see in a lot of these fights, Egypt had the, I don't want to say superior draft, but much like in game 1, the mechanics and the fundamentals that this draft brings to the table was just too much for an orthodox upfront approach.
Yeah.
Like you really had to problem solve what Egypt was putting on the table. And eventually, once Indonesia found that position, Egypt had to hold on to their horses and somehow defend from inside the base, because I think it was just a matter of time for their inhibitors to go down.
Yeah. And what we talked about Indonesia in the previous one was you can't team fight like how you do against Egypt. They've shown that they're just that good with team fighting. So they played the macro game. That eventually built them advantages into the team fights, because every team fight that Egypt took was not good for Indonesia. It was almost always a positive trade. This is one of the very rare moments there at around the mid portion of the game. Actually, no, at this point, you could call this the early game with how long this game went.
Mid-game now.
It's mid-game now. That Indonesia would really have to work for getting the right targets down. Names would always time the go away so perfectly. You see, Shell would always be thinking, does Feven have her ultimate and the vengeance up? That they had to be very patient with it. Eventually, that evolved into, let's be so patient that we push the map first, that we go to their jungle first. Because I gotta say, Indonesia read Egypt's tendency of almost always being 4-1. They rarely adjusted that into a 3-2 split or into a 2-3 so that Egypt can make for a cheeky play going around to the defenses of Indonesia through the back line. They eventually read that Egypt is just going to park 4, Sunlight is somewhere else, and let's just outsmart them by manipulating minion waves.
Which explains the Chinny Gambit, wherein there was a precedent. It was actually Sunlight who hunted down Chinny in what we'll call the early game here, and then suddenly, Chinny says, hey, we can use that to our advantage. They keep 4-1-ing. 3-2-ing if we're lucky. I'll bait them out. Vivian, you take another bush. You try to find, at the top of the list of names would be Names and Nucci. And then eventually, they would find that. And I think, just to wrap it all up in a nice little package, Indonesia had a bigger bag of tricks. They had more maneuvers and strategies against Egypt come the 30-minute mark. Even if Indonesia took a while to learn to respect Egypt when it came to team fighting. You saw that too, yeah?
Yep, I agree. And it finally came down to the final moments where we saw the adjustments being made from Indonesia that lasted quite a long time, right? 29 minutes and 53 seconds. This is the longest game that we've had so far at WEC.
You're right. All of WEC 24, even taking into consideration the men's side of things, this is the longest game we've seen.
Yeah, the longest game so far was actually 24-25, Egypt versus Saudi.
See, this breaks that.
Now this definitely
All the
breaks it
way.
by 5 more minutes plus a bit more spare change. So now going into game number 3, I feel like that's now an adjustment that we've seen that Egypt needs to do. For Indonesia, they've shown it. Don't just directly team fight against Egypt, although they had to, and they forced to in a lot of moments. Eventually, they realized, let's just play the map. We have a deeper bag of tricks, as you mentioned, when it comes to our macro and how you manipulate the waves around the objectives. Okay, Egypt now, do you have that same thing? Because your constant 4-1 split that you pulled off here, every Lord, it dragged out the game, but that was good for Indonesia because little by little, the minion waves are forming better for them in their portion of the map.
And this is why the disparity of experience is starting to show, because now that we're, acknowledging that this is the longest game so far, the question is, how long is the average game for Egypt? How long is it? Is it 14-minute games? Is it 15-minute games? Is it 16-minute games? Because as we get into the later portion of the game, that's when more brain power is needed.
Yeah.
Like the macro plays, the Lord dances, the quick adjustments that we saw from Indonesia that we didn't necessarily see from Egypt, as well as the fact that maybe endurance is now starting to come to play.
That's the magic word, not endurance. Macro play. You said it like a bit earlier, but I want to bear down on that. I think Egypt is so good at micro, and they're so good at just reading certain portions of the map when it matters, but long haul, like after this fight, if X and X go down, what do we do next? I think that's where Indonesia trumped them. Because at the 24, 23-minute mark, we saw a lot of TKOs. We call them technical knockouts, wherein heroes would be low enough to be sent home, but not dead. Indonesia are so good at dealing with that. Indonesia, not just Team Indonesia here, but even other teams from all the other leagues that play underneath Indonesia know how it feels like to be sent home just to be able to respond back, whether it be in your lane or in a fight. That's where I think Indonesia shined a lot. Yeah. So if they can figure that out and force those kind of situations, Egypt have to evolve. Egypt have to grow and adapt on the spot.
Yeah, but just to make it clear again for everyone here, it wasn't always just a 4-1 split also by Indonesia, and it was just Chinny mirroring the Nolan. It was also sometimes Chinny plus Shell. And because of the 3-man team fight of the Valentina, Edith, and Hylos is so good, the Cho, Hylos, and the Alpha is so good, they can sustain, they can buy time. That's more than enough time for the Valentina and the Claude to make another thing happen in another part of the map. The problem is Egypt doesn't have that same liberty.
Nope.
What they did with their lineup I think the 4-1 split that they kept pushing was the most that they could do.
Yeah.
If ever they wanted to make it a 3-2 split, say the Belleric and the Nolan, so that the Nolan has a roamer, you leave a Sicilian and Melissa and just an Edith protecting them. That's not the easiest task to do. So as much as we want to say Egypt didn't dig into their bag of tricks to answer what Indonesia did, their lineup also didn't allow that.
Again, circling it back to the draft, right tool, right time. Egypt had it to deal with the constant barrage of minions. They have such a great high ground defense.
Yes.
But when it comes to taking control of the map, winning across the map and making plays, Indonesia had them trumped. They had the double lane from the Claude. They had the Valentina that could take the right ult and win duels even against a jungler. And they have the Hylos who can maybe not deal back as much damage as the Belleric, but can stop fights almost immediately.
That's what I really wanted to highlight here, right? Despite everything that we're saying about Egypt not having that macro play as high of a ceiling as with, Team Indonesia, I do want to tip my hat off to how Egypt were playing earlier on, because even in top tier teams, having a Claude on the opposite side, we've seen so many moments where a Claude is able to go for a really good split push during these Lord takes because of the tunnel visioning that happens when you're in that moment and in that position. But every single time, it was Sunlight that was always sent down to make sure that didn't happen, because I was on the edge of my seat as we were watching that game. I was like, this is highly likely, highly possible that Shell goes in for a backdoor, or not a backdoor in this case, but a split push.
Oh yeah.
But that didn't happen at all.
Egypt did what they could, or did a lot of very good things with a very good draft idea. It's just that eventually Indonesia got to adjust and find the loophole.
Yeah.
Again, not a bad draft, not a bad strategy. They were in the lead for a majority of the game. They were taking the names of Indonesia. Eventually, Indonesia found a way to find names and everyone else in Egypt. It's a very small adjustment that led to a massive result for Indonesia. That's why it's not a discredit on Egypt. It's really just, man, Indonesia again. They just find the ways.
Also, named as Melissa.
It's so good.
Bro.
It's so good.
Like, what was that?
Like, the timing on Go Away, I even on the men's scene, I feel like if you plop that Melissa on that men's scene now, a lot of dudes are going to struggle against that Melissa.
And it came to the point wherein Egypt did not have to worry about Indonesia finding that window between the go-aways. The go-aways very rarely were the line between life and death for names. It was almost always used for more than just protecting yourself. And that just amplifies how good Names is at positioning and how good she is at protecting herself naturally, even without the use of her ult.
The item swaps, bro. I'm impressed, guys.
Yes.
And so there it is. Indonesia have actually forced their way into game number 3. That was looking so close to a 2-0.
Yep.
This is. Can we say that this is our tightest match
Oh, definitely.
up until this point?
Yeah, by a country mile, with just the quality of the two games that we've seen so far, the quality of the drafting from both of these two teams. Again, I really appreciate that Edith first pick that Egypt brought out. Again, we were going for that theory that maybe they're trying to somehow loosely pin down Fumi Echo in a way, and they sort of did. Fumi Echo is a EXP laner that we've always known to be very hyperactive, proactive around the map. It's starting, if it's not starting around Vivian, it's starting around Fumi. Here, she played a little bit more of a utility role. She still made it work. And then it was responded to by a Valentina, which I thought Indonesia wouldn't pick, but they went ahead and did it and paired it up with the Alpha. So, and then all the drafts with the Melissa Belleric there in the end. It's brilliant. It's just brilliant. I'm just like, I'm nerding out.
If anything, that Edith very rarely is used as a scapegoat.
Yeah.
In blue, there's very few strengths you have now. But what you do have is a one pick. Say what you will about that usually being the power pick in the heyday of blue being the prio side. But in my opinion, what Egypt did here was, all right, let's pick a low cost, low investment hero that's good anyways in the hands of Velvet. And then let's let Indonesia move first. Let's allow Indonesia to make their bed, invest their 2-pick swing into what will eventually answer ours, and then we can adjust. So, according to plan, Edith, pow, Alpha, Valentina the answer, And then because of that, Egypt goes, we can afford to do it now. The answer to the Alpha, that's Nolan. And then the Valentina can't get to the Sicilian immediately. Do it. Naichi, get to the Sicilian. And that worked out well.
It's great drafting, really, by Egypt. First 3 picks that you could tell that was tailored. They prepared that for Indonesia, and Indonesia kept playing into it. Just that eventually the Valentina pickup, the go-to pickup when you're up against an Edith, even if it's in the EXP lane, Chinny pulled things off alongside everyone else in Indonesia, saying, we know where our Valentina is. Let's play around that and get that dub.
So now let's welcome the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, for our final game in this best of 3 series. Again, Egypt still sticking with the same side that they have opted earlier, as well as the same bans that are actually coming through. Are we expecting any differences for this banning phase this time around?
I don't think so. I think they can just keep running it. If ever, Indonesia might actually go commit a different trade by opening up the Suyo. So Suyo and Alpha will both be open in the drafts. They still might commit into Matilda Chip. Egypt, wouldn't be surprised if that is still a Jushin as their last ban. If ever, Indonesia with the last ban will be the one changing the tempo of the drafting.
Yeah, watching Egypt play, the Jushin just totally ruins everything they try to do. Everything they stand for when it comes to team fighting. So this should be a Jushin. I don't think they would risk it being open.
And honestly, I would not recommend the Jushin for Egypt. Based on how we saw them play and how we know Indonesia plays with the picks that they have, they'd be happy to go up against the Jushin. So still a good ban by Egypt. So now, is it an open Suyo? You forced both teams to look into Alpha and Suyo. Oh no! It's still the same.
Edith first pick again?
I don't think you can pull that kind of gambit twice in a row. Unless you're that confident in Velvet's Edith.
And it's just going to be Egypt saying, hey, let's just try to run it back again. At this point, you're not going to rush a Valentina because you know the hero pool of Chinny. She has enough to actually answer that as well. So this time it's a change. They go for the Alpha now. It was a stellar performance by Vival. It was like 6-3 and 11, 6-3 and 14 in her in the previous game. So that's why they decided to look into the respect.
Yeah, Sunlight did well in game 1 on the Alpha too. So I think her playing more of the mouse in the cat and mouse relationship in game 2 might have changed their tempo. So this should be back in her wheelhouse, momentum-wise.
What are we thinking here? Hylos, Phovius, Hylos?
XP jungle. It's got to be the XP jungle swing. Or rather, they don't have to rush the 8 jungle because you already see the Alpha.
Yeah. Could be a Roman XP. They also don't need to rush mid. Oh, they rush gold. Okay.
Shell's had it. I don't like playing these out of meta picks anymore.
Indonesia's gonna play to end this before 15 minutes.
Power pick.
Yeah, they're just chasing power picks, fast scaling right now. Again, you don't want as much as possible, don't want to see the Alpha plus the Harris together.
Do you want to see the Lunox for Egypt?
Maybe a bit too greedy for my taste. Playing into what Indonesia want to do as well. Oh, okay, so they go into the... I mean, Sicilian isn't just a late game hero. He does very well with his mid-game spike, especially once he has 2 locked in after the Clock of Destiny. Usually the Glowing Wand. Are they just gonna rock Phovius now? But then if ever, Indonesia might just pick up the Eve as the 3rd pick, their junglers later. If not Eve, then they can still go...
Phovius or CC? Oh, Edith.
Alright.
Reverting to comfort. And they're forcing Indonesia to pick the Valentina.
Which might actually be tougher this time around. With the Alpha on the board too.
Yep.
If I'm Indonesia, just go Eve, honestly.
Yeah, don't fall for it.
Want to go for jungle here?
Dolan?
Not the Nolan.
I mean, technically, Vival has a lot of heroes under her belt.
Like it's still X-Borg, like if it comes out in the 2nd phase, unbanned.
Something about X-Borg is the Firaga armor might actually be burned down very quickly. But that is still an option that they could go for.
Nope.
Okay, no, still Nolan.
No
They
risk.
can take their mid. Well, to be fair, Chinny has a massive hero pool. With the Loyi, she can even go. She can go Cyclops.
Yeah,
Probably not here, but that just shows her options.
I wonder if Kadita is an option here.
I like the Kadita.
Actually, yeah, with those three alone, I'm already happy with the Kadita.
You end much, much faster.
If I'm Egypt, might want to consider banning it, yeah. Because I think if they start banning out roamers here, that's going to be Indonesia's sign that they're probably considering the Kadita.
Or they can also just do as they did all series long, attack gold laners.
You already have the Harith. Oh yeah, you'll have to commit one to take away a good matchup for the Harith.
The respect to Melissa's Melissa's names. Or names Melissa, sure.
I think
Interchangeable.
I think now, yeah, it's interchangeable.
I was correct.
Yes.
They're attacking mid laners.
Yeah,
so
there
they're
we
making
go.
sure that Chinny's pick is manageable.
I just still want Indonesia to consider really going for backline type of mages. I wouldn't mind the Auroras, Vexanas, Eves, really.
Yeah, I think they can afford more utility.
Heroes up throughout WEC?
Excuse
Like
me?
the standard Vexana,
Chinny?
Aurora.
Let me double check. No. Her
Right?
picks have been unique.
Chinny's
all
always
of them.
been
Low Yi.
Lil Loco,
Yeah, Low Yi, Sicilian, Kadita, Cyclops.
Lil Gila.
It is Gila. Gila picks.
Gila means crazy, guys.
Thank you.
There's a 1-1. All right.
Yeah, good ban of the Valentina as well.
So they've had it. Coach, it's my turn to win the lane.
Yeah.
Coach Case, ban the 1-1.
I think they're picking mid.
And the Val.
I think you're right. They might actually just go into Kadita. If ever, pick your mid laner last.
Yeah, keep the surprise up there.
Yeah.
You know you're going up against a Sicilian, so save the Kadita. I don't like the There you go. I don't
Yeah.
like the Cyclops to get here, but
Okay. Cho, Cyclops. Oh, even more so now. The split, the 4-1 split has changed for Indonesia. They can go 3-2. It can be Hylas plus the mid plus the Harith, and then it's going to be, if ever, we're going to need to see it Vivian and coming from off angles. And then now the Nolan can split push alone as well. Sicilian, Edith. I think no more magic damage. I'm okay if we don't see any more magic damage. They might go Kali. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they ban out the Valentina.
they can go
Phoveus is still open.
Khalid Clint. Is the Clint safe? Do you purify Clint?
If ever, yes, you would need to purify the Clint.
'Cause you can't Lunox Harith into the Harith anymore. So much magic. Oh,
All right,
safe pick, Moskov.
they're going for their power picks. Okay. But the fact that Indonesia has a Cho, Harith, and Nolan together in their Roman trio, it might not be as clear cut as that, but it also just might be as clear cut as that. What's their mid for Chini?
I'm excited. What is this gonna be?
Is it Gila or is it like vanilla?
Exactly.
Veil. Nah, I mean, you still, again, the Eves, Vex, Aurora, they're also okay. Maybe Eve, they might think twice. Oh, wait, no, Eve is okay into the Belleric.
But not into the Sicilian. You have
True.
suddenly you're tied at range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Moskov. And the Alpha.
Might just actually play into that. Yep.
They'll deal with it.
They'll deal with it. That's what they said. Ooh.
They have the superior box, at least.
Yeah.
Egypt has a good range, but Indonesia has a superior box. And the potential for the map being split. That's pretty good. Like, I'll take those odds. You know, good team fighting. And if that goes awry, you rely on your macro. Again, that's what won them game 2.
Are they trying to out Egypt with the team fights? With their drafts?
Yeah.
At least respect Egypt in team fights and then back up with better macro. That's what I'm seeing from Indonesia.
Yeah. Maybe that's why Egypt decided to pick into the Moskov, so that they had a little bit more of a macro presence. Because without that, they're a very strong team fighting lineup, but not really a map management lineup.
They're stationary.
Yeah. Well, for Indonesia, if you're wondering, hey, where's the split going to be coming from? I mean, Harith is strong with pushing, well, as long as it has one help. The Nolan comes the later portion, as we saw earlier with Sunlight. So I'm honestly, I will say it now, I'm hoping for another 20-minute plus game, because very close.
Even Indonesia's looking to hunker down for that.
Yeah.
Will it end early? Will it surpass expectations once again? I think everyone is just veering with anticipation as we get into the final game in this best of 3 in the upper bracket finals. Who will move forward to the grand finals? Will it be Indonesia or will it be Egypt? We're gonna go ahead and find out as we throw it to our casters. Mirko, Naisu, go ahead.
Do you know what this is right here?
I know.
This is the real world manipulation.
And this is the Wrath of the Dryad. That's what we're doing. We're playing charades because it's going to come down to those two ultimates and counter-playing into each other. Thank you guys for breaking down our last draft in this best of 3. And like Rachel put it, yes, it's down to the one game to lock in the grand final spot.
Lock it in.
Lock it in.
Man. 30-minute game in game number 2. Anything less than 40 will be anticlimactic. Let me just put that out there.
So
right?
we're hoping for 40?
We're hoping for 50. We're hoping to beat our counterparts over the side.
I was going
right?
to say, the
They
guys
went
over
on
there.
80.
That's true.
80 minutes. Okay, maybe not 80 minutes.
I was going to say, I don't think
40
so.
is our 40 is like their 80 is our 40. You know what I mean?
It's about the
40
same,
minutes.
yeah.
So yeah. 40-minute MLBB game, definitely going to be fun. I don't think it's going to get that far, though. Looking at the compositions, it definitely looks like Indonesia are going back to their roots. What made them so special throughout the tournament in the early portions all the way to the knockout stage as well is the fact that they just play for early to mid.
They did. And I think part of that, too, again, is they went for their comforts.
They did.
Well, Egypt did too, technically.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been playing these heroes now at a very high level so far, just in this series alone, but even, of course, there are other games leading up to this point. And, specifically so, I think you have the fact that you have a Sicilian again. And whether the game goes to that distance, what we're hoping for or not, one thing's for sure is that Nucci's been really on point with it. I'm just hoping that because it's now 3 times in a row, that the counterplay doesn't just stop them from doing what they need to, or her what she needs to do, because I think even the same could be said where we saw the adjustments on the fly from Vivian, right? Even in game 2 on how she was approaching those team fights, how she was targeting Nucci or the right targets at the right time. And I would feel like, honestly, in game 3, they got that locked in here. So hopefully Nucci's able to move around the map because we're jumping into the 3rd and final game, the decider, to find out who's going to be moving forward for the grand final. And we take a look once again at the emblems here, falling into place, more or less the same. Nothing too crazy sticking out here. Still, you got that Primal Wrath over here for Velvet. But this time around, City's not going to be able to just take that,
Yep.
No Valentina, great ban that we saw earlier on.
That's why it really is already super different the way Indonesia wants to tackle this game. Game number 2, still leaning heavily on a lot of outplay situations with Valentina to try to get these angles. But on a Yves, you're not as creative. All you need to do is just sit down,
Just
pop into
post up.
RWM, post up, and try to get a win. So for Indonesia, much more straightforward here. But it's strange that they went for the Yves here, plus the Nolan, right? The Nolan is kind of the opposite of the Yves. He wants to go for different angles. Vivian doing a good job here in the mid lane already, and Nucci has been a very annoying Sicilian, and that means really good, because, man, how do you get 4 kills at the start of the game? That's just some ridiculous stats from Nucci.
I mean, from game 1 to game 2, it was a little bit different of an early game 4, but nonetheless, she had a phenomenal time. So if Indonesia wants to win the series here and lock in that spot in the grand final, oh, hold on.
Nucci might be forced to flicker, and yet that she does. Feven already utilizing her to revitalize, and so it's also a bit different. No vengeance, it's revitalize. Cine just zoning Nucci away from this wave.
And that's why, when we said, hold on. No, okay, they are going to miss that. So Sunlight won't land that. Thought she was going to be able to get that. But, we asked this earlier when we saw the Belric in the previous game. That vengeance was picked up. Okay, Vivian, she's... Oh!
Taunt finds 2. Vivian with a flicker out. Oh, the Shunpu too.
Wow.
I thought for sure Vivian would have died there under the turret. But no, they survive. Vivo. Looks like Sunlight wants to actually walk up. I don't know if this is going to be a retry. Not worth it. Yeah, Sunlight chooses to just go onto the turtle.
Okay, that 2 close moments already.
Way too close.
Even down in the goal lane, looks like, Shell's really kind of playing up a little bit aggressive.
Oh.
Sunlight's going to defensively use that Spear of Alpha. She'll take the purple buff instead. Both junglers focusing on getting these buffs, and they'll start it up. Indonesia looks to have the advantage in terms of the space for this first turtle. Sunlight waiting. She doesn't have the ultimate, though, but they're going to go for it.
Yeah, good stun over to set up for the RWM. Now Sanguine Claws only onto Vivian. SOD will land as well, but for Egypt, they will just play it slow. They know Indonesia got the first turtle. No use of actually forcing out a fight.
There's a whole lot of these exchanges happening early on, these little skirmish fights where, battle spells are burnt out. Some of the ultimates, now that everybody does have those available, are going to be crucial here. Vivian, though, part of this is, wow, okay, I guess, she was expecting to set things up with the ride. Look, gold lane, though.
Yeah, Fracture used up already, and Names is definitely having a tough time this time around in the bottom lane against that Harith on the Moskov. Does look like Chell will respect it though, despite the fact that Names is already very low. Notices that everybody's just been missing here. Might be rotating down below. Chell will cancel the recall. Man, always this crazy laner, Chell.
What do we like better, man? Do we like the Revitalize more for the Belric? What does Gani like?
Flicker.
He likes a flicker.
He doesn't
okay,
like Revitalize.
right.
Wait, a lot of damage up top. Oh, Velvet's going to be picked off. First blood over with the fracture. City in the mid lane. Oh, the way to Dragon from Vivian a bit too late. Nucci was able to flicker in time. Sunlight Spear of Alpha. Good RWM to stop them from getting the kill out of Vivian. She's alive again. Keeps on getting the bad impacts. Will be slowed down. City's very, very low. Fumieko will be trying to go in. And in the end, you can see that they have actually given Vivo so much space to take the entirety of the turret gold up top.
You know, in moments like that, you might be wondering why? Why are they still there? Well, that's all part of the plan when it comes to the pressure across the map. Good decisions there, too, from Indonesia to be able to do that. And I'm still surprised, you know, this Vivian, she's gotten away multiple times now already, just with a sliver of HP left.
Right.
Vivian.
Rapid Dryad faded out. That's all they wanted, right, Vivian? Walks back up, trying to go for an angle. Sanguine Claws from Nucci and the Bad Feast, too. A lot of poke down onto Cine.
Good damage. Turtle's up, though, so on both sides, you know, some of these resources down. Talking about the two flickers. Even that Revitalize still not up, Chell.
Zaman Force Chell should be able to go for the outplay here. The Spear of Misery out as well, but Chell actually wants to go for the reinitiation all the way deep into Names. You gotta respect the damage from Sunlight. The Alpha's there, the SOD! Will she go for it? RWM locking Sunlight down. Sunlight will be slayed here. Vivian just walks up, goes for the kick, kicks her down, and it is a turtle 2 for Vivo up top. This time it's already so different from game 1 and 2.
I feel like there's so many of these instances from multiple members from Indonesia where they're threading the needle of life and death. How many times now getting away? Another initiation from Fumieko.
Yep, Glorious Pathway down to Nucci. They will respect it though. Vivian doesn't have a kick, so there's no real use to actually go in and commit that hard.
I think part of this is literally the game plan of this. Let's get out that Revitalize. You know, even if Fumieko drops down Glorious Pathway, they want to make that an option. Like, can we get a Revitalize down? Because then at least that's one battle spell down. Look at the bottom lane though. The focus here once again.
Zaman Force already Names. Gonna be solo kill. No, just poke from the side from City. From that far away, this is why the Eve gets so much value right now, especially when you have so much prior to mid lane. Vivian, no, over to Pivot, goes for the way to Dragon. Pivot, pops in Revitalize. There's going to be the Earth Shadow to cancel out the way to Dragon and the Spear of Alpha. Tuba Vivian just shut boots out of there. That's a flicker out as Nucci tries to go for the chase, but the real world manipulation is still on them, and Velvet will take a lot of damage. They get the high-lows in the end, but it's a high-lows fitted in for Pivot, and a turret up top. Sunlight gonna be caught. Great dashes from Chell to escape the Spear of Alpha. Now a dive. Jikudo and City with a Void Blast to take Nucci down in the mid lane.
So many good layering of skills happening here from across the board from Indonesia. Even if they don't have to burn some of the ultimates or anything like that, they're still able to capitalize on the skill sets that these heroes bring to the table. And yes, Egypt got that kill earlier on, you know, for Sunlight, but still they expended so much to be able to get that. And now this next turtle coming up in just a few seconds. Indonesia, clear lead, you know, 4,000 ahead. Egypt, a lineup that needs that time to build up here, is going to have to probably just give this up and focus on maybe pushing down some of the tier 1s, maybe farming up what they need to, especially for Names, as that third turtle is secured now for Indonesia. They'll look to go ahead and cap out the mid lane, put pressure on the resources coming up here on the buffs. And this might be getting a little bit more difficult for Sunlight to get what she needs here. Vivel, go ahead and take that away. You can see the focus on the other side. Vivian providing all that information. And she just finesses her way out of getting caught.
So clinical, so surgical in game number 3. We expected a brawl at least, you know, and after seeing what game number 2 had for us, 30 minutes of just pure action, but now Sunlight slowed down again. Spear of Alpha out defensively. Vivian putting all the pressure down in the bottom lane as well. Chell now just pushing it in. Velvet, she's so far behind off the XP. Vivian goes for the Jikudo, will bait on the Primal Wrath. I think that's already a lot of value. Chell can just go for the turret and it'll be a tier 2 for free towards Indonesia at the 8th minute mark, man.
They're getting everything they need, and Indonesia. This is, you know, that clean gameplay that a lot of people that have been watching these girls play for a long time, they've seen them play this kind of game. Yeah, you know, and they've definitely adjusted. I mean, just the series alone, like I was saying, the way that they played against these similar heroes from even the previous game, Indonesia came up with a game plan, they executed it well, and they're doing it near perfectly in Game 3. Now for Egypt, on how they're going to be able to adjust themselves for this one to bring it back, you know, a lot of it is just buying that time to get the stacks, to get the damage that you need to deal with this, because as the game goes on and you are lacking some of the damage, oh, hold on.
Rapid and Dryad, everything, and Fumiko just walks out of it. Pops in Revitalize, gets away. Real inflation into the back. Nuchi's going to be zoned completely away there. Velvet already using the Primal Rat too. So they baited a few resources. Vivian has been able to actually give a bit more space to Sunlight. Both teams now again just respect each other, but look at Vivo.
What's she going to be able to do here? Again, Turtle's up.
She's walking up.
She's going for Nuchi.
The assassination flicker out from Nuchi. All right. Still, though, crazy battle spell to be taken away from the Lord fight, man.
It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the flicker's gone. And like I was saying, Indonesia has adapted to the Sicilian pick alone. And just because those crucial things are down, this is a free objective.
Yeah.
No contest here on the Lord. And it's getting really difficult now that you hit these
crystal.
the power spikes. And earlier on, what I was saying is, you know, if you're Egypt, you want to buy time to be able to fight. It's because of the front line that is provided from Indonesia. Vivian, I don't know if you could exactly call her a front line. She's everywhere. Like, she's 360, you know, in your face.
Everywhere.
That's what a Cho does. But, you know, Fumiko, it's tanky enough now that she doesn't even feel the bad impacts or anything else.
Nope.
So you need so much time to build up on this lineup for Egypt to get enough firepower to contest. And again, Vivian just being a nuisance. You know, she's showing herself on the off angles or the side angles, and Egypt is a little bit worried. It's kind of like they're constantly, you know, head on a swivel, looking all ways, and they're just trying to find how to keep up. Oh,
some on force in the back of the Dryad. Chill just deletes Vivian in the mid lane. That's a tank with a Revitalize.
that's a tree.
That's a tree. That's a beefy tree, but not to Chell. She just bursts her down. Lord up top still going to be used here, as well as another wave is coming down in the mid lane. That's a tier 2. Holy Defense should be propped or procced by this wave, and it does. Now up top, Sunlight caught in the bad spot. RWM to lock her down. The Glorious Pathway to slow her down. Sunlight, the Wishing Lantern, is tickering her down, but she's still able to survive with a sliver of HP. Oh man, the pressure from Indonesia.
They won't let up. You know, this is a massive lead, that the biggest one so far in the series, nearing that 10,000 mark, and looking at the items, they're fully, you know, on their way to getting to where they need. Even this Harith Shell, she's already got the Starlium Scythe, Feather of Heaven, and the Holy Crystal, and that's why she's doing so much damage. And that's not even, you know, discount the fact that there's Eve here setting up that box, the real world manipulation from Cine. That is just doing so much to a point that Egypt, even if they want to fight, they're spending most of their time trying to get out of the real world manipulation. They're just being worked on there whenever that death box is set up. So at this point, Egypt, it's looking grim, it's looking a little bit dire, but they have time. They have 50 seconds to go in and farm up to what they need to. Names specifically, at some point in the game, especially when this, you know, she gets more of these items locked in, she does just pick up a DHS. She might be able to help provide some of that damage towards that front line, but it's still the same. You're not even so much worried about just the front line. You got to be looking behind you too. And Names has had to do that constantly. So has Nuchi, and that's why you see Nuchi just kind of staying in the back, you know, with her back against these base turrets, because of how active and proactive Vivian and even Vival have been, putting pressure everywhere. So we're 15 seconds away from that Lord coming up. And Egypt, no other option really but just to kind of wait for those minion waves to push in. They can't get caught off guard.
And Indonesia are playing it so well now to just suffocate Egypt. The way that they're playing, only shoving the waves when they want to actually invade and take away buffs from Egypt. Vivian, every time she walks up a bit too aggressive, the Void Blast catches her, the Glowing Wand ticks down. Sunlight is suffering through the same problem, and the Wishing Lantern too.
Yeah.
From Cine. Oh, he's blocking. What happened to the Lord? It's an Enhanced Lord. Got bursted down. We thought the Lunox and the Alpha, or Lunox Suyo, will be the, one-shot super blitz Lord
The
takers.
timer Lord.
Doesn't seem like Indonesia care that much. They go with a Harith and Nolan and do the same thing.
They do the same thing, and it's just showcasing how far ahead they are right now. 40,000 gold locked in for them, 10,000 ahead of what Egypt has, and that was a BOD picked up by Vival. Vival's whole job is literally just to jump into the back lane and burst someone down if she wants to. And with this Lord coming up, down on the bottom side, Egypt has a decision to make. How do they defend this? We always talk about the Sicilian being a great base defender. Well, I'm afraid at this game, like, Nucci just has not had enough time to stack up those stacks for the bad impact. Names will also get in line. And so Indonesia eyeing the top mid. Every single turn as that Lord pushes in, they're going to be forced to fight.
4-man slow, the glorious pathway will slow them down. Pippin will just be poked out of existence by the RWM. Sunlight at the mid lane, trying to clear it out. The fracture does a lot of damage. Sunlight will burst it down by Chell. The Void Blast coming down. Chell, Synchro Fission almost taking Sunlight down. 2 base turrets out of nowhere. Vivian popping into the conceal. Name's already very low. That's a 3-man Jinku. No, it's a Way of the Dragon to bring Nucci all the way to the back. A wipeout before they ultimately end the game. A reverse sweep for Indonesia in game 3 in a very, very quick game.
Very quick adjustment coming out from Indonesia in game number 3 to secure their spot in the grand final. And it just feels like, once again, when it came down to the draft, they were able to counter pick into the Sicilian, into the Belric even. And this time around, just kind of stopping the momentum from Egypt. Nonetheless, great job from Egypt. One of the first teams to actually have Indonesia feel a little taste of defeat, but the reverse sweep comes in strong in this best-of-3 series.
It looked so good at the start, even in game 2. They were leading by so much gold, and you can already see that Egypt, slowly but surely, they're catching up.
Yeah.
They're rising to the level of a lot of teams that, to the team that we've been seeing as the most dominant force in women's MLBB. Indonesia, this tournament, they won't be able to get the full undefeated record. They have dropped 1 game, and that should give Egypt and Cambodia, who are still waiting in the lower brackets, a lot of morale boosts for the grand finals later. But yeah, Egypt will be meeting up against Cambodia in the lower bracket finals to see who will join Indo in the grand finals.
Get that chance of a rematch, but like I said, Egypt themselves, like these ladies have seen each other in other international tournaments, obviously, just this year. And I'm sure even for Indonesia, they would be the ones to say, like, man, look at the improvements that this squad from Egypt has made over the course of time, because even getting that victory in game 1, and then how much of a fight they gave Indonesia in game 2, hats off to them and the improvement they made, and I wish them the best going against Cambodia next, because like we already said earlier, Cambodia was on fire yesterday. The momentum definitely in their favor, so I think that's going to make it a super interesting match that we have in the lower bracket to see who climbs back up for the grand final.
It's going to be very, very fun, definitely. The lower bracket final match will be just, right up after we go through this first match. And honestly, I'm super hyped for it already. We saw a best-of-3 go all the way here. I hope all the matches go full best-of-3 at this point.
do, yeah.
Nicely, because
it's the last day.
We didn't really get full best-of-3s in the men's, unfortunately, and especially group stage, right? Even the first day yesterday was all sweeps. So it was one game.
Yeah.
Best-of-3.
I'm hoping we go to the distance, man. Because every game, every match.
40 minutes.
That's a stretch. I don't know what it is with you in 40 minutes today.
I don't know. I saw the 30-minute game, and I'm like, we could beat it. That 30-minute game, game 2, we could beat it.
That almost sounds like you're just kind of tired of these quick meta games that we're in currently.
No, actually, true. I want it to be a bit more, chaotic. You can come back into games. That'll be fun.
I think so far, again, that our meta just even here for ISF for the WEC has even shifted a little bit more. Some great picks coming up that we weren't used to seeing, and I love to see it continue to develop. But with that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to the stage. I believe it's Bara and the coach from Indonesia. Let's go ahead and hear what they have to say.
Coach Cassius.
Well, again, congratulations for a crazy match, winning this one. So, Coach Cassius, Elias, tell me about the match. It was the longest match we've seen so far, but you managed to adapt to it off meta. So how did you do that?
Yeah, I think we just learned from the first game that they can play well with passive gameplay. So I learned how to fight with passive gameplay. So I told my team to do some things, to handle that.
I love that. You know, in the first round, it's like, oh my God, Egypt won. The second match, it went like above and more than 30 minutes. And then it's like, what happened? You got the win. The third one's like, they figured it out. So it's all about the passive stuff. Now, grand finals. Who do you want to face? Who do you think is going to be? Are you going to face Egypt again or Cambodia?
We prepared for both of them. Yeah.
That confidence is real, ladies and gentlemen, happening right here. Whoever it is, they are ready for it. And it's back to you.
Thank you, Bara. Congratulations to Coach Cases and, of course, the entire Team Indonesia roster for moving forward and claiming the first spot in the grand finals.
The fact that he pointed that out, he did say we just learned that they play passively. Passively in the sense, not in the team fighting. Again, we've been lauding the team fight of Egypt. But the passiveness in terms of how they play around the map, it seems like, especially Game 3, that's when it clicked.
Yep.
That's when it felt like, well, what happened to this Team Egypt? Oh, it's because Indonesia isn't just waiting and playing around the team fights anymore. They're proactive around the map. They made Shell get on that Harith right away and be proactive in the lane.
Yeah, Game 1, it was Indonesia, again, being passive, being reactive. What can we get out of Egypt? And then they paid the price. They lost Game 1. Game 2, it took halfway through to say, maybe we can be a little more aggressive. Maybe we can put more on the map so that Egypt would have to answer us back. Took about 30 minutes to get them there. But now in Game 3, I was going to say, would it be too much to say getting Shell on that early Harith was the one move that allowed for Indonesia to get this aggressive this fast?
Yeah, definitely. When you have someone like Shell on that Harith that can play aggressive, knows how to bully and dominate lane, that's one less rotation you commit, and that is more time for you to be proactive in the opponent's side of the jungle, not just playing around the objectives.
Yeah, because again, looking back at the whole series and looking at the draft, Shell was always left to the second phase.
Yes.
Shell was always left to dig for her picks and say, yeah, we'll make it work. I think Coach Cassius can agree to saying, if you give Shell what she needs and what she asks for, and what you ask for in turn is a fast game, you will get a fast game. In perspective, because in 14 minutes is about average in the current metagame. We've seen so much faster in the groups.
Yeah,
I agree. And I think other than like that certain lane in the gold lane, I feel like everything that Indonesia wanted to achieve with like what you guys mentioned, being aggressive from the early portion of the game, setting the tempo, was also easier dictated because mid-prio and the EXP lane. It felt like three lanes. Egypt didn't have that, and that was very different to what we saw from game number 1 and game number 2, where there were winning lanes in favor of Egypt.
Yeah, that's why I really like that Eve pick. I was having my own personal doubts as well that maybe damage output early-wise, but I was reminded by something that the Filipino player did mention to me. Shout out to you, Hatred, J. Lord Gonzalez, wherever you are right now. I suggest when I was watching a draft before, I suggested, hey, why not Belleric into the Eve? It's like, no. The Belleric will not be able to get into position. Eve will always trump that. The pokes that you'll dish out will be more than enough to make sure the Belleric doesn't get into position to get information and vision. And that's why Indonesia ran away with this. What they called an already passive Egypt team was forced to play even more passive because their Belleric couldn't even get into the right spot.
Yeah, I agree. Now in hindsight, I did not have the same J-Lord experience as you did. But watching the game and seeing how Chinny basically played, I don't know how you can do that, but she's like a mage enforcer. Like she allows for fights to happen, but only on her watch. And when Egypt would like to lean in to Indonesia, she's like, nah, not happening. And that's all they needed. It wasn't even a damage situation. It was more of a map control situation. So it's perfect that Frederick and Joseph earlier tried to do the whole thing because they were off the center and
yeah. I thought you were going for a hug. Yeah.
The Dryad wasn't going to do anything to that. The Dryad, what is that? The Wrath of Dryad.
Wrath of Dryad.
Wasn't going to do anything to that.
You guys want a hug?
No, it's okay.
It's
Later.
fine.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm good. Analysis. I'm good.
Okay. But for all Egypt fans out there, you know, you don't have to be concerned too much because they are still in the run to make it to the grand finals, albeit just a little bit harder. They have to fall to the lower bracket, face Cambodia first if they still want to rematch with Indonesia for the grand finals.
Yeah, and there has to be an adjustment in terms of the passiveness of controlling key areas of the map, because you're not going to be up against a very proactive team in Team Cambodia. Actually, that's one of the reasons why Team Cambodia sometimes falters. They're a little bit too proactive. It feels like sometimes they're not counting abilities, but then they'll just give it to you with brute force, gameplay, and mechanics. And not just mechanics, macro as well. They take care of their map and they go with minion waves relatively well. So if you're Egypt, you have like, what, 20, 30 minutes?
To switch gears.
To switch gears.
And that's going to come into play when it comes to your draft, when it comes into your team fights, when it comes into your macro execution. Because mind you, here we learned in Game 3 that Shell is the operative hero, the operative player for Indonesia. For Cambodia, one could say that it's actually Tegami. One could say it's actually Moshi. So now, Egypt have to take that into consideration. Are they ready for that?
And they also need to provide that same heartbeat going for their own heartbeat, which I think is Names. When Names is comfortable, when Names gets a hero that she's comfortable on, when she gets a matchup that favors her, that's when we see Egypt find their momentum, find their ground, especially when the power spikes start to hit. So, I don't know, if your heartbeat is in your gold lane, and if Cambodia's heartbeat is in their jungle, is that going to be tricky for Egypt?
Based off of like what Coach Chris just pointed out, and especially in the mid to the late portions of game number 2 and the entirety of game number 3, it might just be Cambodia likes their river. Egypt need to play into that, not just necessarily team fighting around the objectives, the idea of being able to build around the advantages you build for yourself, because they've shown again Egypt is so good with team fighting.
Yeah,
they can make a losing team fight suddenly look like $1 million.
As long as Names is on.
As long as Names is on. So that has to be a switch in gears for Egypt, where now they have to be going to the jungle of Cambodia a little bit more. Not always to invade, like apply pressure, get those skirmish. No, it's really just get vision.
Check.
In that portion of the map.
Check on Tegami.
Check everything.
so I don't know if they have it. Can they be that force? I mean, they kind of have to be, right?
They have to be proactive now.
Figure out a way to pressure Tegami in the jungle from the early game, especially if they can force Tegami on an assassin hero.
Yeah, I think they can, and I think Cambodia might not be so uncomfortable that way. I think this is more for FEVN. She has to play more than just the Beleric now, because I think Cambodia see that coming a mile away.
Oh yeah. That is her favorite pick, but definitely they want to consider maybe defaulting back into the Gatmakachas and the Ediths of the world. They have an Edith roam option for them as well, so that is usually a good flex option to have.
That makes 2 of them in Ui. Ui also likes the Edith roam.
Yeah. So now I think for the next one, if the Beleric does pop up again, I will be quite worried for Egypt, because I agree with Leo here that Cambodia is already properly prepared for that. If your problems are the Chos and heroes like that, then yeah, you're gonna need to switch things up. You're gonna need to find picks for yourself that maybe you haven't showed it yet. Maybe this whole time Egypt actually does have the Chos, the Tigreals, the Groks available for them. It's just that they're holding their cards close to their chest. But at this point, you gotta show it now.
It's tournament life on the line.
Yeah. And if they had any secrets, now it comes out in the next series.
But considering with the way that we've seen Cambodia play so far, they've been very aggressive, right? Very proactive. They love to go in for the skirmishes. Isn't that something that a Beleric would want?
That's fair, that's true, but that is more of the team fighting focus of it all. Beleric can and sometimes does struggle with being able to control everything leading up to a team fight. He shines well in the team fight itself.
So could that not be paired with something a little bit more proactive in their mid laner?
Yeah.
Maybe not go for the Sicilian again?
That's another thing. Maybe Naichi has been holding on to the Sicilian for far too long, and that might not work against Team Cambodia.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe something different in the mid to pair with the Beleric might actually be a good band-aid solution.
There's just so many things to consider right now, and I'm pretty sure both of our teams are thinking about it as we speak. So with that, we're going to give them a little bit more time before we get into the lower bracket finals to see who will be paired up with Indonesia in the grand finals. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see you after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for more WEC 2024 MLBB Women's action.
the quick drop to Fendi. Power spikes aren't going to be big enough. Sour force over to Fendi. Good buddy hunt to cancel it out now. Passing it 1-for-1. Maybe he got both. Echo caught in the AOG in the midst of it all. It's tier 2. Just chucking their They are taking every single Rax out. Demonic Purge onto GTI. It gets obliterated, does have a buyback. The toss doesn't deal any damage. They are 100 HP, pretty much 100 mana. They're trying to find something. They're not even gonna contest. They called the GG, and Sweden has made it to the grand finals.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Fully expected, and it is Baron find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
Some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
أهلا بكم. Welcome. Bienvenue. Bienvenidos. Willkommen. Benvenuti. Добро пожаловать. Välkommen. Welkom. Bem-vindos. 환영. 요코소. 환영합니다. Hoş geldiniz. Καλώς ήρθατε. Swagat-hai. Witajcie. Yindit nap. SEF Arena.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the World Esports Championship. The Women's MLBB tournament has certainly delivered. But I know we took a little bit of an extended break, but let me tell you exactly why.
Tell me.
My heart cannot handle the intensity of these competitions and these best of threes.
It skipped a beat, didn't it?
It really did.
Like a lot of
multiple
beats.
beats, to be
Like,
specific.
Oh, what happened? You are absolutely right. And ladies and gentlemen, this is happening right now for the lower bracket. But you know what? Let's jump into the action right now. The Cleopatras from North Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for Team Egypt! They have definitely surprised us all in the last match with their off-meta gameplay. So I would say they are the Cleopatras and they are the masters of changing the tide.
The Cleopatras on the server showing us impeccable gameplay, phenomenal skill. But the real question is whether or not their opposition will be up to the challenge of taking them down. Please give a warm welcome to Team Cambodia. These women have played their hearts out on the server, and let me tell you right now, with a player like Tagami backing your team all the way, a former world champion at that, she's able to bring all sorts to the table and to the roster of her team.
You got that right, and ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. We have Team Egypt going against Team Cambodia. What's going to happen right now with this match? We cannot wait for that to happen. And for you talents, let's go. Fire it up, and let's make this happen.
Let's go. Thank you so much, Bara. Thanks so much, Jasmine. We're going to fire it up here on the English panel. What is this?
I'm firing it up.
Oh, you're firing it up. Unfortunately, you guys can't see right now.
Redmar's already on fire.
We'll get to that later.
It's hot. It's hot.
All of our shenanigans just wasted.
Yeah, it's okay.
We'll
We'll come back. Here. Mr. Zipper said it's coming back to us. So then you can show.
No, the moment is past. I put out the fire. So what? I'm just gonna stay cooked.
Okay, do it again.
Over here. Yeah, I'm on fire.
Okay.
I'm still putting you on fire. See?
Yeah. That's it.
Okay, it's over.
We're good.
Yeah, didn't have the intended effect.
Bit done.
But now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are in our lower bracket finals, our best of three, with Egypt once again having to fight for their survival, dropping earlier on by Indonesia from the upper bracket finals. They now have to go ahead and spearhead their way back into the grand finals by beating Cambodia here first. Now, I'm going to throw it over to our analysts here. How is that achievable? How will that be attained?
Well, similar to how we talked about it heading into it, this Egyptian roster we're going to be seeing needs to control the river. They cannot just play passively. They cannot just play for, you know what, let's just do a little bit of farming, prepare for the objective. No, they have to take control of the river. They have to invade, get vision when they can to stop the movements of a very proactive Cambodian team.
And get new heroes on Naichi and FEVN. You can no longer do Sicilian Belleric, Belleric Sicilian. No, there has to be a new combination. And I like the tricks that they brought out in the draft. Again, that Edith fake out, that'll work. But maybe temper your expectations on how well it'll work, because Cambodia is also rocking an Edith specialist in Rome.
Yeah, I feel like before Egypt looks into the Bellerics of the world, you can reel it back just a little bit. Remember, Tigreal's still there. He's still a worthy option. Get him if you can. While for this Cambodian squad, Nabi, you know, I'm not going to knock it anymore. If they continue to rush Aurora, I'm okay with it. Majority of their Aurora games on Nabi have been wins. So that just goes to show they're comfortable playing with that hero. But now, if you're Egypt, that's something to ban. What if instead of the Jushin ban that they committed into Indonesia, it becomes an Aurora ban? What then for the playstyle of Cambodia, who love to control?
What I want to see is a rollback on the Angela. Earlier today, Indonesia tried to pull a fast one over Egypt, which Egypt punished hard. They invested in an early Angela, and here maybe Cambodia, they played a very successful Angela lineup yesterday. What if Cambodia do it this time in a very different tempo and get one over Egypt? That's a spicy take for my end.
That's totally something that can happen. We've seen Cambodia pull it off as well. And like we mentioned in the drafts, like you guys mentioned in the drafts, it wasn't so much a draft diff, but more of an execution that needed a little bit more refinement from Indonesia. So no, I guess Egypt sees that, they understand that, and they know that it's not something that they do want to gamble with. So the Angela goes out with a bang here from the side of Egypt, denying that away from Cambodia.
It's a violent first ban.
Yeah, I was like, no, we do not want to face up against an Angela. And if ever Egypt make it to the grand finals, I think it's gonna be a normal thing for us to constantly see the Hayabusa. And there's another violent ban. Cambodia said, you know what? We're not even gonna give you the option to think about the Sicilian. We'll take it away. And honestly, I'm okay with that. If there's a team that loves to play the Sicilian, knows how to play with it, I mean, why not pick it alongside in priority when it comes alongside the Vexanas, the Jusians, the Auroras of the world? It's comfort, so go with it. So Assassins both respected. Phoveus Alpha still activatable, but with Egypt showing unique picks, now then they lock in the Jushin. Actually, a hero that I thought wouldn't be something close to their playstyle that they wanted, but they still went ahead.
First time for Jushin to be open today. And if I'm not mistaken, open all weekend long.
And I think this is the first time that Nucci's picked it up, is it?
Yep, at least on broadcast.
I don't think we've seen it from the qualifiers. I don't think we saw it in the group stages either.
Yep.
I think the heroes that we saw were Cecilian, Cyclops, Farsa, and
Valentina.
Eve. Yeah, the Valentina did come out. All right, we'll see how her debut is and how she performs on this hero as Cambodia strike back very quickly with an Aurora and a Gatot Kacha.
Yeah, likely this Gatot is a XP Gatot because Cambodia like to focus XP, mid, jungle in their first phase, whether they're blue or red. Learned a lot about them yesterday. They did play 3 series on broadcast, so.
Yeah, it makes sense for them. I mean, they do have a few flexible options in the roam. For Egypt, just please get something with fast wave clear in the center of the map. Something's done, but usually when it comes to the big roamer trades, it's the Khalids being considered great. For Egypt, I would rather see this. Oh wait, no, this might not be an easy EXP Edith. This might actually still go roam.
It's a flex.
Yeah, no, the combination alongside the Jushin and the Alpha is really good for an Edith roam going up against a Gatot Kacha and an Aurora. Now, they had to balance that out by picking up the Nolan. I think Cambodia needs to really consider that this might just go into the roam and it's not going to be the default EXP that we saw throughout the day.
Yeah, FVVN played it in the roam once today and then once on Velvet in the XP.
Yes, once a day. Yes.
That's how good Egypt is with the Edith.
Yeah.
They can flip it, flap it. Phoveus taken out here by Team Cambodia. Because they're not so sure.
Yeah. I think if I'm Egypt, you should ban Harith at this point, with it still being open. Would mean that Cambodia get a strong gold lane, get a fast scaling lineup. They're covering their bases here. I wouldn't be surprised if this is just Nathan Harith there in the last 2 bans for Egypt.
All right. Cambodia go for, interesting. Melissa ban. Huge respect.
3 of the 5 are respect bans from Cambodia.
Yep.
So that just proves how much Egypt is a threat in the playoffs here. Top 3.
And again, I feel like Egypt, one of their core members is names, right? If she gets a hero that she's comfortable on, if she gets a lane bully like a Melissa can be, that is going to be difficult. So my eyes are still locked on the Harith, right? At this point.
If it's not going to be the Harith, are they going to look into banning one of the Rome EXP flexes?
I have
still a high loss.
A thought here. What if they let through the Harith, they go for the Harith open Gambit trade, and they play a Lunox?
Oh, well,
Lunox in the golden for Egypt works.
That should balance it out.
Right? You position them with the Crimson Beacon, you choke them out, and then you blast them with the comp.
Yeah. If that's the case, I'd want to see Cambodia pick up a Khalid and the Rome. Wow, no, but with the presence of Jushin, they might go up against that. Go against that idea.
Even the high loss is going to be compromised.
Yeah, I mean, if they have a Cho, this is the time for them to show it. But I don't think we've seen UA. Yeah, we haven't seen her play all throughout. Latot, Edith, Franco, Hilda, Nope, still with the Jushin and the Alpha. So
She likes her Hilda.
yeah, they go for the 1-1 instead, thinking that the Egypt lineup might actually be a little bit more front to back, and then they can have enough time for the 1-1 to set their marks. And I think this is actually a good a combo that Cambodia likes, the 1-1 and the Aurora together.
Can they go Irithel here for Egypt?
Yeah.
Names hasn't picked it up, but it is an option.
It should be okay, but the thing is, it's like, I feel like it takes a lot of time for their lineup to farm if that's the case. I mean, they have the Alpha, but I feel like it just might take a while until they're fully activated.
There's a Velvet Special, the CC, and the Clint in this very spot too.
Okay. And they alleviated my worry. If this was an Irithel, it would have taken time. Now this is a Clint, you have all the time.
What's Uwe to play? Many a draft they've left this last slot for her, or at least flexed into the slot for her. Do they throw the Hildar? Oh no, it's the Franco! There's no Beatrix combo, but what's the play here? Why would they want the Franco with this draft?
You can do 1-1 Franco. That's a combination, right?
Like the confirm takeoff.
Yeah, confirm
seen that?
takeoff. Yeah. At the same time, I mean, you do have a burst in the jungle with the Nolan.
And it also works great with the Aurora too.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
It feels like whoever Yui bites, just bring down the Frigate Glacier as to wherever you think the opponents would be coming from, right? So just so that you can make sure that the Franco, or you get a trade out of that, because the Franco is going to be left vulnerable. At least you can use the Frigate Glacier as like an aggressive defensive tool.
Yeah, yeah. You take fights and you pick off on your go, on your volition. I like it actually. I just hope that it pays off. I'm 50-50 on it.
I mean, if from what we've seen so far, Egypt being so strong with their team fights, the draft that we see from Cambodia is like, we're not gonna allow that to happen. We're gonna try play with the pickoffs. We're gonna try deny that as one of your strengths, and we're gonna try and look for a different loophole to win this one.
Yeah, I think for me is if ever this Franco is hot, like gets all the hooks, that's not gonna be good. But right now, look at the Franco. Who do I hook? Is it really just the Jushin? The Edith is there, the Alpha is there. Your hook targets in the middle of the map are very few. It's just literally one.
I don't mind biting the CC. She can do that.
Yeah, when we get to that portion of the game, the first 4 minutes might be tricky though.
I'm curious to the execution now about this. I love the Francos, I love the 1-1s, I love these combinations. Let's see if it's going to work out for Cambodia as we enter our first game in the lower brackets between both of these teams. Naisu, Mirko, you like the Franco?
I personally do. I like the Franco. You know, again, comboed it with the Aurora and the 1-1. There's so many ways for them to tackle the Franco. Even if you get the hook on the frontliners. Easy crossbow attack fly, right? And then you can just combo it together with the burst.
Yep.
Translate over. Crossbow tank, kill 1, kill 2, kill 3. Let's get into the Lanadon though, because Egypt, all they need to do to shut that down is for this Clint to win the lane and for the Alpha to get the first turtle. That should actually nullify a lot of what Cambodia wants to do in the mid game. So here it is. This is the lower bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen. This is an elimination match.
It's kind of funny because in their own ways, both these teams have had momentum in their favor, like from game to game or match to match. You know, Cambodia yesterday after their reverse sweep and then winning a match and match again on stage, by the way, you know, so there's some of that pressure too. And then Egypt, you know, giving that first game loss to a team like Indonesia earlier today on stream, that first match. So honestly, either way, like both these teams have shown us exceptional skills, and may the best team win, may the best kind of composition work here in game one. Nucci already feeling the pressure on this Jushin, but luckily has Fiven there to back her up.
Yeah, this Aurora pick is also really good. I personally always really like to see Aurora whenever I see heavy neutral objective control on the enemy side without pure dive, right?
Yeah.
Because with the Alpha, you're so vulnerable to Aurora freezes. Yui Fendi in this lane, this is something I do want to touch on. When I saw the Clint into the 1-1,
yeah. How do you feel about
everybody's
it?
talking about the Irithel as like the #1 counter to the 1-1. But before the Irithel became all that, it was the Clint. It's the easiest answer to the 1-1. So either you are more mobile than 1-1, which is the Irithel, or you outrange the 1-1. That's the Clint here in this matchup. So don't expect Yui Fendi to be doing a lot here except for farming. Onward, Earth Shatter too.
Yui gonna get dropped. She does. Pop the flicker. Tagami also. Damage check. There it is. Fiven. Fiven's gonna be fine. They might re-engage. Navi has the passive, and Yui gonna be in trouble. First blood in the hands of Velvet. great layering once again from Egypt.
Really good from Egypt there. Even though a little bit, miscoordinated, some of those shots from Fiven, the Earth Shatter, really definitely wanted the Lantern Flare to actually be thrown back towards her. Well, she still wants to contest, though, it seems. No, she's just getting vision. Free Turtle over towards Egypt here early on. So everything going to plan, right? The Clint winning lane in this gold lane, and also for first Turtle. As long as they keep this, Tagami should really be able to pressure Nucci with the Crimson Beacon still there. Now all the concerns that the panel kind of raised will come into effect. Who are you going to hook? If you do hook, how are you going to capitalize? Because the Wanwan's severely underleveled now, not even level 4 yet. He's already getting bullied hard by the Clint. I think Names is probably going to take the lane super slow here, or they're possibly just going to go and double down on this weak side, or on the strong side of the map, play with the good matchup, and shut down UE Fendi.
Go for that hook. Maybe part of it, too, is just, as you're noticing, it's still the focusing mark. Franco that we're talking about. They're going to land here, but Spear of Alpha, too. Pivot's going to be fine. She pops the Primal Wrath. Unleashes the damage. There's the passive already from Nabi. Yui will go down. Nabi's going to be next. A double kill, but the jump in from Moshi will help secure a kill for Tagami. Is she able to withstand the damage? It's a triple already for Sunlight. Is it going to be a Maniac already? 3.5 minutes in, Sunlight will get a massive killing spree and Maniac here at the beginning of the game.
A Maniac at the 3rd minute. And the full turret goal, a whole turret almost taken down. Doesn't seem like they're going to get it.
Oh, one hit away. Sunlight, she is going to defensively use that. So that's just, eventually that turret will get taken out. 1 HP left, but man, you were just talking about how the Alpha has a hard time also playing into the Aurora, and that's the case. But then when you get a Maniac, I don't know, I think that just completely takes that away.
Now all the concerns are true. Now all the concerns of like, all right, who are you going to hook? How are you going to use the Aurora? How are you going to use the Franco comes true, because that's a 4-0 Alpha. You hook him, he gets a good Spear of Alpha towards like 4 members, and you're just going to be a goner. I wouldn't be surprised if Sunlight actually goes for the Hunter Strike even, but honestly, still looks like it's the normal build. War Axe into the Queen's Wings. She doesn't want to go too crazy with the build, but I would expect personally 4-0, early 3 minutes. With an Alpha to just go with the Hunter Strike too. Velvet also already with the War Axe. These turtles will definitely never be contested again unless Cambodia find a turn-away fight. But they're looking for trades on the other side of the map, and unfortunately, I don't think they can even do it. Like, if Velvet actually even gets taunted up and CC'd by Moshi, the Fracture won't kill her with Vengeance. Like, as long as she pops in Vengeance, it's all good. And now they're playing towards the strong side, trying to shut down the Wanwan.
Onward, Earth Shatter going to be used. Yui Fendi. Whoa, the damage! That's what we were talking about. Nabi in trouble too, taking a couple of shots. A jump in from Moshi, but Moshi might just be jumping into her depth. It's just overloaded. Yui as well, trying to run to the turret, but will get taken out by Sunlight. And it's just one after another. Line them up. Egypt takes more.
My goodness. What is that damage? That's the Alpha early game Maniac advantage. Wow. Nice. Even when you just get first turtle, we were talking about the condition being Clint win lane, Alpha first turtle. If you get 2 of the first turtles and you get 6 kills in 5 minutes, you deal that much damage. Again, she's still going for the safe build, by the way.
Yeah.
Imagine if she went Hunter Strike. That would have been another Maniac.
I believe it. And I'm also wondering, because that Blade of Hepsies is there for Names. You know, when they force that fight under the turret, I don't know, man. I haven't seen health bars go that fast in a while. It's been a minute. So, you know, with this Egypt massive lead already this point of the game, think about it, 6 minutes in, you're, what, 6,000 gold ahead.
So, and at this point, they have so much range, and the Wanwan isn't really ever going to be online in the mid game anymore. You're going to have to wait for, like, real late game at this point, right, for UE Fendi to be online, because Names is always going to be outranging UE Fendi. You walk up, by the time you get all the weakness points, you're dead. There's so much burst. Iron Hook.
There's the Iron Hook. Earth Shatter to help them out. Again, the AOG won't find anybody. They get some airtime with Crossbow of Tang, and they might be in trouble here. Nabi finally gets taken down, and Names the next target. Has the bullets to help on the defense, and Moshi trying to get away. Names goes over the wall, and will clean up the kill. UE Fendi can't do anything, but here's Tagami looking to cap out a kill on Velvet. Velvet's in trouble again, a double for Names. Names looking for a triple, flickers forward and will pick that up too. Egypt finds more.
Triple kill for Names now. When Sunlight doesn't get the Maniac, it almost seems like they're just gonna throw it over towards the other person, and this time it's Names on the Clint. You saw it. whenever they try to gap close, whenever they try to look for a fight, Nami with a flicker.
Nami flickers it again. Names with the damage. I'm surprised Nami even went for that. A little greedy when you know Names is right around the corner.
Very, very greedy, considering Names can technically just one-shot the Aurora at this point. A 0-3 Aurora, now 0-4, free Turtle. Again, 3 turtles taken, 14-4, absolute domination from Egypt right now. And it's all in the back of the alpha in the early game, and as we get into the mid game, this guy, the Clint pick, has been crazy.
Oh.
The Iron Hook,
Again, the jump in, AOG, Moshi's gonna jump in, Names firing off the backside, it just gets rid of Moshi. Fires off a couple more shots, and will force the rest of Cambodia back, and already, even without a Lord, they're gonna be knocking on the base turrets. Holy Shields are still up, but not for long. Vivian will jump on in, Yui. Is she actually gonna go for a hook? Spear of Alpha running the connection, Nucci jumps in with a beacon as well. They already get the turret down. Velvet now on the backside, there's the drag with the flare. Yui in trouble as she falls to Nucci. They're still going. Crossbow of Tang has no damage available on Mochi. As tanky as she is, look at the health bar get deleted. And they jump in again. They're looking for the wipeout. 4 down for Cambodia. The mid turret's gonna be worked on in Egypt. Are they looking to close out the game already under the 10-minute mark? Talk about confidence, talk about momentum. They'll do it. They'll get the wipeout. A massive win for Egypt in game 1.
domination from the start all the way to the end. The win conditions, they succeeded. They surpassed all of the win conditions that we were talking about in the early game by, what, 5 times, Naisu? Whew. It was simple. Turtle 1, win lane on the Clint lane. They demolished the lane in the Clint lane.
Yeah.
And they got 3 turtles with a Maniac on the Alpha. That was just phenomenal. And that's why you can shut it down easily now at 8 minutes. 8 minutes and they were able to shut down this competition. We were talking they're too good at team fight. You might have to just pick them up. You might have to just split them up. How do you do that when they win their individual lanes that hard?
This is like I said, man. You look at this squad right here, and Egypt, what they've accomplished over the past year, it's glaring how much improvement that they've had. These ladies should be proud because they are just out here dominating right now in game 1. And again, they are the first team throughout this whole experience to give that first game loss to a team like Indonesia. And we know how much that takes. So they're definitely riding from momentum from even that last series. And it looks like they want to go and have a rematch for the grand final eventually. They got to get through this series, though, first.
We're going to throw it back to the panel here. Renmar, Leoman, and Eterna, break it down.
Thanks, boys. Thank you, Miracle. Thank you, Naisu. As we get into our first game, wow. It's going to be led by Egypt here. Now, was this expected or what do you guys think?
I think so. Well, once I saw that Franco, and then once I realized, wait, who are you going to hook in the center of the map? Nothing. And then the Clint coming out of nowhere on the names, and then over the 1-1. I didn't expect it to be dominant all across the board, though. I just thought it'd be the center of the map.
50-50 was conservative for me. I was actually wondering what Cambodia was planning to do if ever they got a good hook. But now looking at it, as we break down what the draft means, they have to get the hook, they got to get the bite, and then the 1-1 needs to take off. That's 3.5 different things you want to do. For Egypt, all they need to do is get names in a position, again, win lane, and have the Zushin ruin the lineup, ruin the formation of Team Cambodia. That's how simple it was for Egypt, and that's why this game felt very fast.
It's crazy to think that this is the very first time that we've seen Edith packed by Egypt. The Jushin backed up by Egypt in this tournament, and they play very well with it. I doubted them earlier in their series up against Indonesia if they even had that, because they kept banning it in the first phase. But now, surprise, Egypt just keeps serving surprises with their picks and how they play in the game. It's just, this has to be a major reset by Cambodia.
Not to mention, if you guys were watching closely, there were some questionable plays and questionable moments for Cambodia to pick their fights. Don't force it. You know that there's more of Team Egypt over there. Why would you jump in? Why would you join the fight? And it's those little things that add up to an eventual end. Because look, at 8 minutes, they've already broken through. 8.5, it was over.
Wait, I didn't realize this was 8 minutes.
Yeah, it was very, very fast.
It did feel fast. It just didn't feel fast. It was really fast.
Yeah, 20 kills to 5. Again, a major reset is needed here in Egypt. They look comfortable. You could hear the cheers of the crowd, more voices cheering for Egypt earlier on, and I'm pretty sure that gave them a buff because you saw every time you see a member of the Team Egypt squad in the player cam, they were smiling. Every win, they were smiling, and you saw just how much motivation that gave them with a lineup that already won the center. You just needed to win the duels on the sides, time everything perfectly, no overextensions. Even Names had some stellar moments where it was like, oh, we can go back, or I can go forward and secure this kill for us, continue building advantage. That was impressive.
I still feel like there was chemistry in their drafts. It's just the way that they executed it.
Yeah,
was kind of weird. Like, why would you go in for a hook with an alpha being present when there's really good disengage?
Yes.
So obviously nobody can follow up on that.
Yeah, that's true. I think to be more fair, and to go with what you're saying here, it's just easier to pull off what Egypt's lineup shows here.
Okay.
And yeah, that's not the first time we presented that idea. Not the first time we presented that idea. It's easier to pull that off. This just has like checklist 1, checklist 2, then yeah.
3.5 different steps for you to receive some sort of payoff. While for Egypt, you can have 2 members up front get instant payoff. An Edith into the Clint, pow, that's a pick-off. The Alpha with the Clint or the Alpha with the Jushin, that's a pick-off. So it's very simple for Egypt. Now, going into game number 2, which I think is going to be the death knell, unless Cambodia think of something simpler or something that completely counters whatever Egypt brings into game 2, then that's it. I think we see our grand finals teams.
Do you think that maybe Cambodia might have overthought it a little bit for game number 1?
No.
Nah, to be fair, I feel like one of the picks that could have gone really well with their lineup, it was banned anyway by Egypt. The last ban of the Tigreal, when we were expecting like a Harith ban even, I feel like that really pinched them into the corner. Because it's hard to play something like a Grok here. It seems like it's confirmed we don't have the Cho in the lineup. They don't play Hylos Rome still, right?
Yeah.
They still don't have Hylos Rome as an option.
I wouldn't like it either way, because when the fight happens, the Hylos has to stand in front and, you know, be at the mercy of the Jushin.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So what I would have done is put the Gatot onto Yui, and then gave Moshi here something like a Benedetta or something.
I feel like that would have been tougher if they even put the Gotcha. They're great disengage though, but still would be at the mercy of the Jushin. I think I have to go back to what I said before the start of the draft. I think they have to stop prioritizing the Aurora at this point. It opens up holes in their drafts. Imagine if you don't pick your mid laner rush just yet. You save it for the 3rd or for the 4th pick. You could swerve. Suddenly the Edith will have its ultimate stolen by a Valentina. It'll be harder to fight under the box of an Eve, if ever. I think they need to let go of the Aurora now. Just let it go.
Besides letting go of the Aurora, number 1, ban out the Jushin. Do everything in your power to ban the Jushin, because of how specific your Rome hero pool is. There's only so much Yui can do. And if you pick up the Jushin, all the more she gets choked out of options in the game, whether it be a hero or things to do. So get out the Jushin, maybe let go of the Aurora, and then that could be a way to reset.
So if they were to ban out the Jushin, let's say they are back on red, what would they replace the Jushin with?
Suyo.
Yeah.
Leave the Suyo open.
Yeah.
You can just trade it out in terms of the picks. I'm okay with that. Honestly, it's even at that point where I would respect the Sicilian. Like Jushin, Sicilian, first phase ban alongside the Matilda. If ever Cambodia will be going red again, I feel like they are sound based on all the performances we've seen leading up to today.
What do you guys think about UA though? Because earlier on we saw that Egypt was able to pick up the Edith. That's one of her power heroes, and then they were able to ban the Tigreal. Do you think a hero for UA should be prioritized in the first phase?
Yeah.
Yeah, if they could, definitely.
Which now opens up more questions for Cambodia. If you do all of the above, the bans, the priority, the pick on Yui, isn't that spelled out for Egypt? Doesn't that make it worse? Doesn't that allow Egypt all the more to just move around and say, we know we're going to do these 3, we know they're going to do these 3 things. How do we take advantage? Because they still have their own cheese picks. They still have their own specialties. Like, Beleric didn't get banned out. What if that becomes an issue?
Yeah, Yeah, I feel like we may actually have gotten to the point where, because of the long range of packed lunches that Egypt has in terms of their picks, they just have such a deep pool right now that Cambodia may be at their limit. Again, similar to what we mentioned for Egypt going up again before this matchup was, if you have Seeker, show it now. If you have certain sequences that you like to do in the drafting, new priorities, rushing on the, well, we didn't say rushing on the Edith, but as an example, rushing the Edith now earlier into the drafts, considering the CC more, things that teams don't usually do often, especially even in the men's, we didn't see this a lot. We usually see it as like super last option because there's so many other heroes still open type of deals.
But hey, I mean, I can't say that Cambodia doesn't have anything else in the tank, right? They were the team that really shocked us yesterday. YSS in the jungle. We saw the Fanny in the jungle as well. These are still strategies that have worked for them yesterday that still can be brought in now. So what if they force an assassin battle between both of these teams?
That's the problem. You mentioned their pocket pick. You mentioned their secret tech. They're all out of the jungle. And I think Egypt doesn't care about that. Egypt is okay. Egypt will let it through because, yeah, we banned the Angela, we banned the Haya, we banned the Fanny. By all means, go pick your Yusun Shin. Go pick your... You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you're back where we started. What else can Cambodia bring out?
It's not to say that they have nothing left in the tank. More of like, the tank's about to fill up. At this point, it feels like. I feel like there might even still be another pick or two that Egypt is still maybe conserving for the grand finals. But they've been doing this a lot of reliance on the Edith, the Clint. Yeah, maybe out of all the bans, it might just be the Suyo that they take out. They open up the Sicilian? No, they can't. They shouldn't. They shouldn't. With how backline heavy the center of the map is for Cambodia, especially with their mage options usually, yeah, it might not be the best decision.
Yui, Fendi, and Nabi are your cores here. I mean, Tagami does a good amount from the jungle, but really, whenever Cambodia wins, it's off of Nabi being successful and Yui, Fendi being successful. I'd reckon maybe early Edith. Maybe early Edith. And then we go from there.
Okay, we'll see.
I agree.
We're going to the drafting phase now, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2, match point in for Egypt. One more game away of picking up yet another ticket to the grand finals. Angela once again being banned out. Hayabusa, this might be just the exact same story, right? They understand the chokehold that they can do onto Tagami and they know the impact of it.
Yeah.
We saw what happened in game number 1. I think this is where our questions kind of get answered, right, for Cambodia. Do they still stick with the Suyo ban out? Do they go for the Sicilian first instead? What's the plan here?
Well, again, based off of the discussion we had earlier, just really take out this, leave the Suyo open. Just from there, I like your suggestion, which is rush the earlier Edith.
Yeah.
They take out the Jushin instead. Okay, so that might default back into Sicilian for Egypt later on. Now for Cambodia, again, I can't believe it's so crazy to say ban out the hero for Nabi that is 5 out of 7 in this entire tournament. That's how successful her Aurora is, but I will double down on the thought that it's time for something else. It's time for different draft order priorities. Change it up. That's how you surprise Egypt, because it looks like that game number 1 was them so ready for any lineup that had an Aurora in
It's
it.
too spelled out. It's too spelled out. Cambodia also need to tighten up their gameplay. The draft being all over the place doesn't help in keeping in line with that. So I'd say, what is this? Ban the Sicilian here. Try to prioritize the Edith, and then go from there. I don't want to see Edith Aurora though.
Can I highlight something real quick?
Ooh. You may.
All right,
Of course,
Suyo
go ahead.
still. I just want to highlight the atmosphere of the players in general, man. Like the contrast, like from Egypt, we're seeing all smiles. Everyone seems very calm, collected, relaxed.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for Cambodia, it feels kind of tense.
Yeah, that's true. Again, Egypt making it this far is already a massive, massive boost to their morale. Again, coming from a region that is so often overlooked, it's a women's team too at that, and they can say that if they make it to the grand finals, we are the top 2 we are one of the two best teams in the world for women's MLBB. I feel like at this point they're just running on excitement now too. They're still rushing the Aurora. It's the Alpha. The only difference thing now here now in the draft is that instead of it might just be Edith Sicilian already locked in for Egypt.
Yep.
Why did they ban the Suyo if they wanted to do this?
This is them playing into it. With Fanny gone, what else are you gonna play for Tigan? Are they gonna try and default back to the YSS? But that is
Or the Nolan again, like game one?
Yeah, or the Nolan again too.
Do they go Ling this time?
Let me see. Considering that they're gonna be up against Sicilian Edith. It's gonna be a tough Ling game. But it is always an option.
Edith Sicilian.
Yeah.
Edith.
Not even just go Valentina at the mid, if ever.
Nope.
Nah.
Edith Harith. Names.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Names is getting at the worst a 50-50 in the lane now.
Yeah.
Should they secure a gold lane here before it gets banned out?
If they do, they lose the Nolan.
Yeah. Second way. And the jungle picks are not going to be good. It's like they're forced to pick the Nolan right here, right now.
Oh, but if they let it go, they can then revert to the usage.
Yeah, but YSS against that kind of lineup already, I'll be worried for Cambodia if they can even get to the point where they can be competitive. I don't think it's going to be a similar scenario where we saw their YSS shine because they just turtled it out and played better. The first three picks of Egypt tells me that's a team that wants to end this really quickly.
Yeah. This is Nolan or Bruno.
There we go. That's a good adjustment. I like that now that we did mention Tigreal. It was banned out by Egypt in the last one, and I feel like that hurt UE. At least now they have their Rome EXP shown. They can adjust their course. So you see the solid three that they're gonna be. That's gonna be the foundation of their lineup.
The utility.
The utility. And then I would like to suggest for them to save their gold laner pick for the last. Really get the best possible one based on the picks that you show from Egypt, and then already take your jungler fourth.
Yeah, I like this approach.
Yeah, we don't know if there's a CC hiding in the wings for Team Egypt.
Exactly.
Because for Cambodia, the two players that can help with the flexibility in the drafts are the two players that we don't see the picks on just yet. Because the people with the highest hero pool is Tagami as Andy.
Yeah. So many options there that should be okay. I mean, they've had their success with Bruno in this tournament. They've shown that they are capable of playing Beatrix, although that took a loss. Iritha, Lunox, Nathan, so many options for Cambodia in the gold.
Good read, banning on the CC.
Yeah.
Based on the first three, like there's nothing those can do against CC.
If ever for Cambodia, just pick your assassin now and then just settle for something like a Beatrix.
Yeah. Beatrix or Bruno?
Beatrix or Bruno.
You don't want to wait later?
No, jungler now.
Yeah.
Beatrix and or Bruno last.
Oh, yeah.
Protected.
Yeah. Protect the pick, just adjust it later on. But I'm pretty sure Egypt now are already running through the options. Like, okay, we know their gold laner pools, we know the last best possible options, we'll just pick the best ones. But at least that increases your chances. If they pick their gold laner now, then it's Cambodia playing around Tagami for sure. And that's when we might actually see something unique with the YSS. Or is anyone going to bring out Granger anytime soon?
We saw some bans on it.
Yeah, we saw Granger bans, but like, no one really picked it. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna be playing around Tagami. I think this Moskov won't be the only option. They might actually go marksman for the last. But what?
Yusun Shin, maybe the Granger we've been looking
Yeah.
for. I'm gonna say it now. This is baneable.
Ooh.
I'm not against it. The first three on Egypt, and then the setup on Cambodia, it's baneable.
If that's Valentina though from Egypt.
Never mind.
Pick up a Valen or an Eve, I feel. Oh wait, no, the Sagata take that can break your formations. Usually take would want to play around the flicker. Oh, still, okay. Not gonna knock it.
You've picked for Egypt.
Yeah, I feel like
Larger range.
even more so you get Bane. It's gonna be a sad Bane game. This is such a good lineup by Egypt though.
In your face, they're delivering the box with love from Cairo.
Yeah. Yeah, this has to be. absolutely game change. At this point, my brain just defaults to either YSS or Granger. No, if it's gonna be an assassin, it has to be the Ling. But then the Lings might be down most of the time.
Yeah, Nolan also just stops in his tracks here.
Yeah. Well, see what they end up showing. We've already mentioned all of the heroes that we've played. Oh!
I wasn't.
Oh, that's something we've been mentioning but haven't seen yet. But
For almost a week, we've been saying Tagami is a Lancelot, Tagami is a Lancelot. On the last day, she brings it out.
But this is a Lancelot that I would say has the most room for error. It's an assassin with a... And I say that because look at how much now Egypt have, right? They have the Edith, they have the Hylos. They also have the Alpha as well.
Yeah.
Hylos, the Lancelot play has to be so near perfect.
Even the
for
Eve
it to
doesn't
work.
care.
yeah, he's just there. It's like, oh, yeah, no, that Lancelot's gonna struggle for sure.
Even Nike's like, nah, I don't care, I'm gonna keep swiping.
Yeah. If Cambodia forces a game number 3, that means this Lancelot went God mode. You could add a TZ at the end of Tagami's name at that point.
Tagami TZ.
Tagami TC.
Or a Re. Tagari. Of course, I'm alluding to Kyrie, but never mind.
That, or
It's okay. It sounds good.
the Tigreal is totally the game changer. Like, if Yui gets her hands on a Tigreal, it's enough to shift the tide of the game. But that aside, I think Egypt, with this draft, if all goes well, is going to the grand finals. Rematch!
So how do you guys feel about it, ladies and gentlemen? Again, Egypt with a better and easier draft to execute. And meanwhile, it looks like Cambodia are going go big or go home with it. High risk sometimes brings high reward. Naisu, Mirko, what do you guys think?
I agree with Leoman Jaro there. What he said. He said Egypt's draft will probably take them to the grand finals.
Oh.
I agree, man. I mean,
I thought it was the
draft.
Tagami TZ.
But Tagairi.
Tagairi.
Yesterday, Naisu, we were all like, Eason Shin, what the heck, man? Eason
Yep.
Shin. She popped off in game 2. She showed us just how good she was on the Eason Shin. Now, we're hearing the doubts again, right? Obviously, Lancelot, it is a very high-risk pick. I agree with Eterna, but it's Tagami TZ Tagairi. There's a chance here that she might go God mode like the casters, or sorry, the analyst said. So let's just dive into the Land of Dawn. We've seen this before from Cambodia. When they're put in a tough spot, they will go for a comfort pick. They will go for a pick that is just natural, and they'll sometimes come back on top, maybe equalizing here. Egypt going straight for the simple Alpha, Edith, team fight composition.
It's almost like those heroes, those combinations are like, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've seen this so often, especially with the Edith, you know, the Harith, the Alphas, and the Hylos especially. This time, though, for Cambodia, this might be what they needed after the previous game. Again, that was such a quick game, you know, a very dominant one for Egypt, and Cambodia definitely wanted to adjust from that. And I'm wondering, because it has been a while. Like, if you think about all the competitive games we've seen, you just don't see the Lancelot pop up too much. Sunlight obviously wants to go ahead and play into the fact that, you know, she has the ability to build up an advantage if she wants to. She's level 4 already. She jumps in with the Spear of Alpha, but that's the elusive Lancelot we're used to seeing. I don't think they can actually do anything other than that, but it is a minor advantage now in terms of level even.
So far, it's the Alpha winning out in the early game, and honestly, this is to be expected, right? Especially for Sunlight's Alpha, who's just been so dominant in the early game. Your clear as an Alpha definitely trumps the Lancelot clear in the early game. But once you get some of those items rolling, yes, Lancelot will be able to get that mobility in, and also just really good clearing. Yue.
Oh, they're going to jump in again. Thorn Rose, everything else being thrown at Fiven. Fiven will flicker defensively, though. Tagami on the chase. A couple more hits. Earth Shatter won't connect, so first blood in the hands of Tagami. Great response and good pickup early on for Cambodia.
Great puncture usage, man. Amazing chase from Tagami. Just shows you just how comfortable she is on a pick like Lancelot. We don't see it a lot, but now on the hands of her, she's already gotten that first blood. Cambodia still got to wait for level 4, though, before they can actually contest. But the fact that they've actually already delayed the first turtle take from the Alpha is great. I don't know if I would personally say Cambodia should take this fight, but it seems like they want to.
Yeah, even down that gold lane, you can see they just constantly go 1 versus 1. Names getting a little bit of advantage. Velvet holding up that front side alongside Fiven. It looks like Cambodia wants to go ahead and contest this. They are going to get in position. Navi holding on. Glorious pathway. There's the jump. AOG, UA as well. All into the RWM. Tagami will get the turtle. Still looking as Velvet falls. Vivian's gone as well. And now Tagami. Navi will flicker out defensively. Sunlight. She's trying to wander away. There's multiple members here. She should be able to get out alongside Nucci. But man, Cambodia, they get everything.
Everything. All set up by Yui on the Tigreal. Really good stuff there. The implosion flicker after the shove too. So you would think that the combo was already done, but then she used the last last bit of implosion CC to get on towards Sunlight so that Tagami could get a free retribution with her Phantom Execution. 3-0 with a turtle. Cambodia now, they should just play it slow. They've gotten all the win conditions that they technically need in the early game. They have shut down the Alpha from getting the neutral objective. So, effectively, you've shut down the full snowball. Vivian.
Onward going to be used. Tagami's right around the corner. Vivian taking quite a bit of damage. Phantom Execution again, right for Names. Names drops the Zaman Force, but you can't escape that. Again, still looking for more. Yui does fall. There's the freeze on Sunlight into the jump to the AOG. Cambodia this time in game 2. They want to fight to take it to game 3.
Don't doubt Tagami on the Assassins or all of the picks that we always doubt her on. You know, these non-meta picks, Yi Sun Shin, Lancelot, because for some reason, maybe because it's not meta, a lot of teams would not expect the damage coming through, would not expect the amount of mobility she has as well. Does seem like for Egypt, they are kind of struggling against it. Velvet.
They're going to go for Nabi, flicker forward into the Onward, into the Earth Shatter and everything else. Nabi will go down, and Names jumping in with his Almond Force on Moshi. As Moshi falls, and Yue will be able to escape. So Egypt making her play themselves. You know, those are 2 kills they definitely needed without things getting too out of hand. But Tagami this whole time just farming up, doing her thing, 10 seconds away from the turtle.
Now, for Egypt, they have gotten a little bit more of recovery here in the early game. So at least they get Names, a lot of gold there. Starleaf side already built up. Tagami, though, actually the same level. Goes up top, trying to go for the turret instead. It's a bit slow on Egypt's side to respond with the trade, though. So Tagami basically is going to get a free turret, and then she'll be able to actually contest for the neutral objective, too. I don't think they can actually burst this down fast enough. No.
Unless Cambodia just gives it up.
Yeah, Cambodia doesn't seem like they actually want to walk up.
So turtle secured, I guess, trade across the map. You know, tier 1 for a turtle. Like you mentioned, Cambodia could slow it down a little bit. Vivian will get frozen, but she's fine. Tanky enough for now on this Edith. And that's the thing, you know, when we really look at this, when we look at the compositions, Egypt's fighting power against Cambodia is actually pretty good as long as they avoid all that chain CC we saw earlier. Like, they have to, which is, part of it is, again, with Nucci, yes, if she sets up the real-world manipulation, you almost use it aggressively, or in some cases, you might even use it defensively, depending on what is thrown at you from Cambodia. The scary thing about it is Cambodia can actually layer that in a couple different ways.
Yep.
Either Yui jumps in with a Flicker Implosion, you have an Avatar of the Guardian as well, or even Nabi. Nabi can start the fight herself with this Aurora pick.
I think so too, man. Especially for Nucci, it's going to be extremely hard to escape. Usually, we see the Gato Kacha be an issue, be a hurdle for the Yi when you pop in real-world manipulation, but now, on top of the Gato Kacha, you have to think about the Lancelot. They can actually one-shot you at this point. It's Tagami 3-0-3. If you take a look at the items, it's a War Axe already, building towards an endless battle, and hey, really good itemization. Fury Hammer to get a bit more penetration in the early game, and now you can see, right, what I said earlier, Spear of Alpha used up. Oh, Tagami's just going to take it away with the Retribution too, but yeah, she definitely has a bit of an advantage now. Once she gets items, clear speed becomes a problem.
Implosion, gonna be able to find two. Tagami jumping to the backside for Nucci. Nucci, not much area to move around as she's taken out by Tagami. Again, great usage of the Implosion from Yui as she constantly finds a lot of these setups. Sunlight defensively with the Spear of Alpha. Meanwhile, Name's actually doing quite a bit up there top side, pushing in that lane. So Cambodia will still kind of maintain a minor lead ahead, but good macro plays from Egypt.
Really good macro plays. At least they're able to get some turrets, some trades off the board. Cambodia just been winning on these skirmishes, pure microing their way out of it, right? Tagami, phenomenal on the Lancelot. Clipping already very low, and even though Yui, I would say on the high lows, on all the other choices where you're really just, you know, kind of a screener, she hasn't been able to get that flashy. Now on the Tigreal, feels like she's just in her zone.
She's in the zone right now. She's locked in. They know what's at stake here. But right now it's a turtle. It's still going to be used. Yui jumps forward. Glorious pathway to cut him off. There's the implosion again. Going to be able to find 3. They force the fight. Vivid's gone. They get frozen with the frigid glacier. Yui still alive. Finally get taken down by Names. And Names and Velvet against 4. Can they actually turn this around? Names taking too much damage from Yui Fendi. She pushes her way with the Spear of Misery. Looking to clean up the kill. Jumps into the turret. And Yui Fendi will pick it up. Velvet left all by herself. Has to just watch 3 members focus on the objective, and right now Egypt not looking good in the fight to fight.
A big lead for Cambodia. They get the last turtle of the game. It's Tagami still online, and the biggest problem here, despite Tagami being ruthless in this game, I would say is Yui. All these initiations from Yui has just been absolutely phenomenal. Implosion, flicker, implosion. Just the decision to always go for these big initiations have caught off Egypt off guard. They have purifies. It's not like they don't have ways to deal with it, but they just haven't been able to expect it in a lot of these situations. I think at this point, Vivian will have to kind of step back a bit and play a bit more for Peel. Because at this point, she's been caught out so much. Whenever you get caught in the implosion now, you're dead.
Yeah, I feel like she's almost, every time we see her, she's always at half health or less.
Yeah,
you know?
down.
She's always poked down already to the point where, you know, you're almost forced to use a Primal Wrath a little bit earlier than you want to, most likely. And so for Egypt, they definitely want to buy themselves some time. I think even for this first Lord, if the fight goes heavily in favor of Cambodia, which based on the gold difference it should, and the way they've been fighting, then I feel like Egypt might be in a really bad situation for this game for the rest of it. Cambodia now eyes set on Velvet. Well, she jumps forward a little bit too. Velvet tanky enough though at this point. Tagami going to be able to find Sunlight. Still just a whole lot of checking each other at this side of the map because, you know, Lord's still 40 seconds away. Tagami, she's going to get caught. Phantom Execution, she will be fine. Able to get on out, so right now it's just mostly just kind of testing each other.
Yeah, Tagami really limit testing there, all alone in the mid lane. Will use the puncture to escape, and now Yui Fendi will start to be a big threat too in the side lanes. She's always going to be able to clear out these waves, to have pressure in the fights as well, as long as she doesn't shoot the SOD too early. It'll always be lingering in the minds of Egypt. Every single time they go for a skirmish, every time they want to even start a full 5v4, they're going to have to think about that SOD, and if they don't, turrets will start falling down. Yui Fendi, again, playing in the side lane, waiting for an opportunity to shoot down the SOD and then enter the fight. But for now, Egypt, they're going to lose on the macro game. In the team fights, they are 2 behind. 4,000. No, make it 5,000 almost, right? Yeah. Gold lead for Cambodia. So even if they go 5v5, the composition of Egypt that is like built for just team fighting, they're at a disadvantage.
Already even power-wise, disadvantage face-to-face. I mean, 2 levels here for Tagami too. That's why, you know, utilizing the puncture, she's just kind of able to deal with this. They're going to be able to catch her. Thorn Rose, Phantom Execution on defense.
It's big.
Still not able to get her. They do get that down, Lord up. You can still see Yui Fendi pushing that top side. She just picks up the Malefic Gun. So now it looks like she's just going to stay there, continue to put pressure, and they'll have to decide what Egypt wants to do. They'll take the tier 1. That tier 3 is being worked on. They get the information. She backs off for now, but still it's really close here on how they want to approach this Lord.
Yui Fendi, I think she got the Holy Defense away already.
Yeah.
So no Holy Defense before the Lord even gets taken out. Usually you would expect the Holy Defense to just be taken out after the Lord. Well, she walks up a taunt.
Pivot again, is she going to be in trouble here? Sunlight joining the fight, they're waiting for the entry. She's already taken out by Yui Fendi. Now in the RWM, Nucci dealing with the spears to the face. Yui Fendi will run her down, gets the double. Next on the chopping block is Velvet. Velvet gets thrown in the wall, and they try to keep it together. They're just falling apart one after another as Sunlight just watches as well. It was only Yui Fendi to go down, but after she took multiple bodies with her, and now Lord for the taking for Cambodia to secure.
4 for 1. It was essentially just a wipeout in the way. Sunlight depleted of all her resources too. She can't really do anything at this point as well, right? Cambodia will get the Lord for free. They've already dealt with the Holy Defense up top, and the Lord will be spawning up top, the weakest lane possible. So Cambodia have a chance to make quick work of the base of Egypt with the first Lord of the game. It's a Moskov too, so they should be able to just clear out the side lanes, 3-way push it, or maybe just go for a slow push down below. I'm not too sure what the strategy is going to be here for Cambodia to try to get more than one base turret, but even if they want to just get one, it's all good. They've baited out the Holy Defense. The Lord should be able, together with them, to get the first base turret up top.
Man, at this point, I don't know. Like, I think they can even get more than just, you know, a couple base turrets or even one. They might just fully at least jump into the base and force a push into it. They're going to work down the mid lane, tier 2. They're just trying to hold it together. Divine Glaive for names, though, might help turn the tide of the fight. But right now, Yui Fendi, a massive problem, just firing off from the backside. Moshi could jump in at any moment. Has a Revitalize. Multiple flickers available too. Sunlight, she'll back off. Lord working on the turret. They're going to try to keep it together. Winter Crown will be picked up. They still just wait patiently, so no press in the situation just yet. They'll clear these out. I'm wondering what Cambodia has planned here.
Wow. None of the resources actually used up anyways, right? For Egypt, they still keep the Primal Wrath and the real-world manipulation. I would have definitely thought with the Lord and after the Holy Defense procced up by Yui Fendi, that they would have kind of been able to force out a bit more resources and maybe force the issue a bit more, right? The Lord already took the turn so low, but they were still just a bit too scared to walk up there, knowing that there are still tools for Egypt to look for a turnaround in the fight. So, playing it safe, nothing wrong about that. It's the orange buff take from Sunlight. Cambodia won't be able to take that away from Egypt, but they should be able to invade here on the purple buff.
Tagami's going to spawn out Velvet. Again, all this is just to take these resources if they can. You know, still surprised that even that top turret didn't go down, considering the fact that they didn't even have to go through a Holy Shield, right? It was already down. The defenses were down there. So Cambodia ultimately finds themselves just kind of waiting. It's a waiting game. Maybe part of it, too, is just saying, like, hey, you know what? We'll just fight in the jungle. Like, if we can catch Egypt out even before this Lord comes up, then we'll go for that. We don't want to just overextend and get punished in the base on a defense from Egypt and have them possibly flip things in their favor. Right now, though, that's actually good for Egypt. Buys them more time to start things up, and here's what we're talking about. Vivint going to try to get on out. She does, so that even with the Implosion's down now, 20 seconds away from this objective.
Just a few resources here that they're trying to bait from each other. Obviously for Fevin, I think definitely getting the flicker route will be amazing if Cambodia can get that done, but it still remains the same, the advantages of Cambodia. They still have a good gold lead right now going for themselves, 5,000. It's still the same as the last Lord fight, and they still have the Moskov that they can constantly just use in the bottom lane to pressure the side wave. I don't think Egypt can really look to do like much with I don't even think they have an advantage at this point, right? It's just you need to be decisive. You need to look for a pick-off, but even then, it's hard. This is not a pick-off composition. Say they go for an onward flicker. They're going to get stopped by an implosion, by a Gato Kacha coming in from the skies.
Or they're going to get frozen.
So many tools to disengage. Tagami is hard to catch. So the pick-off strat that we were talking about that could be an angle isn't even their strong suit in this composition. And again, if they played slow like this, just by controlling the position, going for Yui,
this might be it right here. Zaman Force already dropped down. They're going to be going for Yui. So Yui out of the picture.
Resources.
Still pushing on the bottom, though. Yui Fendi looking to take that base turret. Someone's going to have to go and stop her. She finally gets it, throws the spear. Won't find a connect, though, on the fight. Vivint trying to get away. There's the Spear of Alpha. Tagami could be in trouble. She is low. Phantom Execution's out. The Frigid Glacier helps her out, too. Another Shaman Force already going to be dropped down. And Tagami looking for Vivint. Might join the fight. Moshi in trouble. Egypt finds a couple. There's the Earth Shatter. Going to be able to knock up. Passive from Navi's already popped. Now Tagami on the run. She's the Phantom Execution out. But this is a clear pathway for Egypt to pick up a kill. Passive proc from Navi. Navi taken out by Names. And are they going to actually take the Lord now? Tagami left alone. She takes too much damage as Names picks up a kill. What a turnaround fight for Egypt.
Nice, dude. That is a big turnaround. The gold lead, 5K. Now it's down to just 500. Take a look at the items. That's the reason they were so confident in going on the pickoff, even for Yui. We were kind of like, why would they go for Yui, the tank of all people? But no, Names is doing a lot of damage. Already has the Divine Glaive. Again, Yui's going to be gone.
Yui's going to be gone here. There's nothing she can do. Immortality popped. Buys a little bit of time. Even has that. There's the spear. Though, Yui Fendi joins the fight. She's going to be targeting down Velvet. Names, though, just takes another brunt of damage. There's the jump in with the AOG. It'll stop and save Yui Fendi. Already going to pop the Winter Crown, so ultimately they delay the Lord take Cambodia. stays in it and stops Egypt from taking the Lord.
Well, that was a big gamble for Yui Fendi. That paid off, definitely. The SOD into 3 members. You wouldn't expect anyone to take that SOD, especially against a Hera that can one-shot you. But Yui Fendi had the Rose Gold. She had already preemptive measures now, and it becomes a 4v4. No Nuchi versus no Yue.
Oh, this is tough. They might just have to let this one go. Cambodia played it smart. Tagami gets the Lord, and Egypt, even after a great team fight earlier on before all that broke out, will find themselves once again on the defense. And yeah, great job from Yui. You know, just when we were thinking, what is the play here? What's the plan? She buys enough time, allows Cambodia to stall out, and now get the Lord. This is a great pickup for Cambodia to march into the base.
It's a good end angle for Cambodia if they can actually utilize it this time around. They're going to manipulate the wave so it crashes down together. And this time, it's not going to be as easy as looking for pickoffs. They had the better positioning around the neutral objective. At least they were able to occupy some bushes to go for flanks to catch Cambodia off guard. But now, inside their own base, everything becomes a little bit more one-dimensional. When you walk up straight in towards Yue, in towards Moshi. That's a turret already, just with the minions. And the Lord is still marching down in the bottom lane.
Lord now in the base. Velma will drop down the Glorious Pathway. They want to hold on to basically the game. They should lose this mid turret too. There's pressure from Cambodia. Sunlight defensive, Spear of Alpha, they're looking to collapse down. Yui could be in trouble. Implosion gets tossed up into the air. Phantom Execution into an AOG. Has the immortality still alive. Velvet takes quite a few shots at Yui Fendi. Unleashing, but finally gets taken down. The Spear of Alpha right on Navi. They're going to force them back. Egypt fights with their life, stays in the game as we near the 20-minute mark. They lost their base turrets, but they're still in it.
Great play from Names in the skirmish earlier. Just very, very patient in the back, waiting for the exact moment where Cambodia used all their resources for her to just clean up with the Zaman Force. Unfortunately, Tagami was just a bit too clean with it, right? The Thorn Rose, perfect timing to escape from the last basic attack that should have taken her down. Let's take a look at the items here. It's the Rose Gold Meteor that we mentioned earlier for Yui Fendi. That's really the reason she's been able to stay alive for a lot of these skirmishes for a long time. But now it's getting to a point that Names is doing a bit too much damage, even with the Rose Gold Meteor. That Divine Glaive is just penetrating through the shield, penetrating through the magic defense that she's gone with that. And she's gone for Sea Halberd too. At this point, mobility becomes a very, very big tool to utilize for the Moskov, right?
Yep.
So Yui Fendi might have to also take a Names approach to these team fights. Wait in the back, patiently, use the SOD to try to clean up once the resources have been depleted. Because the way that she's been playing a lot of these fights, she's been going in a bit too deep, and the damage certainly catches up to her.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things you got to be careful for. Look at this, too.
Yep.
Oh, Sunlight jumping in.
Yui?
Spear of Alpha going to be used.
Okay.
That was a concealed play, too, coming out from Cambodia. So both teams, you know, really kind of just testing the waters, seeing what they can get. The fact that Cambodia has all those base turrets down in Egypt's base gives them that advantage. So I'd be surprised almost to the fact that Egypt actually is able to contest this. They might just have to give a Lord up and then defend again, but they are going to get the information they need. Providing that vision here for Egypt is Fiven. They'll keep pressure, though. Yui Fendi could honestly just go ahead and keep towards this side of the map and then join the fight later on if it actually breaks out.
Okay.
But once again, both teams kind of just waiting for this to start up.
For Cambodia this time, they might not even need to send Yui Fendi into the far lane. The last few fights, it's always been Yui Fendi in the far lane, clearing it up. Now there's going to be super mini waves always just pushing towards Egypt. So Egypt will have to be decisive. That's all, right? It comes down to them being decisive. If they hesitate for just a bit, Cambodia will either take the Lord for free or get the game end. Up top, you can see Yui Fendi now already walking towards the orange buff. That will give her time to actually wait for the super minions to slow push up top. Once that happens, that's going to be a problem for Egypt to handle. Now, luckily, though, Cambodia have kind of let go of the Lord, so it gives Egypt more space to go up top. And if they actually stay in the bushes, if they don't walk up, that's a very, very intelligent move. They might try to go for a catch on Yui Fendi once she reveals herself. No.
All right.
Names will reveal herself first, so Yui Fendi will stay put, and Cambodia are already on it.
At this point, too, Names picking up the potion. Spear going to land. It's on Velvet. Not sure if she's going to follow it up just yet. AOG going to be used. Nucci drops the RWM. They're going to be forced to fight. Velvet's already gone. Lord's going to reset. Yui Fendi unleashing on Sunlight. They're going to join the fight. Names walks on forward. And They might try to stall this out. They're down 2 members, though. I don't know if this is a fight that Egypt wants to take. They might still try as Vivid jumps into the Spear of Alpha, able to find 2, but they're collapsed down. They're frozen by the frigid glacier. Names unleashed into the backside. Will be able to pick up 1. Already dropped the Zaman Force. It might have been enough to stall things out. Yui Fendi keeps the Lord going, though, and Names has no choice but to back off. Yui Fendi will start targeting her, and Names is gone. And Cambodia wins that fight, and they might just make a beeline for the base. 4 members against Sunlight. Sunlight not going to be able to defend this against herself. She just tries to keep things together, but the base is going to be worked on, and Cambodia will take us to game number 3.
Whenever you see Cambodia pick up a jungler that we don't see too often in the meta, you can always scream Tagami is online. The Eastern shit yesterday and today, it's the Lancelot pick that grants them the equalization. And we're going to see a full 3 games. Something we requested very early on today, Naisu, is for all the games to go all the way. All the way. Go the distance. And so far, Cambodia, Egypt, Indonesia, they've all been able to deliver. And from Cambodia, somehow, some way, it's always on the back of that crazy picks. It's always the picks that our analysts and our casters always say, oh man, I don't know, it's a high risk, high reward situation. So far, it's low risk, high reward every single time, man.
She's been making it work. It almost makes you want to say, it almost made you want to say the Tagai Ri.
Tagai Ri.
The way she was playing that, and who knows what else is in up her sleeve in terms of hero pool. I think even it leaves our panel guessing too, just because of the fact that they're able to make it work.
Yeah.
And still, Egypt was actually doing pretty good in some of those team fights. They were able to kind of stay together and turn things around, but ultimately they were playing with their backs against the wall for the majority of the time. So a great attempt there, and I'm glad we're getting game 3.
I think the analysts are glad as well, and they're definitely going to be glad to actually dissect what happened in game number 2. What happened in the equalization, guys?
We're going all the way to game number 3 once again in our second match of the day, our lower bracket finals, as Cambodia answer the call of battle coming in from Egypt earlier on and forcing this series to go all the way. So, guys, what happened to Egypt in that game?
All right, you did mention there was a certain ailment or a tendency that Egypt put on showcase here in game 2.
Yeah, it's their tendency to sometimes just really let go of the rest of the map. They focus so much at the center of it, and it's funny, we did tell Egypt, hey, put a little bit more focus in controlling the center, be proactive there. But balance it, make sure that the rest of the map is still good, it's still safe and good to go.
It was too much control in the center.
Yeah, that kind of leaned a bit too hard on that idea.
And in the very last moments, it seemed like they wanted to get the perfect engage. I don't know if they got impatient with these little footsies, with the little dance, because these Lord dances, more than just the micro, more than just the macro control, you have to be patient. And something tells me, especially in that last moment where they were trying to bait out something from Yui and from Moshi, they were waiting too long for Names, and when Names finally was ready for the fight, it was all too late. They lost 2 members on the way out, and I don't know if that was them getting impatient or maybe a little bit of hesitation. They could win. They were ahead like 2,000 gold, and the map was fine.
It was definitely uncharacteristic of Egypt. This was the Egypt that we complimented with the series that they had with Indonesia about the macro play that they did. And yet they come here in this particular game and they show us this. So it's a good question, right? Are Egypt tired?
Oh, I feel like maybe they weren't tired, but they just didn't expect all the angles that Cambodia could come from. Literally, with the late entry of the Moskov, with Tagami TZ / Tagai Ri doing everything she can. She didn't get taken out until near closer to the end of the game in the last few sequences. That's only 1 death on that Lancelot. Maybe got another one there near the end. No, she didn't. It was just... It was such a great game by Cambodia in terms of coming off from angles that Egypt didn't expect, because they're focused on their box, they're focused on their formation in the team fight, that will rattle any team that... Sorry if this might be a little bit too aggressive, but kind of felt like they weren't ready to go up against an incredibly skilled Lancelot. There are times where I'm going, you don't need to chase that, you don't need to commit that, but you still see them trying to commit the chase, and then suddenly the Lancelot runs away with a kill.
And they wasted all the efforts trying to take down Tegami, and they've only got to do that once in this 23 long minute game. If it's the angles to you guys and, you know, the slipperiness, the elusive nature of Tegami Kong, no? Too far?
No.
All right, too much of a stretch.
I kind of like it.
You'll allow it?
I'll allow it.
To me, I think it's just the ungodly amount of CC. Everyone, save for Tegami, has some level, some modicum of CC. Even if it's just Yui Fendi splitting off the off lane, and they have to send Velvet there, Velvet has to wonder, I think I need my turret. Because it hurts. As a high loss, I can only really wail away at this wagon until Yui Fendi's done with me. So that's got to be something too, because looking at their lineup, they already have so much committed to the Purify. And I take it back. Maybe Nucci does care about the Lancelot. Because there are so many times wherein, maybe this is also because of the way Cambodia plays, she puts herself in the middle of the fight, wherein if you're an Eve, you don't want to be in the middle of the fight. You want to be right outside the fight.
Yeah, right at the edge.
Yeah, she's always somewhere in the middle near the... You guys know where the river is, right? She's always next to that wall where the fight was already began. And next thing you know, she's only swiped twice or thrice. And next thing you know, she's dead. That's so many deaths on this Eve.
I mean, easier said than done, but at the same time, we've seen this in the high echelon of competition for many, many years now. That it's not all the time that an evil or any backline focused artillery mage will be scared of any of every dive assassin. It's funny that it'll come from us, but the best of the best can just avoid it. Or most importantly, they actually wait, they're patient, and they find the right time. Whereas for Egypt, I feel like the momentum, the hype of game number one kind of got to them.
That too?
Like, they were so eager to commit and end the fight that I felt like the moment they saw it once, like, go, 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 go. When they didn't take into consideration the late entry of the Gatakacha on Moshi, the fact that now Nabi seems to be meshing a little bit better with the roam. Again, the Tigreal earlier pick was so good. They looked so much more comfortable now layering their ultimates. Moshi coming in as a second engagement, so it's not just all on Yui to start it all. Even though Yui was providing the vision, it would be the Gatakacha coming into set, and then in comes the late implosion, which goes to show that if you have one team so good at layering abilities and the other team clearly struggled with that, that means their focus in the fight is not quite there.
Egypt may have looked at Indonesia more than they looked at Cambodia.
Yeah.
They forgot to deal with what was in front of them and looked forward to the best of three that was waiting for them. So now, it's now no best of one. You have to consider, suddenly, it's Egypt who has to adjust. I think this definitely woke up the national animal of the Khmer.
What is their national animal?
I don't know, I'm just going to revert back to the tiger. He's woke up the tiger in Team Cambodia because now they know, even if the Edith, the signature Edith in Yui is taken away from us, and there's a power pick alpha, hell, they picked an Eve on us, we can actually counter back with a pocket Lancelot and a hell of a lot of CC. Like I think that's what Cambodia wants, because look, their game one draft, Gatot Kacha, Aurora, Franco. That's not enough CC for Cambodia. Cambodia loves CC, so I'd say if they want to go all the way to the grand finals, draft more CC. Crowd control, that is.
Not the hero.
Okay, just to make that clear. Yep. Okay. But this is why coming into the MLBB's tournament, especially for the female scene, I mentioned from the beginning that comfort is going to play a huge factor. And for Cambodia in game number 2, they were able to get that comfort, right? The Moskov in the gold lane.
Yeah.
At the time, maybe it really didn't make sense to us in terms of the laning phase, but we saw finally what the Moskov was able to do as soon as the laning phase ended. And then when it comes down to the Tigreal pick as well, it just all meshed together and they all fell back onto comfort, in addition to everything that you guys already explained earlier on.
Yeah, the one way I'll put it is that the laning phase never ended for the Moskov. It was just like, please hit Spear of Destruction. There was a time or two that it didn't hit, and that ended up costing them. So now for Cambodia, I feel like if I was here when that game ended, I feel like Nabi would have stood up and just went, what, not get my Aurora? What you talking about? What? Not get my Aurora? So, and now I don't know anymore. I don't know if I'm going to suggest prioritize something else. Because clearly, as long as they have the right roam hero for it, they're so good around an Aurora.
Which they somehow always do when they're up against the ropes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for looking up what the national animal for the Kamai is. Cambodia's national animal, by the way, is the kupre, which is forgive me, blast me in my DMs if I did get it wrong. It's a forest ox or a gray ox. So that makes sense. The way Cambodia plays, this team Cambodia, the way they play is they just trample through you. They set up the horns, whether it be from Moshi or from Ui, and then they take control, and when you're not ready for it, they run you over like a forest ox. I've never seen one, by the way.
Me neither.
Cambodia a couple of times. I've never seen a forest ox.
Me neither. I think maybe because we were in the city.
Yeah, you
When
gotta
we went to Cambodia.
True.
gotta go to the
We
forest.
had to go to the forest.
Or the gray.
Or the gray. That sounds terrifying.
The gray ox.
Maybe someone can take us to the forest in Cambodia.
Let us know.
Safely.
Safely.
I'd love to
Just
go.
to make sure. And you know the template, I think that now Cambodia have kind of sniffed out for themselves. Is this something that they need to prioritize again coming to game number 3 of the drafts? Because the change in order when it came down to it, right? They prioritized everyone else and then they let Tegami become that X factor in the last stage alongside with the gold lane, Uefendi's hero.
Yeah. I feel like we can just default back to one of the things that made a specific hero rise in the meta. It's just so damn good. At one point, it was the best roam in the game. Just prioritize the Tigreal.
Yep.
First phase Tigreal for a solid month and a half, right before Suyo came in, was one of the go-to strategies of the top teams, and these will speak for a region first, in the Philippines. I don't want to speak for Indonesia. I'm not familiar with the stats there.
You like your Tigreals too.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's
of
like your
course.
Tigs, right? Yeah,
Of
Tigreal is
course.
such a great pick in Indonesia. So if that's the case, I feel like maybe Cambodia may have unlocked something here. The fact that, oh, wait, right. Gee, he's so good at team fighting anyway. Might as well.
But it's also important for them not to tunnel vision on the Tigreal, right? Which is why I think the Moskov into their composition was smart because they still had a say on the far lanes. Because I'm afraid if they tunnel vision too much on team fight, it'll be more difficult for them to control the map. So let's bear all these things in mind as we get into the final game of our lower bracket finals. It seems like both of these teams are going to stick to the same side. Egypt going in for the exact same bands here with the Angela and the Hayabusa. Cambodia in with the Matilda.
Egypt has picked from the blue side this entire day.
Yep. That's their comfort. Their blue side even against Indonesia all 3 games.
Yeah. So I wonder if this is going to be another case just similar to we had to the previous one, wherein long second game, forcing a game number 3, and then just somehow one team being red. Hopefully that's not the case this time around. For Cambodia, a Tigreal 3 is good, but if I'm Egypt, I might just consider surprising Cambodia. Once it gets a blue 2, blue 3, you go ahead and pick a Tigreal there too.
You steal it.
Steal it away.
Or they go Edith 1.
I like the Edith one too.
They wouldn't commit to a Tigreal in the first phase, right?
No. I mean, not in first pick.
Not first pick.
But I think they... I agree with Red Marion. They might go Tigreal 2-3.
See who'll actually get that.
Edith Tigreal. Ooh, in the first blue phase?
Right, in the first phase, so good. Hopefully Cambodia just doesn't surprise and go Valentina third pick. That'll completely shut down what they want. But again, if this is an Aurora, yet again by Nabi, help me suggest show your front lines already. If it's not going to be a Edith, a Stick, it's just one of those two. And then you pick your mid laner as well. I think they can save the gold and the jungle for later. Save your cores for last.
I think this puts Cambodia in kind of a situation though. Right? Who are they going to prioritize first? Do they think that the Aurora was more imperative to their gameplay, or do they think that the Tigreal is? Because remember, the Alpha is now open.
Yeah, I think I will stand tall on that hill that it was a good roam to pair with it. And in consideration, that might just be it. If I'm Egypt right now, if you have it in you, you can still lock in the Sicilian, but I would highly suggest a Valentina and the Tigreal. Did you put your Gata Kaja in the EXP for Moshi's late follow-ups yet again?
Do you want a Tigreal Sicilian?
Yeah, I did say. I also suggested the Sicilian would be good too.
Shout out to our social media community. the Kupre is, I think, very endangered.
Oh no.
So we got some Khmer fans tuned in.
All right. Thanks, y'all. Thanks, everyone, for letting us know.
Man, I wanted to see a Kupre.
Me too. They look majestic.
There goes the Alpha. So Team Egypt still want to be on the initiative here. And an early 1-1. They don't care about the Tigreal.
I'm not going to knock it. You know what? Okay. Okay, you still get the Alpha anyway. That will allow Cambodia to get a better roamer for themselves. I think that might be one of the things here for Egypt now. I think this is them foreseeing a Tigreal pick. That now, if Cambodia actually want to go for it again, they're thinking, should we? It's a 1-1. If we don't get her, she'll just use her second skill,
Yeah.
cleanse it, and then suddenly she might be able to put marks on the Tigreal and then just counter it.
It's much harder to catch now.
Yeah.
And I think they needed to go Alpha here in the first phase because I don't think, honestly, Sunlight has more options than this. So Cambodia go for the Moskov. Not going to be prioritizing Tigreal.
Yeah, reverting to map control, reverting to being proactive when it comes to macro plays.
Yeah.
So I like this against Cambodia. Again, ready to punish Egypt's tunnel vision when it comes to controlling the mid, controlling the team fight, and forgetting all else.
These teams don't really like Luo Yi, huh?
Yeah. Maybe it's not in their... Maybe it's not their style, or maybe they're both just saving it for the last.
Ooh, safe strats.
Egypt can still bring it out, but this might as well be their last game. Both of these teams, one of them's going home after the base breaks here.
So is that going to be the turnaround? Like, the pick the low Yi, save the world type of deal?
Yeah. Well, for Egypt, like that's the only narrative left.
I like the high loss ban by Cambodia. It would
They-
have meshed very well for that.
Yeah, but just the same, this means Cambodia's telegraphing the Nolan. You ban it or we pick it.
Yeah. Ooh, respect. Otakami Tizi. Immediately taking the Lancelot away.
Signature. The only Lancelot in all of WEC.
Yeah.
24.
Debut.
That's her.
Even on the men's scene. I don't think we have recorded the Lancelot on the men's
Exactly.
scene. Yeah.
So that's all her. Salt Tagami. Oh, there you go. There's a Cecilion.
Good
No, ma'am. No Nucci.
Valentina still Egypt. Speaking of Valentina, it's gonna be good. You would like that. You have the Edith, you have the Aurora.
Oh, would you have rather that been in the Valentina ban?
I would have preferred.
Yeah, because at least there's a clear interaction. It's not just power pick for the sake of.
They might also have been thinking about the safety of the Moskov. That with the bat feast up, might have
Or
been
the
up-
safety of Tagami.
or the safety of Tagami as well.
Whichever
And
hero
there
she ends up picking. Oh!
There goes a Tig.
The respect for the CC Queen.
Yeah, they decided to go for the Moskov Prime instead. That might come back to bite them, unless the Edith is already the row.
Which is one of her signature picks for about 6 months going now, so.
Yeah.
I agree. There's
Yui-
still room for flex, though.
Yui
It's still
dropped.
possible, too.
You would drop Team Philippines with a Rome Edith.
So what does Moshi play now?
Okay. If ever...
Phobius?
Phobius into the Alpha.
No.
Phobius into 1-1, that's a win. It's evened out.
It's I guess evened out. But I would like to see a much more solid presence with more crowd control in mind to pair with this Edith. There we go. Solid presence, crowd control in mind. I think I get the Rizla.
You can actually overload the cleanse on the 1-1 now.
Still, Eileen, I will repeat what I said again. This is the perfect hammer for a Valentina. It will round, it will round everything up. I won't knock them for just deciding to go for Vixana or something. That's still very okay. You get good solid crowd control and burst. But there's something about the utility of the Valentina being able to take away either the Frigate Glacier or the even match the Edith blow for blow, because that's a Rome Edith already.
For sure.
We know, we've always said, if it's Rome Edith and if it's available for you, if it looks good, you pick mid Valentina. There we go.
There it is.
So what's her? Wait, I wonder, would they go Khalid?
Valentinucci and the CC.
Oh, it's still CC. Okay.
So you're forcing a very specific kind of jungler from Tagami to answer this CC. Because damage profiles right now in Cambodia, nah, Velvet's just gonna run through them.
Oh, they can run it back. That kind of lineup struggled against the YS Nope thing. I thought they would consider it now. Just go for the link. Okay.
Well, to be fair, if the Valentina's not ready, that's a free kill for the Ling.
That's true. That's true.
And worst case scenario, if the Tempest Ablaze is a stolen ult and used defensively, you neutralize the mid lane. You neutralize Nucci.
You do get a good layer of knockups with the Trizzle, the Ling, the Aegis.
CC is the name of the game.
That's what we talked about. They get more crowd control in Spades. You know, I like it now. I like it now.
Like a Cupre.
Like a Cooper. Hopefully there's like 1 or 2 left there.
Somewhere.
Well, there it is. Tagami back on her Assassins, ladies and gentlemen. And now she's been reverted back onto her power. Will it be enough, though? That is going to be the main question. Match point. The final ticket to the grand finals. Both Cambodia and Egypt have climbed up and down to get to this point, from their respective qualifiers to the AEC to now in Riyadh, WEC 2024. Will it be enough? As I'm wondering what the casters think about this. Naisu, Mirko, how are we feeling about our last game?
Tegai! Ree! I don't know, man. I mean, come on. Ling, Lancelot last game. Then now Ling. We got the Lancelot Ling special from Tagami.
Yeah.
She has to pull off crazy things on the Ling.
She does.
Just like she did on the Lancelot, and just like she did yesterday on the Yusuf Shin. I feel like both of the compositions, we know exactly like how Egypt can take the game. We know how Cambodia can take the game. So at this point, it's a battle of execution. It's a battle of that game plan. For Egypt, it's still neutral objective centric. They need to get the neutral objectives. But for Cambodia, it can be trades. It can also just be pickoffs around the map with Tagami's crazy Finch Poise maneuvers. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get it down to the land of Dawn here for the final game of the lower bracket finals. Who will make it to the grand finals? Will it be Cambodia or will it be Egypt? Both 1-1. This best of 3 announced effectively a best of 1.
It's come down to one game between the two teams here, and like our panel mentioned, you know, there's so many things that can go right for both these compositions, and at the same time, so many things that can go wrong. Anucci's gonna have to make the work she's gonna have the work cut out for her on what ultimates she's deciding to take, how they approach this, and just having a Ling across from you. I know there's no Angela this time around, but it's still nonetheless so threatening on how fast and how much damage a Ling can do, especially if we see a lead start to build up for Cambodia.
It's all about the leads here in Tagami. So far in the early games, actually doing a good job on the Finch Poise, like I said, right? The Finch Poise here is what really makes Ling a threat in the early game all the way to the late game. The macro control, the mobility that you can utilize to actually steal a few camps. For Alpha, you have fast clear. Oh, they actually give that to Yui Fendi, so also helping out the Moskov.
It's an interesting thing to note, too. Hold on. Unbreakable. Going to be used. Yui's fine. The interesting thing here is, out of all the games we've been watching so far through IESF WEC 24, this is one of the ones where there's no Revitalize, man.
Yes.
I mean, there's 2 Vengeances here for Egypt, and rightfully so, but this is going to make it interesting, too, when the team fights break out, because we're so used to seeing extended fights because of sometimes even double Revitalize for some lineups, but this time there's going to be none here, so it really comes down to, like you mentioned, the execution for both teams.
All right. Already sending Nabi down below to get this Prio in the lane to get level 4 for both of them. Will it be in time? Yes, it will. Sunlight still on the turtle. Free turtle, though. It's on time, but it's a bit too late. Yue was not in position, unfortunately, to actually go and walk up. So it's all about getting Tagami to her power spike at this point, right? Yep. You can have the neutral objectives. You have your win conditions. We have ours.
I think playing into that, too, you know, power spikes is going to be crucial for both of these rosters, both these compositions. And even so, part of the gold lane matchup that we see often is this Moskov, the 1-1, and how they change the course of, you know, when they go from laning phase to these team fights eventually. You know how much damage Names can do with a 1-1, and how some of the defensive items like the Winner's Crown come into play later on. Yui Fendi, you know, she had pretty much a phenomenal game the previous in game 2. She's looking to do the same thing. This might be bad for Sunlight. Tempest Blade's already going to be popped. Tries to get away. Won't be able to, though. They pop the Vengeance, but it's just too much damage. Just moving all over the map here. Tagami unleashing. And that's 3 big kills for Cambodia.
We got the Lancelot in game 2, and the Ling is well, looks to be even better here, Naisu.
She jumped on every wall.
Pop in the Tempest of Blades, got all the 3 blades instantly, and in the 4th blade, delayed it a bit because Egypt were already using the resources, panicking in that situation. It's just so well played from Cambodia. Micro, and also just the composure of Tagami, playing with your life at stake.
On the
on
tournament,
the line at this point. And it's against an alpha. This is not the matchup you would expect for a Ling to actually win out in the early game with. You'd expect the Berserker's Fury, the Haas Claws to be picked up, then maybe we would see a swing from Tagami, but now Sunlight goes in.
Unbreakable, it's Yui again. Frigid Glacier gonna be able to find two. Tagami joining the fight, jumps on into the bush. We'll be able to clean up Vivin, looking for more. The Primal Wrath from Nucci, trying to help down, but she can't do anything but watch 2 teammates fall in the mid lane.
2 members picked up. It's 5-0 currently in the 4th minute of the game, and Cambodia, they are steamrolling through the early game composition. They are steamrolling through the composition that should have a snowball. Tagami with the purple buff now on the turtle.
Nucci gonna try to stall her out. She is low, jumps on in, might be in trouble. There's the jump from Vivin, able to find the right mark. Tagami out of the picture. Now Nabi on the run too. Egypt fighting back. And that might have been enough to secure the objective. So at least Egypt really trying to keep in this game without it getting too out of control. They're looking only at a 1,000 deficit now against Cambodia.
Great read from Egypt there. They noticed again, right? The fact that Cambodia, they've been able to get these fights, but they're still within their early power spike. They're still within the window where they can actually utilize to win out the neutral objective battles. They capitalize on the fact that Tagami had already used the Tempest of Blades earlier, and she was already at very low HP. They went in still and committed onto that neutral objective, and it became just a really good decision to take there. Now, 1,000 gold lead down. It was 2,000 earlier with a 5-0 kill lead. If we take a look at the items, the Berserker's Fury is already done for Tagami. She's waiting now on the Haas Claws, and in the bottom lane, doesn't look like, there's a massive advantage for both Yui Fendi and Name so far, just really farming it out, waiting for their own power spikes. But when it's an even matchup in the gold lane, 1-1 will always get to the power spike first, because you technically only need 2 items to be online. You need the DHS and then the corrosion side, that's it. But for the Moskov, she is leading by 400 gold. It's not really that crazy. She has to wait for 3 items, and they're ganking up top.
Play up top. They actually went in with AOG. They'll get Yui Fendi. And as you were just talking about it, they make a play, a decisive one for Egypt. Names should still be careful here. There's still a couple members from Cambodia, but that's a good pickup earlier on. And, like you mentioned, it's important because you have that gold lane matchup. You know that if you fall behind a little bit like Egypt did, although they have equalized the gold, they need that time. They need that objective secured for their gold laner. They need to be able to get the items they need and win some of those fights later on. But right now, the fact that Egypt has both turtles, they're waiting for that 3rd one. We are going to take a little bit of a pause here, a little bit of a break. And breather. If they get the 3rd turtle here, man, I mean, Egypt is actually in a good position to turn this game in their favor.
Most definitely. I think right now for Egypt, they can still turn it around fully in the in the mid game still, right? I mean, in the early game, even despite the fact that Cambodia got a few kills, on paper, it still should be Egypt that has an advantage. This is an Alpha, Gatot, Valentina, and Cici. Man, they should be able to actually go into these team fights, fight it out, and come out on top despite the 2,000 gold lead. As long as it's not like over 3-4K in the early game, it's still possible for Egypt to actually win out in the team fights. But then, this is the catch. For Cambodia, they can actually just wait up for mid-game. It's also good for Cambodia if there's no lead at all for Egypt. Right now, we're standing at a 50-50 position.
Yeah, 50-50 for sure.
But this is within the realm of Egypt's power spike. The power spike for Cambodia will land, what, like 9 minutes, 10 minutes? Really depends on when the Moskov and the Ling get farmed up, because it can certainly come a bit quicker. You can already see the Haas Claws almost completed from the Ling there as we see the stage, Glory stage here. You can see the players as well. Seems like they're also really ready. It doesn't seem like the pressure is getting to them at all here, Naisu.
Yeah, locked in. Looks like we might be jumping back in here shortly, but, that's the thing. At this point, 3rd turtle almost up. Egypt looks like they're in a position to go ahead and grab it, but at the same time, there can be some contest here. We jump back into the game once again. Last final game for this lower final. The team that win this will move forward to the grand final, get another chance at going against Indonesia. Tagami going to be able to spot out Names. They're going to go for it. 1v1. Pop the crossbow of Tang. Tempest of Blades to stay alive. She's He's able to get away. Navi will jump in with a flicker, looking for names, and names still going to be surviving it until the last second, gets burned down. I believe that was the glowing wand. What was that? The glowing wand that picked up the kill.
The glowing wand to tick down. It'll be traded with a turtle, but it's a turret and a kill onto Name. Someone that they have to rely on in the mid-game to be the one to actually create a snowball going. And for Cambodia, I have to remind you guys back at home, it's great the fact that they actually are still equal with a composition that needs mid to late. Tagami also clearing up the wave up top, so really denying Velvet from taking this turret to actually go and trade it out for what Cambodia got. It's still definitely in favor of Cambodia right now, the game as it stands. Yui Fendi doing a good job at farming too. Names has gotten DHS though, so that's the power spike for the 1-1. We'll see if she is able to utilize this power spike well in these skirmishes earlier. You can already see that damage, Daisu, onto Tagami. Yeah. The 1v1 pressure, almost able to fully take the 1v1 against Tagami, but unfortunately she didn't have the Inspire. I think things would be a lot different if she does have the Inspire. And currently, it's up. Going for a trade in the bottom lane for a turret.
Looks like there's some pressure up here. You know, part of that too is, like I said, the timing with the Tempest Blades, and then, oh, hold on, Crossbow Tang too. Velvet's gonna be fine. She has her Vengeance, popped it already, Nucci. Half health already, holding on to the Primal Wrath, and Yui still unleashing. They might be baiting a fight, gonna be able to dodge that Spear Destruction. Now Conceal gonna be used. They're gonna force them off the turret. Yui Fendi's gonna jump in. She does get the Primal Wrath out of Nucci. So that's fine. A little bit of work to get that tier 1. They finally get it.
Really good rotation from Cambodia. Setting Moshi down below too. This is the advantage that you have technically, right? Or something that you can actually utilize in your composition if you have a Terizla. You're really good at the weak side. CC, not so much. You're okay, I would say, in the weak side. You do really good at team fights, especially when it comes to damage. But in the lanes where you're up against 2-3 members, it's really tough to hold out on your own because you don't really have the best of wave clear. For Terizla, 3 swings of the hammer, wave's gone. So they're able to effectively deny the trades away from Egypt, and they can get good trades all around. It's a 1,000 gold lead now for Cambodia. I'm taking a look at the items once again, and it does look like Tagami, with all the farm that she's been getting, with all the purple buff that hasn't really been pressured at all by Egypt. It's looking really good for Tagami's power spike, the timing, and also for Yui Fendi. They both should be able to reach it like, what, 10 minutes, 11 minutes? And that should be already really, really good timers for this composition.
Should be able to. Lord now half health, gonna force the fight. Penalty zone already used from Moshi. Yui's gonna jump in. They dodge the Frigid Glacier, but they can't dodge that. Passive already popped. Velvet's out of the picture. The fight's breaking out. Nucci falls, Velvet's gone. They're gonna collapse down, still looking for more. Tagami at the front of it all. Will be able to pick up Sunlight. Both junglers down, but Yui Fendi unleashing, picks up another, looking for more, and it's a wipeout as Cambodia dismantles Egypt.
That's the power spike we were talking about in the mid-game. Egypt, the window is slowly but surely closing out on them. The early advantage that they had wasn't utilized. Cambodia were able to just neutralize it completely, and now they've taken control of the game. You can see the items earlier. Melfic gun already for the 1-1. The damage leaderboard says a whole lot. But then you have to take into account the fact that Cambodia just have so many frontliners. So the damage that Names has been doing mostly has just been onto the Terizla, onto the Edith. It hasn't been onto the prio targets. Tagami has been free a lot of these team fights. Yui Fendi especially, considering Navi was the one. Also, utilizing the passive, utilizing the second HP bar that she has to constantly just bait out damage from Egypt. And now, constantly just bait out damage from Egypt. And now, it's a 2,000 gold lead for Cambodia, 11-5. They have so much tempo on the map that they can utilize. And for Egypt, this one-dimensional teamfight composition is starting to be very hard to execute. Tagami and Yui Fendi will always be able to control the sideways, and if you do try to match that, Turtle or Lord now in the 10th minute of the game will just be full prior for Cambodia.
They just go for it. Cambodia will be able to secure it. Velvet gonna jump in with the Vengeance, forcing the fight again. They jump on in. AOG, but they get frozen down. Spear Destruction's gonna land, joining the fight. Yui Fendi on the backside, pops the Tempest of Blades. Nucci won't be able to escape again as Cambodia finds 4 kills plus the Lord. A massive swing once again in their favor.
Is it safe to say, Naisu? Is it safe to say the window is officially closed now for Egypt? It's so tough for them to come back against this composition. So many angles of attack. They needed to play it front to back. It has to be clean for their composition, for the 1-1 to fly, for them to actually get rid of the front lines. But the fact that Yui Fendi can shoot an SOD, teleport behind them, there's Tagami that obviously can do the same thing with the Finch Poise. Egypt can never get a full, proper front to back. They're always in a chaotic duel. Something that Moskov and Link can take advantage of completely. And now with the Lord in the bottom lane with a 5,000 gold lead. And with the timers at the perfect time for Cambodia to really take control. I don't know, even when I look at their wave clear, it's not really the best composition to go for wave clear, right? The Wanwan, the Valentina, this composition was built to fight, and now let's see how they do in the defense.
Gonna have to do it. Tagami waiting on the whims. Velvet will also be that front side. They're gonna clear out the Lord. Still looks like they might hold on. A penalty zone jumps in. AOG as well. The Frigid Glacier gonna be dropped down. 2 back-to-back. 1 HP on that turret left alive in Cambodia. That might be all they get for now. Egypt still in the game. They're gonna clear the waves. They still have to clear one more. Trying to hold on to that turret. That minion won't get that last hit. So that's a good defense coming out from Egypt despite being down 4,000 or 5,000 gold at this point.
Egypt are able to defend with the first Lord there. With the Holy Defense, the fact that they got the Lord, or got the base rate so low down below is already really impressive, to be fair.
Yeah.
Cambodia has been able to really utilize that Lord to get these massive advantages, and you can see the Lord benefit has given them now up to a 4,000 gold lead. And this is what we're going to continue to just see all around. Tagami, bottom lane, Yui Fendi on the other side of the map, this time actually going for the Melphic Roar. Not the Melphic Gun for the Moskov. There was also Nucci earlier who picked up the Wishing Lantern. Anything that could really just give them a bit more damage in these fights, I think will be really, really good. But for Cambodia, the real power spike for them to stop the Wanwan would be Wind of Nature, Winter Crown. Once they get those, the Wanwan will fall off completely. This is a problem with the Wanwan, I think, in the meta right now, with the Winter Crown being an item that everybody can get.
Everybody, yeah.
Usually it was the Winter Truncheon that only mages could get. You can get it too, but it just doesn't give you that much value, right? Just the suppression. But now everybody can get it, and in the late game, Wanwan that used to be an ultra late game pick, amazing in the late game because of the mobility and the crossbow attack. It's really tough to actually get executions now. And if you want to really just, milk it even further, they have so many HP bars that they can get. Yui pops in the Primal Rat. That's another HP bar with a lot of sustain as she continues to dish out damage. So, for Cambodia, it's all about playing it slow now. It's all about utilizing their advantages. They don't need to go for the 50-50 gambles. It's very, very unnecessary. They can just wait, push out side lane, slow push it, and then wait for Egypt to make a mistake.
Interesting with that, Nucci. I was wondering, what ultimate is going to be the best for this scenario? All the team fights we've seen so far from Egypt, like you mentioned, it's already really difficult to fight front to back against Cambodia's lineup. This time around, Nucci will hold on to that penalty zone. It'll be Egypt that starts up the Lord. They hold it at half health. Right now, Cambodia, they are waiting on the whims. Moshi could start the fight if she wants to. Yui could do it too. Even Nabi. They're going to go in once again. Moshi has to flicker out defensively. They still have Yui Fendi up on the top. Moshi quite low, but still has that passive she can rely on. That body of Smith. A good push up top, though. Still trying to control this Lord for now. They send Nucci to clear out the wave so that push can't happen. Immortality also
SOD.
there. They're going to go for it. SOD's going to land. Tagami jumps in for names. They're going to be hunting her down. Tempest of Blade's already going to be used, and Moshi out of the picture. Lord goes in for the reset, and Yui Fendi could be in trouble. She gets the space to move. Knocks Velvet back with the Spear of Misery. They dodge it a little bit further. Now Velvet gone. They're on the defense, and look at this. Names trying to turn it around as she finds Tagami. A big pickup for Egypt.
Against all odds, Cambodia, they had the pressure in the side lane. They had their advantages. They had to just wait in, but they got impatient. Egypt, on the other hand, were patient, were composed, and now they have the winner crowns. Naisu, you can see the greed there from Cambodia, the itemization. None of them had winter crowns during that team fight. None of them could shut names down. Only now do we see the winner nature, the winner crowns being built up, and at this point, with the Lord taken for Egypt, I don't know, is it too late? Is it too far away? When they had the lead, they didn't want to go for it. And now, Egypt, let's think about it. We were talking about defense-wise. They wouldn't be good. This is a team fighting composition. And that's why we saw so much damage placed onto the base turret. But now, that the fact that they got the Lord sieging
Yeah.
will be pretty good for them. They have a lot of ults, great ults to steal. They just have to try to usher the Lord in the bottom lane, and unfortunately, they won't be able to.
That Lord's going to be worked on really quickly, but the play right now for Egypt is to get whatever turrets they can at this point. They focus on the tier 2 top, they get that. Maybe next tier in the mid, but they might still have to work for this. They might still have to be very calculated. Tagami taking quite a bit of damage, just trying to maintain this turret mid lane. They don't want to lose too much space. They know that they made a mistake in the last team fight. They went for the right targets, but they just couldn't capitalize on the kills. And so with that, Egypt, looks like that might be all they get. Still trying to focus here if they can actually catch someone out from Cambodia. But right now, still playing into the fact that, you know, this was the first time where I feel like Egypt had some breathing room to make a move on the map.
And now it's just a slow game again, waiting for the neutral objectives. 80 seconds for the Evolved Lord to spawn in the game. 17 minutes and 30 seconds. They'll try to siege down this mid lane with Sunlight and Names. The minions have been cleared out, and Velvet started to deal a whole lot of damage. Good peel from Fevin.
Fevin jumps in, using that AOG, or should be a backup. Again, you're still a minute away from this Lord, so mainly it's Egypt kind of playing around the fact that, you know, if they can get a tier 2 turret, that's great. They already got the top one and bottom. This is where we start to see it. A little more range. You know, this item right here might be good enough for Yui Fendi in the next team fight. They're going to force it already. Vengeance going to be popped. Looking for it. Spirit Destruction going to land. Frigid Glacier right on the mark. Finds a couple of targets. Tempest of Blades to follow on through. Another body might be dropping here. Names joins the fight. She's still got the immortality. Looking for the airtime. Pops the Wind of Nature and the crossbow of Tang. But it's not enough. As Moshi finally goes down and Yui Fendi just unleashing. They get a wipeout. It's a triple for Yui Fendi and Cambodia. With a decisive team fight, they took it all, and now they march down the mid lane. The timers are too long for Egypt, and Cambodia will rally together and walk into the base, clear out the minions, dropping everything down, and despite the obstacles they face, they'll head on to the grand finals to face Indonesia.
Leave it to Cambodia to be one game down, to come back again against all odds. You can see the celebration on stage with the ladies here. Cambodia, what a phenomenal performance. An amazing performance from them to execute a game plan like that on the Ling, on the Moskov, against a composition that should have won the early game, against a composition that should have gotten the advantages. It was all on Cambodia to out-execute Egypt, and that they did. GG's well played to Egypt, though. The improvement that we've seen from this region, from Egypt, has been phenomenal too. They've improved so much in such a short period of time. And honestly, for us, I think we could say definitely we're looking forward to the future of Egypt.
100%, man. You know, we've seen so many games from these ladies from Egypt and just how much they've improved just in a short span of time even. I mean, we just watched them earlier this year, and now they come here, they compete, and they got so close, really rallied behind each other as a team, as a squad, and it's great to see. So hats off to them and Cambodia as well, man. We know the journey that they've had up to this point, and they have one more obstacle ahead of them, right? And it's a pretty big obstacle. But they did defeat the team just now that gave Indonesia their first game loss throughout all of WEC 2024 and ISF. And again, this is a team of Indonesia that has a ton of accolades and achievements. So now Cambodia has to rise again to the occasion ahead of them in the next grand final, the best of 3 after all this. So hopefully, hopefully they take this momentum going into that one.
I think they're the queens of momentum at this point, right, Naisu? In the bottom,
yesterday.
In the lower bracket just yesterday, losing game 1 already, coming back from it, and then 2-0ing Ukraine with a phenomenal performance on the Eastern Shin. You saw that. I mean, come on, guys. Sakai
Lancelot.
At this point, whenever you see a Yi Shin, whenever you see a weird pick on Tagami, it's kind of normal. At this point, it's normal. You know,
I don't think we can hate on it anymore.
We gotta normalize how good she is on assassins, right? Because I think in this tournament alone, she probably is the best assassin user. She probably is the best jungler.
I would agree. I think so far from all the assassins that she's shown us, phenomenal. And possibly, I don't know, I'm sure a panel can talk about this, but she has to have the most unique hero picks, like out of all the junglers.
Lancelot, Yi Shin.
Did she pick up Fanny? I'm trying to remember.
We've seen her on Fanny.
That's
too.
right, the Fanny too.
So all the assassins, a plethora of different picks there for the assassins. It's just like, you know, when you're in the hero select, you tap on assassins and all that
Pick 'em all.
Sagami. Pick them all. Whatever you want to choose, she's going to perform on it. And I'm actually very interested to get some words on with some of the players there on stage. I believe we are setting up for an interview. So I wonder how they literally just came back from a lot of these moments. And again, you know, going through so many obstacles to actually play today on stage.
Yeah.
I wonder how they're feeling going to the grand finals and how ready they are, how pumped they are. Well, I guess we're just going to throw it over to the stage with Bara for an interview with Cambodia.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are here. First of all, congratulations to Cambodia. What a comeback taking place right here. So the thing is right now, how do you feel? This is it. The grand finals is going to be like the Clash of Titans representing the Southeast Asian region. So are you ready for the grand finals against Indonesia?
គាត់សួរថាបានត្រៀមខ្លួនរួចហើយនៅដែលប៉ះក្រុមដែលមកពីតំបន់ដូចគ្នា She said she's prepared and the team is prepared too.
Okay, simply said, confidence and humbleness. I love that. And anything you want to say back to your hometown with your friends, family, and fans watching this match, and you are prepared for the grand finals.
គាត់សួរថាមានអីនិយាយទៅកាន់ក្រុមគ្រួសារឬក៏អ្នកផ្សេងៗដែលកំពុងតាមដានទស្សនាមើលអត់
ខ្ញុំមានពាក្យអរគុណទៅកាន់ក្រុមគ្រួសារខ្ញុំដែលគាត់តែងតែគ្រប់គ្រងខ្ញុំទោះខ្ញុំពីដំបូងខ្ញុំចាប់ផ្ដើមមកវារឿងលំបាកទៅមកដល់ឥឡូវគាត់គ្រប់គ្រងមកពីតាំងពីដំបូងរហូតហើយក៏អរគុណដល់អ្នកគ្រប់គ្រងដែលតាមដានតាំងពី live stream សូមអរគុណ
Okay. She wants to thank her family for supporting her even though she struggled a little bit in the beginning. And she would also like to thank the viewers who are watching from home. It means a lot to her and the team.
I love that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Heading to the grand finals against Indonesia, representing the Southeast Asian region right here in Riyadh. Well, it is definitely going to get the hype on, and it's back to you guys.
Thank you, Bara, and of course, congratulations to our second grand finalist, Cambodia. Wow, what a showing from them so far. What we saw from them yesterday during their playoff run, even from the group stages, and now they're our top 2 team.
I would just say now it's a revelation, and hopefully I really do not mess this up. The Cambodian or the Khmer Mahasatrai. It's like a Cambodian queen, assassin Mahasatrai.
Mahasatrai.
Yeah,
You tried.
Hopefully that's correct.
It's got to count for something.
Yeah. But again, I think Mirko put it the best way. Where in the previous one, the Lancelot had to be crazy. We mentioned that. And this one, he also said, yeah, no, this time the Ling has to be crazy. And the Ling was crazy, but it just wasn't Tagami. It was the entire Cambodian squad looked like they were absolutely locked in. And I feel like for me, I'm going to jump a little bit more into the later game. It's the fact that they all packed winter crowns respecting that 1-1. That was great to see from an entire squad.
Yeah, no, it's an adjustment mid-game that paid dividends and have earned them the right to step up to the grand finals. I'd like to, again, give my flowers to Nabi. As if she was looking straight into your eyes. Say that again, Renmar. Say that again. Don't prioritize the Aurora. They took some of our points and they let go of the others. Obviously, they're still very strong with the Aurora. And of course, the Edith specialty in Yui. That is, she seems to define how team fights go just by standing there.
Yeah, that was the adjustment. Again, we were going to the second phase thinking that, might not have the roam, but we still kept on to that idea that maybe, just maybe, that Edith was the roam, and it was a great pickup. They were up against a Valentina, but they responded to it very well. It was overloaded. Again, it seems like as long as Yui's comfortable, Moshi has something that's great at follow-up. Nabi is happy. And it looks like she's in the zone. Her frigate glacier, the breath, it's perfect, really. The layering of crowd control, and speaking of layering, this was the layering of winter crowns that we mentioned that just came back to haunt names.
I have a concept I'd like to introduce now, something I've
new things
figured out while studying a lot of the teams competing in the upcoming M6 World Championship. Cambodia seems to be putting out on exhibit something I'd like to call dirty macro. It's
Ooh.
macro that comes through when you win fights or when you try to win fights, and then next thing you know, you've done something on the map the opponents cannot get back from. So I think heroes like Moskov get away with dirty macro.
Yeah.
The Ling plays well the dirty macro. And I think Yui's Edith, to some extent, allows for dirty macro to come through. And I mean that in the sweetest way. Just because I use the word dirty alongside a concept doesn't mean like I'm downplaying it. No, it's their play style. It's how they got away with this win 18 minutes in, especially at what, the 15, 16-minute mark, where it seemed like Names was about to take Names. They just suddenly turned it on and say, you know what, we're winning on the map. Let's do that.
Which is why I feel like Awanwan does great in the mid portion of the game, but as we get into the late game, that's when a big question mark arises, right? Because one of her, I would say, weaknesses is that Winter Crown, right? If it's not Winter Crown, it's Purify, but obviously you can't
Chant.
commit to too much with the Purify.
And the Wind of Nature too.
Exactly.
Which you see here in, well, it came to the point where Yui Fendi was juggling.
You know, that's what surprised me. Whether or not maybe it's the positioning of the members of Cambodia, or mostly just saying, I will take all of the crossbow of tanks. She was the only one with the Winter Crown. In my head, there was multiple ones, but apparently all those times it was just mostly going, psych.
I think they were juggling.
Yeah, they were juggling. And
Okay.
Yui Fendi was rich enough to buy and sell.
All right. Okay. So I wasn't guessing for a
Immortal
moment
too.
there. Oh yeah. Maybe I was also thinking about the times that Immortality was the one that
You were
swapped.
tweaking, bro.
Okay. Good thing. Good thing. All right. But yeah, it's high risk. I feel like 1-1 is incredibly high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
Again, I have no faults for the draft of Egypt. No faults with the draft of Cambodia. At the end of the day, it really did end up becoming Cambodia playing better around some certain fights, some certain objectives. Not to say that this wasn't competitive. This kept going back and forth. Cambodia were walking away with cleaner fights, and then that ended up leading into the dirty macro.
Yeah, at the end of the day, for me, if you're winning the map, you have all of the margin of error, all the space to be able to weave in and out of fights.
Yeah.
And as soon as I saw, which we alluded to in the draft, the defensive Tempest of Blades, that almost instantly invalidated what Nucci was doing as a part of the fight. If she's forced to use that as a stolen ult to try and get away, you know something got very wrong for Team Egypt.
And that's why I'm surprised that Egypt lasted that long, honestly.
Yeah.
Because I think, what was the kill difference? It was a lot, right?
It was a double-digit kill difference.
Double to single.
Yeah.
Like, how did they last until the 18th minute with how aggressive Cambodia was playing? Like, that's something that needs to be considered too. Big props. But this does mean that Egypt is officially out of their tournament run.
Yeah, but I hope they are more proud of this than they are disappointed, really. Again,
Huge step.
Huge step for women's MLBB, and especially for women's MLBB in a region that is just slowly growing. Again, we talked about or touched on the story of the squad from Egypt. They had to win, they had to succeed before their families were finally convinced this is a path that you should take. And now they're not on the top two, but they will get a podium finish. They can say that, maybe we didn't get there, but with Egypt's pride on our shoulders, we took them to top 3, a podium finish.
Exactly, top 3. That's so impressive, right? It's not just top 3 out of the 12 teams that participated at WEC, because they were also able to qualify through their African qualifiers, online qualifiers, and then they went to AEC, and then they were able to make top 3 against everyone else who was able to get past their own respective regional qualifiers.
It's top 3 in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't forget what Egypt did here today. They put North Africa on the map.
Definitely.
So you will look back at 2024 MLBB IESF Women's and say, Southeast Asia top 2. And look at that, North Africa, Egypt, right there on the map.
To double down on what Team Egypt has done, especially for these individuals, for these ladies, they are a developing scene in a developing region, and they went this far. They took Indonesia that far earlier today. They took Cambodia this far, forced a reverse sweep. That's how impressive what these ladies have done, not just on a macro scale, but even in game. So all the young ladies watching, wherever you're from, that doesn't define how far you can make it in a scene like MLBB Sports.
I agree.
Make like names, make like FEVN, make like Sunlight, make like Velvet, make like Nucci. I just named everybody, see?
Yeah.
You could do it too.
I like that. I like that. I'm just, thinking back because nobody has won a game against Indo.
Yeah.
Except
and the only team that was able to do that was Egypt, guys.
So far, right now, we don't know how our grand finals will go. It might end up in a sweep, it might not, but yeah, as of now, you can say Egypt is the only team to take a game away from Indonesia.
Because even despite them losing to Cambodia now and Cambodia being top 2, Cambodia was not able to get a game out of Indo.
Yeah, yet that we know of.
That's true, and that's why we have one more match ahead of us, and that match is the grand finals. Finally, we get to the precipice of everything that we have been fighting for, everything that we have fought for, all the players, the ladies in the scene, everyone backstage as well, the grand finals. But we are going to go on a short break before we get to that, so we'll see you after. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Hunt, but now you're going to be caught in everything. The quick draw to Yui Fendi. Power spikes aren't going to be big enough for Salvo Force over to Yui Fendi. Good buddy Hunt to cancel it out now. That's going to be 1-for-1. They're going to be caught. Oh, yeah, go caught in the AOG in the midst of it all. It's tier 2. Just chucking their every single racks out. Demonic Purge onto GTI. It gets obliterated, does have a buyback. The toss doesn't deal any damage. They are 100 HP, pretty much 100 mana. They're trying to find something. They're not even gonna contest. They call the GG, and Sweden has made it to the grand finals.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Fully expected, and it's Barano find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
Open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
He needs to some missed shot sound, picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
1970s, the world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
Welcome, bienvenue, bienvenidos, willkommen, benvenuti, добро пожаловать, välkommen, welkom, bem-vindos, 환영, 요koso, 환영합니다, hoş geldiniz, kallos irtate, swagat hai, witajcie, yindit nap, SEF Arena.
throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
And ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, this is it. The grand finals for the MLBB Women Tournament happening right here for the World Esports Championship 2024 ISF right here in Riyadh, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are ready for the hype. You ready for it?
I was born ready for this, Butter. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, games, left, right, and center. We saw exceptional performances throughout. But the real question is, who is going to be walking away with a hefty sum of money as grand finalists, and of course, a sweet, sweet trophy?
You got that right. So, ladies and gentlemen, ready to get into the action right now and to present to you the powerhouse from Southeast Asia. Let's hear it for Team Indonesia! And here they come, ladies and gentlemen, with the pride and the consistency of their amazing performance from the get-go all the way to the last match in the grand finals with Team Indonesia. Let's see what's gonna happen in this one.
Well, you know what, Butter? These ladies might have gone undefeated in our group stages, but if this big, gorgeous stage has anything to prove to us, it is that absolutely anything can happen. So please, a round of applause for Team Cambodia. This team was certainly put through their paces by Team Egypt, but they walk away with a 2-1 victory nonetheless. They faced Team Indonesia during the opening stage of our playoffs and lost 0-2. But ladies, now is your moment to rewrite history and make history forever at the World Esports Championship. I'm so ready for this one.
Oh, we are all ready, ladies and gentlemen, and viewers around the world. Let's fire it up right now with the grand finals. One more time, make some noise, everybody! And let's go. It's all yours.
Thank you very much, Bara. Thank you, Jasmine, and good luck. The best of luck to both of these teams participating. Our top two, our grand finalists, Indonesia and Cambodia. These were two teams that we were hyping up even from the beginning. When the group stages happened, we thought that they would be topping in their respective groups. Indonesia from Group A, Cambodia from Group B, and this is exactly what we came to see. Again, both of them making it all the way here right now.
Yeah, Cambodia went the long way round. They went through that lower bracket crawl, all 3 games if I'm not mistaken.
Yesterday.
All the way here to where they are now. Indonesia, a little bit more dominant in their showing, but earlier in the day, again, the Egyptian squad showed that goddesses do bleed. So for Cambodia, that might be a little bit more of a motivational edge for them, considering that they were swept by Indonesia in the very first match of the playoffs.
Here we see if Indonesia's time off watching Egypt and Cambodia go at it benefited them, because there's this saying wherein players who keep on playing and get the EXP, get the reps, fire up. So Indonesia now, one might say it's possible that they cooled off.
Oh yeah, the cool-off possibility, because as Turner pointed out by the players, the momentum in the women's team is so important. Get that first game win and you're good to go. But today, maybe get that first series win, or who, in their regard, who gets the series win that's more recent, might be more of a momentum, because
it's been a day of reverse sweeps.
It's been a day of reverse sweeps, and in the Philippines we have the saying, the fingers are hot right now. And with Cambodia coming off of a banger series up against Egypt, hopefully Indonesia was able to get a lot of information. You know, that's one piece of information I learned from Indonesia today that I feel like was a revelation. Shell. Get Shell's pick first phase. Get her in a lane bully, and they should be good. No matter how good this lineup of Cambodia is, they gotta find a way in the draft first to shut down Shell.
And she's going up against Yui Fendi, who's had a hot Moskov all series long against Team Egypt. Not to mention, she's got the bodyguards, the enforcers in Yui and Moshi. And then watch the replay. Renmar, you talked about Nabi's Aurora. What do you think is Nabi gonna do with that Aurora come against Indonesia in just best of 3?
I'm gonna say this now. I will reel back what I said earlier. Nabi, if the Aurora's open, go ahead.
Do what you will.
Do what you will. But again, it boils down to the main rule for this Aurora. What Leo said, make sure the enforcers are there. I feel like we're gonna be seeing the high losses. High loss, Gotcha, Tigreal, and Edith come earlier in the draft now, as they should. Not just from Indonesia, but from Cambodia as well. Because Cambodia wants to do that, maybe that's something that Indonesia wants to play into to try and take away the comfort bodyguards, frontliners for Cambodia.
But even for Indonesia, there are also respect picks that need to be considered, right? I think in the last time that they met in the semifinals, for both of these teams, it was always a Cho being banned out. And we saw the Cho being left open earlier on for Indonesia. And man, Vivian, she wreaked havoc.
Yeah, I think safe to say, don't. Maybe this will be another moment where I'm gonna reel back, because again, it was on that show wherein, if I'm not mistaken, Cambodia was able to, or excuse me, Egypt was able to deliver a loss to. Nope. When the show was picked, that's when they won.
Yeah, that was game 3.
Oh yeah, that was game 3. And I was even thinking of game 2 that went on so long, but eventually they found a way to turn it around. Yeah, contest the show.
Contest the show and find a way to get out of it with a few more roam picks left for this young lady right here, Yui. Yui, she's great, very talented, good in team fights, good in helping the macro, dirty macro, that is, but she has a very specific hero pool. So find a way to, number 1, attack that show, take it away from the mother of tanks, Vivian, and then compromise Shell. I know that it sounds like there's a grocery list of to-do list for Team Cambodia to take down Indonesia, but that's just the nature of the beast. Again, these are the tournament favorites you're facing off of, and Team Cambodia, right now, they're the Iron Women of WEC 24. They've played match after match after match, and they refuse to take it lying down. So now they're on blue. Oh, wow. All series long in the previous series you watched, they've been red. So this should change the way that they draft.
Is it because they have priority for Indonesia? Was Indonesia the one to choose red side?
Yeah, they got the side priority, so they chose it.
Yep, there you go. But Indonesia, they've been known to be able to find success on both sides. So we'll see whether or not this side favors them against this team, this current Cambodia right now. We do see the Matilda being banned out. The Alpha goes out the window as well. Chip, last time around we saw Indonesia actually respect away the Angela from Cambodia, and we also saw a Cho from Cambodia. But at this point, I think the Suyo also needs to be considered here.
That's one of the things that's so difficult to draft when it comes to drafting against Indonesia. Like, what's in the mind of Coach Cassius? What's he thinking about? What are they going to give? What are they going to contest? Or are they going to be surprised first phase Edith ban? Something like that?
No. I have half a mind to think that they might even give the Edith to Fumi Echo in the first phase, like red
First
1 and
picks.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As they should. Again, Fumi Echo shines in picks that allows her to be proactive. But then again, even in the game where we saw where she was just packing a high loss Revitalize that was mostly just there standing, healing, card controlling, but from a very passive state, they were still very much okay with it. So for Cambodia, I think just make sure that you're contesting away the top gold laners of Shell. They might actually go into slightly experiment mode and then surprise and then pick up a first pick Harith, which we've seen. Not the great success in WEC, but if you really want to limit test the capabilities of what Shell in Indonesia can do, then you go ahead and do that. So as you mentioned, the Angela does get taken out and respected by Indonesia. Still a good call, and it takes away one of the best picks that you can use to empower Tegami, who has been an absolute tear today with the Assassins. First in that game 2 with Lancelot, then game 3 with Ling, up against Egypt.
I think maybe if Indonesia want, they can ban the Suyo here as well.
Yep.
In addition to everything you mentioned, okay, Suyo gets banned out because at this point in the game, Indonesia, if let's say Cambodia pick up something like the Hayabusa that was open, Indonesia can pick up something like the Hilda.
Yeah. That's tough.
Hilda Edith, would you?
Heck yeah. Totally okay with that. And honestly, you can even go into the second phase thinking, which one are we going to flex? But then the Mother of Tank has her Cho open for her. And I wouldn't knock it. If they go Cho right now, Cho Edith would be a good contest.
I don't think Cambodia has Cho in their hero pool,
Yeah,
so they leave it later.
Yeah, they don't care. They just need to keep it for red 3.
Yes.
Because it's going to get banned out. Best believe. Coach Taimigo here. Moment of humanity. You saw as the Hayabusa was picked for Tegami. He's like, I got you. Tegami, I got you.
Okay. They don't rush into the Cho right away, knowing full well that the Tigreal is gonna be an option for Cambodia. Edith as well, still available. They go for the Gatot Kacho. It's more of a Moshi pick. While Nabi will get her signature Aurora. Again, no longer gonna doubt this pick anymore. I've learned.
This is template Cambodia at this point, right?
Yeah.
And it also works well against the high-lows in this regard.
Yeah, and Indonesia don't need to template anything. Like, they don't need to rush Vivian's Cho.
Yeah. A little bit different, though, is that first pick Hayabusa. So there were drafts where we've seen all throughout WEC where teams would ban the Hayabusa against the Indonesian first phase. Except this time, Cambodia goes to the route of taking it for themselves.
I think there still is room for flex with this high-lows. We've seen Indonesia play against the Hayabusa with an Arlet in the EXP lane. So that is something that they can still consider here.
Yeah, they're juggling contentions. I think they're deciding on, finally, we get to see the Kali picked up. Still don't know where that's going to go. I think they're going to be waiting until they see the roam of Cambodia. And then that's when they'll make their final adjustments with where the Hylos and the Khalid will go.
I agree. Coming to the second phase now, I feel like Cambodia definitely will take away the options for the gold lane here. I think Harith would be a hot pickup.
For Indonesia? Oh yeah, that could clearly go into red 4. And I would be surprised if Cambodia doesn't ban it. If they don't ban the Harith and they still give it to Shell, they are prepared for it. And I think that's also one of the line of thinking of Coach Cases right now, wherein, Harith, you know what, let's take away the Tigreal. That might give the Harith a bit of problems, because that's another pick that might force out the Purify earlier on. Now, Cambodia's thinking, wait, we're running out of picks to target the Harith.
And also, Cambodia's running out of picks for their roamer, for Yue. Tigreal gets banned out. They just need to ban out the Edith next. And then they're going to force her on something like the Franco. That didn't work at all for them.
I wouldn't want to see Franco for Cambodia again. I feel like now, especially when you're up against Indonesia, you're going to want to pick up something that likes longer team fights, what the concept of dirty macro that Leo presented earlier, wherein I feel like that happens because team fights for some teams would go on for so long that minion waves are let through. The minion waves are just free pushing, and then that's how eventually the team that would win would get an even bigger map win because of the minion waves pushing. Edith ban makes a lot of sense here, unless they're going to start targeting and maybe just one for the matchup in the gold. Again, remember, Shell does have both the Harith and Lunox available for her as her best picks. And there goes the Harith. They take it out themselves.
Does Cambodia want to commit fully onto this jungle ban?
And be okay with it. Yeah, Nolan. There we go. You take out one good burst. And this is going to be a different playing field now for Indonesia. Vival won't end up with a big star jungler that we have right now, unless she has a Lancelot also in her hands.
Force on a tier 2.
Fanny's open.
Oh, right, you're right. And Cambodia have to commit to that Fanny counter right here, right now with these 2 picks. Edith is still open.
Yep.
Yeah. I think the Edith would be good. And I think that's why Indonesia saved their jungle pick for last. If they decide to go Edith here, then maybe that makes the Fanny a little bit happier because you don't have that hard catch anymore.
Unless Cambodia... I know you don't like it, but they still can go Hilda, or they can go for Franco here. Franco Beatrix, maybe?
Fanny at the Hilda isn't a full-on counter, but Yui can just keep throwing bodies.
With the presence of the Khalid and the high loss in the map, plus the Vexana, that might be tough. So they still go for the Edith, and they get the Bruno. I feel like that's more of a block pick for Shell. Good damage distribution.
It's good laning against the Moskov.
But the Fanny that you mentioned, if this is a Fanny, it might be tough.
Fanny or a Twist, a totally unexpected pick.
Like your Bane.
Do I like your Bane?
What are her options here?
We still haven't seen Julian at all. But I think... No, Julian might be okay. But
they have room for magic.
Yeah, they have room for magic. But if Moskov is their only physical, maybe it might be better to go for Assassin, because I'm already happy with the high loss and the Vexana can do. You're gonna have a Thunderbelt and the Khalid anyway, so the damage distribution is good. Maybe just a little bit more burst. Oh, there we go. Yeah,
That makes sense.
Debut Julian.
Yeah.
In all of WEC.
Haven't seen her all throughout.
We talked about it time and time again. And it only took until the grand finals, guys, for it to pop up.
Finally.
Kudos to Coach Taimigo, though, and the rest of Team Cambodia for stretching out Vival's hero pool. And for making Coach Cassius think, hey, is it worth it to go Fanny here? And they instead, go for some magic. They have room for it. And wave clear.
Yeah. And I like the combination that they have with the high loss Vexana and the Julian in the center of the map. That increases their chance of honestly dominating the first 5 minutes of the game. If Cambodia aren't careful, if they get caught out with great crowd control, the late entry by the Edith with a Primal Wrath from the EXP lane might just not be enough. And Cambodia might actually get surprised here. They have to be super careful.
Yeah, key for me is the fact that Indonesia have so much initiative. It's so easy for them to go 1-2 CC, blow you up.
Yeah.
I think Cambodia have to time that very well. They have to watch out for when these key skills come through.
There's going to be a sliver that Cambodia really needs to perfect for our first and opening game for our grand finals. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going straight into the land of dawn and back to the casters. Naisu, Mirko, take us away.
We are almost there, Eterna. Thank you so much, Renmar and Leo, to break down our draft for game number 1. And remember, it's a best of 3 in the grand final here. Again, I'm Naisu, and this is Mirko, and we're bringing you the action for this grand final. It's been 4 days of battling here for the women to bring it up for the championship. And now what's on the line is this best of 3. And we know, we've talked about this a lot of times here, Mirko, how important game number 1 is to get your foot out the door in this series. Is it going to be Cambodia or will it be Indonesia? We'll find out. Game 1, best of 3. Both teams, they've made their way up to this point. We've seen Cambodia's rise through the ranks and now finding themselves once again in this grand final against the tournament favorite. Early invade already. Look at the pressure. Whoa.
First blood. Tegami's going to be taken down. What's going on around the purple buff? Purple buff not taken. That'll definitely delay a whole lot of this early game farm for Tegami. Julian already taking the orange buff, and it'll be Tegami starting on the purple buff because of that. Despite the fact that they already used Revitalize, that's 2 flickers too. Burnt out. That was a 2v3.
A whole lot. I mean, wow. Talking about value for Indonesia to start things off. Yeah, that was Fumi Echo. She's playing this Khalid here. That, for the longest time, a lot of people have seen it in the Roam, they've seen it in XP, but that is a ton of value, especially the fact that Fumi Echo gets that early kill, so she's going to have a minor advantage. And you can see this. They're still paying attention on this side of the jungle of Cambodia. Just kind of showing face, want to put pressure.
Stun coming down, no flicker on Navi, might be a solo kill. Vivian, this takes down the Aurora. Uwe going in again with the damage, but Fumi Echo has gotten the blades back up again. It's Vivian on the high-lows, getting a double and essentially shutting down Cambodia early.
Man, Indonesia, they have something else in mind for this game number 1. Already a minute and a half in, 3 kills.
They're aggro.
They're aggro. This is the aggro deck if this was a card game, because right now they're further in that lead, almost 2K up at this point. And, that's tough because with Cambodia, with the lineup that they brought to this table, this is not the start you want to have. You don't want to start with your backs against the wall already. Especially when you have a Hayabusa. Hayabusa, you're not going to have the greatest time going and contesting this first objective. So, ideally, you just give it up. You let Indonesia take it. You look for something else elsewhere, and that's exactly what Cambodia will do here. First turtle of the game worked on by Indonesia. They'll secure that. You've got the shadow kill available. They might try to make a play, maybe if they can find one, but so far Indonesia is going to spot that out.
You get to see, good onward over the city as the flicker gets out to safety. Gets a Terrify down in the Curse Blast too, so Nabi actually will be the one taking a big shot there. But like you said, Naisu, Indonesia, it does look like it is the case, rather for Cambodia. It's all about just trading at this point of the game, right? Losing the first few battles, and then, never mind, Vivian's going to continue this. Motorist pathway over to Tegami. Also trying to escape, having revitalized in. The SOD almost connecting. Tagami should be able to take this down. Vivian should not be able to survive this. Quad Shadow in, that's a kill for Tagami. Meanwhile though, all that time was used for the Purple Ball to get taken down. The Eternal Guard catches Tagami, and the Cursed Blast will poke her down.
All part of the plan, says Vivian in Indonesia. Not only that, but they'll rotate up here. Look at all this gold going in the pockets of Indonesia. They'll go ahead and stall out Moshi a little bit longer, waiting for Yui to make her way, but that gold plate already gone.
Everything.
They're going to force a fight here. I don't know if they can. Cambodia, I mean, even with the ability to go ahead and take down Vivian earlier on, they still find themselves at a deficit, 2,000 gold to work against. And Tagami, if she loses her buffs like that, that's going to be tough.
That's annoying though, the fact that Vivol took the purple buff, but she didn't clear it out fully, right? So Tagami will have to do it. Now it's going to be kind of delayed from spawning back in the game. Really good stuff from Indonesia, man. On the Julian, 2 levels ahead already. Because of the first blood, delaying the purple buff take, and then earlier, buying time for Vivol to steal it away. This is going to be a big problem coming into the later stage of the game. Cine, waiting in the bush. See, Terrified Sun, Eternal Guard, and wow, combo with the chain too, and Cine just takes that kill away with the Eternal Guard swinging the sword.
She even popped the Revitalize, man. Like, there was, even with the Revitalize and as a tankier hero, she just got blasted. And now Indonesia will continue to take more here on the bottom side, even more gold once again. They start up the objective right now, full control. I'm not sure if Moshi can really do much. He's looking to call the team to try to keep this turret up. Yui jumps in, but ultimately nothing. And that's another turtle objective for Indonesia. We have to start talking about where can Cambodia turn this around? What can they do? They're 3.5 thousand behind already, under the 5-minute mark. What are they waiting for? Where do they find? Oh, Yui Fendi.
Oh, waiting on the Purify too. Yeah, Cine didn't have the Eternal Guard there, so there was no kill threat, but the fact that she just appeared out of nowhere there.
Yeah, a little 1-2. That's all she needed.
Made it as though she had to just kind of force out the Purify there. But yeah, I don't know, man. The Gatot Kacha, wait, mid lane might be caught again.
Oh.
And has Chain to knock her up. One basic attack with the Cursed Blast. Nami getting the Frigid Glacier onto 3. Now the Quad Shadow over to Fumi Echo. But Terrified disengages for Fumi Echo. Cine with a great PO on the bottom lane is 1v1 here. SOD thrown away. Cine, Chell will be solo killed down below by the XP lane.
Good thing for Moshi to pick that up. Stop the bleeding a little bit, but still the big apparent issue right now is Tagami has not had much control in her jungle. You're looking at it, she's only got a Hunter Strike. And, with all the gold that Vivil's been able to get herself, she's already got the wings, she's working on the next item. But that's enough. A lot of times all we see is this interaction between dropping down enhanced chains, really. And the fact that you also have an Eternal Guard. I mean, look how much damage has been done here by Cine already. And that's what's difficult, because even when you're just the crowd control alone, but then you're trying to escape and you're slowed down with Glorious Pathway, it's very difficult to play against that. Even when you're thinking, oh, I'm safe under my turret. No, you're not. Now in the mid lane, they're still putting the pressure 20 seconds away from that turtle, and right now it's just Cambodia scratching for whatever they can find across the map. Shell, she's going to be by herself. She should be fine. Still has a Purify. Might try to make a play down here. They're going to trade possibly objective for maybe a turret, maybe a kill. Cambodia doesn't want to contest these right now, but Shell's holding her own. Yui Fendi finally working on the turret.
Moshi in the mid lane trying to just save this turret here. That's a golden staff already, 6 minutes in for Chell. Bottom lane will be a turret for Yui Fendi, so at least they get a few more objectives down to trade it for the turtle. But Vivo still 2 levels ahead of Tagami, and essentially Tagami, I don't know, man. When you're behind on a Hayabusa, it feels just, it really feels bad. Especially considering you're up against a Julian who has so much consistent damage. It's like it's a DPS. I don't know, you can't kind of say that he's DPS, but it's kind of bursty too. It's a different kind of damage, I would say, right? For the Assassin, for Hayabusa, it's way more bursty, and the fact that you're behind now will give so much more room for all the squishy backliners, Cine and Chell, to even get some more magic defense, or sorry, physical defense, so that they could deal with Tagami. And the big problem for Yue here on the Gatot Kacha is the fact that Gato's really good against physical, but against magical, it's all the same. Vivian, Glorious Pathway, the stun doesn't connect in time. That's a flicker from Nabi.
Wow. Flicker and ult. They might have even possibly gotten the Revitalize out, but at least Yue holds on to that. Moshi, I'm not sure if she's going to get chased any further, but you're just seeing Indonesia. They're just kind of like, fight me. you know, come on, Cambodia, we want to fight. Because they know that they have the advantage right now in terms of raw power and everything else. And Cambodia has to play this smart. Like you mentioned, with Hayabusa, you're down like this in levels. You're not getting many buffs. You kind of just have to force yourself to just go farm up, you know, get what you need. And then maybe, like I would say, even to the point. Wow. That's interesting. Skypiercer, despite everything going on. So Skypiercer's picked up. She losing focus once again on this top side here from Indonesia.
Vivil's just on the turret. Radiant Sandstorm from Fumieko will not find anyone. That's a quicker out of the Frigid Glacier as Vivian pops and revitalized to survive. SOD all the way from the bottom lane. Moshi so wanted to go in, gets caught by Eternal Card in the back line. It's going to be a lot of damage. Plays on the Navi somehow. The passive already used up. Yue in the midst of it all. Now just bursted down. Vivian claims the kill. Now it's Vivil who walks up forward with the sword. Now the chain to knock Yui Fendi up, baiting the Purify, and now it's the chase. Fumieko with the blade, and that's City predicting the slide tackle to get the killing spree.
Right on top. They'll get the turret. Tagami was trying to get the buff. I'm not sure if she actually managed to give it, but right now it's the tier 2 falling. Indonesia, massive lead. They can take nearly everything they want. The shield is going to pop in the mid lane, and that Lord is ready for the taking. And at this point, Cambodia, like I said, they won't be able to do anything at this time with this Lord. They have to get ready for the defense. I'm not sure even Yui Fendi, you know, if the damage is where she needs it to be. Her and Tagami both really lacking in that department. So if a forced fight happens from Indonesia with this first Lord push, it's going to be really crucial that they somehow maintain that defensive formation and maybe even just rely on Nabi to drop down a proper Frigid Glacier to allow them to buy time. Because really, you can't even send anyone to just kind of split push. You know, you can't send Yui Fendi by herself in the top lane to push that out. You kind of just need everyone to help defend this. Because now Indonesia will go ahead and knock down at that bottom at tier 2. Vivian getting a little more tanky. Picks up a Radiant Armor. This is very difficult. Cambodia lacking damage, now faced against a defensive lineup. Already locked in a front lineup from Indonesia. Lord's going to make its way down the mid. Tagami goes in.
Yeah, we can see the Revitalize already. Chell, I don't know if she has defensive items. No, she doesn't. Only the Warrior Boots. It's enough just because of how behind Tagami is. Eternal Guard placed down to go and try to zone them away now. Moshi to be terrified. Popping the Primal Wrath is ready. Yui Fendi going for the shots. The Frigid Glacier committed down as well. Turret still intact. Tagami in the back line. Not able to get the Raging Sandstorm there for Fumieko to catch Tagami. But there was also no shadow kill from Tagami, so no kill threat. The Cannon Minion is desperately trying to get that turret down, and it's so low. But Indonesia will have to be happy with just that push in.
So they keep it together. They maintain that mid turret. Surprisingly so. Wings now picked up here by Nabi.
Divine Glaive.
Divine Glaive, though, by Vivil. This is very terrifying if Cambodia gets caught into enhanced chains or any kind of setup. And so, you know, they're just fighting for the boss.
Oh, the Terrify too with the Curse Blast. City gets a kill from out of nowhere. Fumieko walking up. SOD barely hitting there. The passive down, the Curse Blast connecting earlier. City again gets the Terrify. Combos it in with a Curse Blast. Vivil in the midst of it all with the Enhanced Sword. A bit too overextended and will be taken out by Moshi with the Primal Wrath.
I think they're still going to go try to focus down this turret if they can. Even that mid turret, 1 HP away. Yui will keep them at bay though. So against it all, Cambodia holds on to all base turrets. But you're seeing this, man. The damage charts are insanity for Cine. Time and time again with the Curse Blast, able to just land that combination so well, whether she has an Eternal Guard or not. Her damage profile is absolutely insane. And at this point, Cambodia, even if they want to fight, even if they want to try to go ahead and stall some of these out, it's so difficult to a point where, you know, where do we even start for Cambodia? And part of it is continuing to build up the items that they need. Looks like we're going to take a short pause here to go ahead and get things situated. So, yeah, let's play with the idea here. Cambodia is down 8,000, almost 9,000 gold at the 12-minute mark. The next Lord, do they just give it up? Do they just let that go and continue to stay in the base?
At this point, I feel like they just have to fight Naisu. Their composition isn't really built to defend, right? The Hayabusa, the Aurora as well. These are team fighting picks.
Yeah.
The Bruno is the only person who can really clear. I guess if you use Primal Wrath too, but again, if you have to use a Primal Wrath for the Lord, that makes room for everybody else to just dive on you, right? So I think at this point, you just have to try to fight it out. This composition wasn't built to defend. And The problem is right now, even if they try to play the macro game, they can't. Who are you going to send into the side lane? Bruno, Fendi, who's so behind compared to the Moscow, compared to Chell, who's always going to be the one sent by Indonesia towards the far lane. And then you have Hayabusa, that obviously can be a way to push out the side lanes, but Wind of Nature is already built. You can see there from the items of Chell. Wind of Nature already. 3 items plus Wind of Nature at the 12-minute mark. The Endless Battle will certainly help against the Wind of Nature, but I don't think it's going to be enough to actually 1v1 Chell. So, try to group up, stay decisive, look for an initiation, right? If it doesn't happen, then sure, you can always go next game. But if they just go and defend, I think that's riskier than actually going for a fight.
See if they can pull it off. Knowing how far behind they are here at this point, Cambodia might have to go for even a Hail Mary play at some point. Malefic Gun being picked up by Fendi. Not sure if they're going to be able to get any of the control around this that they want. It's already been quickly worked on, and that's the Lord secured by Vivel. Yue just going to get chased down a little bit, but ultimately, you know, whether it's a good thing or not, man, they're going to have to defend in their base. They're going to have to make this work either way. And like we saw, you know, we got a glimpse of it. Even though they were down earlier on quite a bit, they still managed to stay in the game. They still managed to hold on to the base turrets. At least that, you know, that mid turret is pretty much going to be gone this next push in. But still, Cambodia, we've seen them do pretty amazing things. You know, even the previous series and matches that they've had, maybe this is an opportunity for them to go ahead and do it again, depending on how they approach this fight. And even Indonesia, you know, we've seen them make a little bit of some oversteps in the previous matches, but I think this one, it's just they have such a big lead. They have such a good composition that that window of messing things up is so small right now. So Indonesia gets ready. Knock on the doors, Eternal Guard drop down.
Oh, the glorious pathway too. Trying to bait out the resources in the bottom lane so that the Lord can just charge in for free. 2 base turrets taken down up top as well. Vivo will pick it up now in a 1v1 against Sikami. Has the quad shadow to escape. Vivian with a stun down onto Moshi. Raging Sandstorm Flanker into the back, fighting Nami. The Frigid Glacier connects to the AOG. Will be able to punish Bumi Echo. That's Vivian falling too, and look at the damage! Sikami with the Sky Piercer. Chell has the Wind of Nature, is able to survive. The big gamble for Tagami paid off.
What just happened? Yeah, they lost all their base turrets, but 4 members of Indonesia go down. Talk about a defense and a turn of events for Cambodia. They got to play this right, though, because even with that, the members of Indonesia are going to be back up. They're going to be able to adjust, but Cambodia has to get what they can. They cleared out the lanes. They should be able to get some turrets to work with, but this puts them in a position, in a much better position for the next Lord a minute away. And that is a huge momentum and morale boost for their favor. They will be able to get quite a few items. I mean, once that team fight happened, you saw all those items being picked up for Cambodia. So, hey, you know what? Even if they struggled the past 13 minutes of this game, they stay in the game, they stay composed, and they made something work. Yue, she's going to go ahead and show a face here. They're still 40 seconds away. The problem with this, even though that they had that massive defense, they still can't just send someone to push in the lane, right? They're initially stuck by playing together. Because even if Tagami goes and she tries to push one of the side lanes a little bit, Shell's going to show up, or she's going to be forced to go ahead and try to run away. And there's just so much initiation coming out from Indonesia where they can cut her off. And obviously, they don't want that to happen. Tagami?
Oh, the quad shadow back again. Chell pops in with the nature in time. Tagami's even caught in the Eternal Guard too, but Chell got the solo. Moshi now in a bad spot. Will be able to dish out some damage together with the Frigid Glacier, but that is 2 big resources. No Primal Wrath, no Frigid Glacier. The terrifying Moshi's immortality has been popped, and that was also Nami taken down by Vivel. 3-for-1 trade.
Man, that's a massive trade for Indonesia. You're thinking something could happen. You know, Tagami, as I was saying, if she's going to be in a side lane and tries to do something, whether that's push, whether it get a kill, you still expose yourself. And now 2 members on the defense. Indonesia will let them deal with the waves pushing in, and they'll make their way for this Lord. So still, Cambodia will be in the game. They'll be full force on the defense. And honestly, it comes down to that. Can they actually rally once again to defend? Even without base turrets, without any of that to support them up. Yue takes the spear. Shell's joining that. They know they want to go ahead and try to take this purple buff if they can. Some more big items were picked up on both sides with it. So Cambodia, have they been able to unlock the power that they need to actually go and win this team fight round? We know that the Wind of Nature was also used earlier on, and so that might be part of it. Some of the switching happening with the Winter Crowns and the Immortality, as we say it. There's Moshi picking up the Winter Crown. She might kind of have to just throw herself up the front and try to delay things out. Lord making its way in the mid as Indonesia walks this in. Notice the placement of Tagami. How do they approach this defense? The waves are pushing in.
They just have to save their resources for a moment to go for those big frigid glaciers, big earth shatters. So far, Primal Wrath used up. They found a miss of an outrageous sandstorm connecting on the 2, but it's purified out of. Now the AOG locking them down to Frigid Glacier 2. It's going to be Fumi Echo falling. City trying to go for the base right now as Moshi is still able to survive with a flicker as well. Winter Crown used up. Moshi with the onward, finding it onto Cine. It's a trade in the end. Tagami and Nabi now versus Bimbo, Vivian and Chell. Bimbo with the sword, Chell with the blink forward. Indonesia secure game 1 match point in the grand finals.
Championship point now for Indonesia. Almost 18 minutes in, took them a little bit longer. And Cambodia, after a great defense, just couldn't withstand the amount of pressure that this lineup from Indonesia brought to the base push. So again, a good try. Cambodia has to be able to adjust from this when they head into game 2. But man, like we said, Indonesia, they are the tournament favorite. They have done a lot. They've only tasted one game defeat. And right now, Cambodia has to go ahead and channel into what they did previously with all the obstacles they faced the past 4 days. And even their journey over here, you know, this is the time for them to go ahead and calibrate themselves, learn from game 1. There's a lot of things they could take from that, adjust going forward. I would say, you know, the draft clearly had a game plan there. I just feel like things kind of scaled out of control for them. So we'll see what they do. But I know first we got to focus on this game number 1. Our panelists definitely have a lot to say. What do you guys think about game 1?
Thanks, Miracle. Thanks, Naisu, for the cast for game number 1. And like you mentioned, championship point now held in by the Southeast Asian Queens, the powerhouse of Southeast Asia right now. As Cambodia now, the pressure's on them to force a game number 2. But I gotta say, that was a masterclass game, I think, from Indonesia to dissect exactly what made Cambodia so strong up until this point. But we're gonna throw it over to the analysts. What do you guys think?
Well, we did say Cambodia really needed to be careful with their engages. With the combination of the high loss of Vexana and the Julian together, you get a great invading combo. Add to that the adjustment they made in the early game for Fumi Echo to say, I don't care about my minion waves, we want to pressure the jungle right away. That's how they took control of it. Once that Hayabusa went down, before she even got her first buff, that's not good. We know Julian is a level 3 power spike. That's why for majority of the game, Cambodia was winning.
I'll say even level 2. Compared to the Hayabusa, if the Julian hits level 2, even before Tegami knows what's up, that's already a win. So where did the plot twist happen? Indonesia, they kept the pressure up. They kept attacking Cambodia over and over again, leaving Tegami and the rest of Cambodia wondering, where do we find this clapback? And here you'll see that Cambodia know how to fight from behind. They know how to throw bodies well enough without getting punished so that even when they find themselves inside their base, they can find a comeback. And I think it comes in a little later after this. It happened inside their base, wherein they wiped out Indonesia. But something tells me that was too little too late, because as soon as I saw Chell pulling up into this lower bush here to the right, I knew that that was an end angle. I knew that they found the weakness in Cambodia. And you'll see, I think, in the last few moments, I think past this is still where they get punished.
This is the turnaround, yeah. Fumi went in. I feel like she didn't need to commit the flicker. A little bit too eager for that.
Yeah, they were getting a little impatient. And look at where they placed Yui Fendi. And Moshi, oh wow, Moshi flickered in to get that wipeout.
Yeah. Again, when it comes to the Edith and the Bruno, they're fantastic with turning the game around as long as they get to a certain point. The magic number at that time was at around 40, 35. That's why you saw Indonesia be aggressive as they did, because they knew that was the mark wherein they'd have enough damage items on the Bruno to be a significant factor. Turns out the significant factor was also that Edith. As the game went on, though, after that, I really thought Cambodia could make a more threatening push, maybe take more base turrets in the base of Indonesia, but they just had to commit that overextend in the bot. They were too greedy trying to take down Shell.
And at the end of the day, looking at Indonesia's lineup, the draft that they ended up with, if it did come down to it, if it did come down to dirty macro winning, I don't think Cambodia can trump Indonesia. Because look, they have the Moskov, which can go coast to coast. They have the Julian, who can go from bush to bush and threaten a burst. Like, single-handedly, maybe even better than a Nolan would. Because a Nolan has 0 CC, right? But he has infinite burst. The Julian can actually hit you with more smaller bursts of damage, but has CC. So he can take down two. If he can find Tegami and Yui Fendi sitting in the bush, that's what Vival could do. And then you have Fumieko, who maybe after the 2 sudden Raging Sandstorms into the base, can just play the side lanes. Because she moves so fast. That Sandwalk, it's almost as good as, say, Link's Finch Poise.
Yeah, they have a good map presence, and that's why Indonesia, again, as what we mentioned, was aggressive from not even minute 1, second 1, maybe even just the draft. They're already being aggro. The moment they knew what they wanted to deal with, they saw the Hayabusa on the other end. It's like, all right, we're going to play a lineup that's just going to be aggressive right out of the gate.
Take Tegami down.
Take Tegami down, and that was it. I will die on the hill of, if you are going up against a team that is notorious for taking control of the center of the map, Gatakacha, to me, is not a jungle protector. We've seen enough games, not just in IESF Women's, but IESF Men's as well, where Gatakacha roams would actually suffer, and their jungle would suffer against teams that are very aggressive with going to the jungle. What they are good at, though, are mid-game, mid-fight turnarounds. And I think for teams that would prioritize the Gatakacha, that's something that they're accepting already. That if they pick that hero, we're probably not going to win the early, but we will win a fight because the Gatakacha late entry and the mid to the late game Gatakacha power spike alongside the rest of the team is really good.
I agree. I think they need to protect the Gummies a lot better, right? Especially coming into the drafts. We saw the Hylos and the Khalid actually already in the first phase. So they already should have had an idea of how aggressive this composition would have been. Seeing the history of Indonesia and how they play, usually they go very aggressive with the Hilda and the Cho, and then they kind of substituted that with the Hylos and the Khalid that did exactly the same thing. And so, what would you guys think would be a proper stopper, if not Gatot? Should they pick up the Hylos for themselves?
If they could, honestly, there are 2 picks mainly that empower a very aggressive Indonesia lineup. It's the Hylos and it's the Cho. The times where we saw Vivian play, not to say that they had a bad game with that, it's just you saw that they were a little bit more, all right, I'll stay on this side of the river. Hey, Fumieko, you go ahead in front for me. That's how you usually would want to play around with the Gatot. That's the follow-up. It's the little shift up. So yeah, if they could, I'd want to see them pick up the Hylos. I really thought that they would even consider picking up the Khalid once they saw the Hylos on the other side. Because with the Hylos and Khalid together, you are just going to expect aggro. Instead, they got the Gatakacha. They did get crowd control in the Aurora that might have helped. But the raw power of the early game Khalid alongside the Vexana is a bit too much to handle for invade defense.
By the way, that was a Vexana debut for Cine.
Oh yeah?
She hasn't picked it up just yet.
So she
and
finally
she was
played
number
the meta.
1.
So she finally played the meta.
She did, and she was number 1 damage dealt.
That's what you can expect from Artillery Mage against a lineup that will struggle from second 1. Which I think brings me to my next point here. Bottom line, don't put Tegami in the forefront of your draft. You have to hide her. Treat her like a gold laner. Treat her like you would Yui Fendi.
Yeah.
So make like what you did against Egypt in that last game of that series. Sandbag the gold lane and the jungle. Pick up your utility first.
Yeah.
Equip Yui, equip Nabi, and equip Moshi, and then go from there.
But do you not think that that was a forced error? Because the Hayabusa was left open. I'm pretty sure if they didn't pick it in the first phase, that maybe Indonesia would have picked it up for themselves.
Yeah.
It's a bait.
Yeah, and the defense of Cambodia, and don't worry, I side with you on that one. Because of the drafting sequence where they had the Matilda Alpha Jushin banned by Cambodia, and then the Chip Angela Suyo banned by Indonesia, it made sense for them to take the jungle pick that a lot of teams banned from Indonesia. It's just that I feel like they weren't well equipped to really protect it, and Indonesia knew what they needed to do to shut it down. So now, knowing that that didn't work, okay, you default back to a more safer drafting pattern for your jungler. That if it's not the Alpha or it's not the Suyo, don't pick it up. Pick the Gami's picks for later. The games that Cambodia shined with today were last picks for Tegami. later Ling, later Lancelot, they can play for surprise.
So with that, do they ban the Hayabusa just straight up?
They don't have to. Because if Vival ends up with a Hayabusa, I'm sure they could answer it too. Still, Yui plays a Hilda. So if they somehow end up with a Hilda, which by the way, looking back, is that right? Yeah, she was totally snubbed in game 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if Yui can pick up the Hilda, they can be on the offensive, they can protect Tegami, all the while attacking Vival in the jungle.
So they play the same exact strategy that Indo did.
Flip it over. Flip it over. And yes, instead of the Julian here being the perfect tool for the right job, again, you want that early game power spike, you give Tegami a killer jungle.
Yeah, I think Cambodia really need to consider that Indonesia might still continue to run with just a fast scaling. They thrive with speed, they thrive with aggression. And the Rexana of Sini, surprisingly enough, if they can't directly take it away from her, they need to think of a way of really just respecting her, because Sini made that look easy, I'm not gonna lie. She absolutely controlled the center. Every time Vivian had info, it's like, all right, drop down an eternal guard, no hesitation.
That's a big problem, honestly. Because when it comes down to the drafts, Bruno Moskov, who do you think wins that lane? Supposedly, in theory.
Bruno.
Right?
Yeah.
And it didn't even matter that Shell lost the lane because of the mid-prio that was given over to Indo.
Yeah, Cambodia was reeling too hard from the hit on Tegami that they turtled up.
Yeah.
They said, you know what? Yui Fendi, like, you should be winning this lane, but we need to protect Tegami first, which again, could have been solved by protecting her in the draft.
So hopefully, if we are going to be seeing the same drafting sides, it's not even a little switch up strategy. It's a big one when you change up from a jungle first pick to something else, but it's going to be different. It's Indonesia now actually on the blue side, and the very first ban, it's Chip. This is them saying we want to control the draft by taking away the usual red side ban.
I think this is Cambodia's preferred side, right? In their previous matchup against Egypt, they always opted to go for red side.
This is where they're capable of sandbagging the gold and the jungle so comfortably, because they can commit hard in that 2-pick swing, Aurora X. Literally, just Aurora plus whatever they feel like. Edith, Aurora Hylos, Aurora Hilda.
Yeah, and that's always the problems. If they are going to still commit into an early Gatot, please put it in the EXP lane. And then go back to your typical ideas of if it's an Edith roam, if it's a Tigreal roam, something just a little bit more active and can be a pester alongside defending. Am I crazy to think that Gatot Kaiser isn't a jungle protector? Because even in men's.
No, you're right. It's more of a formation breaker than a jungle protector.
Yeah, that's why EXP if possible.
You're better on the offensive than the defensive.
Yeah. Okay, so they're respecting the Fanny that could come out from Tegami, even though they have a Cho on their side and we don't see a Cho. I think that's just Indonesia's just straight up going, nope, we don't want to do that. But then, that's a signal for Cambodia that Indonesia are respecting your assassins. So the Ling and the Lancelots now will, if they go into the second phase, lose their surprise effect. Just have to really make sure that it's well equipped to be able to farm and do well. If Angela gets let through, though, in the first phase of banning, wouldn't turn off the idea that we'll see. Nope, they take it away. They take it away. Good call by Indonesia.
It's a lactose intolerant draft. No cheese.
Yeah, no cheese.
I thought maybe with the Fanny ban they wanted to go for the Angel Ling combo. Like they didn't want that Fanny versus Ling matchup in the jungle. But now we have the Matilda, Ling, Hayabusa, Phoveus, Alpha.
Yeah. Jinx. There you go. Taking out the Matilda. So I think these are more justifiable, reasonable trades these teams are going for. I like what Indonesia's doing. Indonesia is testing how deep Cambodia's pocket picks are. Because they're taking out even the Angeline combo.
Yeah. So one of the main questions for Indonesia is what's going to be the relationship of Vivian and Fumi in the EXP lane, in the roam EXP right now. Is Fumi going to be more frontliner, Vivian follow-up? Is Vivian frontliner and Fumi follow-up? Or are they going to end up with picks that are a little bit more independent of one another? So the question is, Phoveus, maybe?
Yeah, I don't think Vival wants to rush the Alpha. I think they're better on the answer back. If the high is open, you pick it.
That's a flex by Indonesia. It's like telling them, all right, we're going to show you how it's done.
Yep.
Very surprising.
I mean, technically now Cambodia can actually answer back the same way Indo did, right?
Yeah, they just go aggro. Does that mean they switch up the Aurora? I think the Aurora's fine. You go
Yep, it's
Aurora
safe as well.
Hilda?
Or a Hilda.
Because there's no Alpha anymore.
Yeah. I feel like one of the problems was the Khalid. But if ever, okay, if Cambodia overthink and say, hey, let's go high loss Khalid too, invade their jungle like what they did to us, that'll just be another easy Vexana game once again by Simi. They can expect that better in early. Vexana is quite good at defending jungles. You still go for the Gata Kacha. Please make that an EXP lane pick.
And then be just as aggressive.
Yeah. Go aggro if you can. Whoa, they're rushing the Moskov?
Yeah.
That is a choice.
I guess what Indonesia did as well in the previous game was they took the Moskov away. I think that's again, sometimes it doesn't make sense, but when it comes to Cambodia and their power picks, it just doesn't make sense, but it works.
You know what? Thank you for reminding me
Right?
that it is a power pick for Yui Fendi. They're going to have to set that up.
How do they do that?
I suggest they do it come the second phase. They ban more gold laners because we've learned throughout the playoffs, if you attack Shell, she gets compromised. If you take away the initiative from the gold lane, from Shell, she struggles. Egypt sought out that weakness, but instead they answer it back. There's a Harith.
Which is why the Moskov in the early stage of the game, despite it being a power pick, is just so risky. There's so many laners that still win that lane. And now the problem is, earlier, Shell was in a losing matchup, and now she's on a winning matchup.
Yeah, and this is the signature Shell Harith at this point. If all else fails, break glass, bring out the early Harith pick for Shell out.
It's what turned upside down the matchup against Egypt when Team Indonesia had to reverse sweep that opener today. Cambodia here, man, I don't know. I don't think they want to focus on utility anymore.
Tig, save the mid for later. Go Tig. Oh, okay.
It's got to be. It's got to be.
Get the still chasing power picks.
So they attack mid now.
Yeah. The thing is, Cindy has such a wide hero pool.
Exactly. It feels like a practice in futility.
Yeah.
Because you know that she has like half a dozen heroes.
Yeah, so maybe that's why they just defaulted into thinking, you know what, let's just get our power picks. Let us remind you again, the heroes that are still available that Sydney has played. Lunox,
Cyclops,
Loyi,
Karita,
Sicilian,
Vexana,
Valentina,
Eve.
Eve. There's so many.
I'm not surprised if they pull out something crazy like a Faramis at this point.
She can do that too.
Like this.
Anticipate maybe a Nolan pick or something like that.
This is a Valentina lineup. I would pick a Valentina, just the Hylos and the Harith alone.
Yeah. Funnily enough, out of all the picks, the Valentino was the one that I'd be a little bit more willing to let go of.
Well, you know why?
Why?
Edith's open.
Ah.
They're protecting the Edith. So give you the Edith.
Right.
Prop the Gatot into the XP.
Yeah.
It's what we've been preaching all draft long.
So if that's the case, that's an easy Edith ban here then. If not here, then it's going to be the last one.
Oh, I love it. Cambodia's giving Indonesia an ultimatum. You ban out the Edith or junglers for Tagami.
Oh, they decided to go for a Lance ban. It just goes to show how impressive Tagami's performance earlier in the Lancelot was.
I mean, we doubted it.
They just went ahead and said, nope. Even though they have a lineup right now that, actually, no, yeah, that doesn't deal with the Lancelot well.
We are the necessary fuel to Tagami's fire.
Yeah.
Every time we doubt a pick.
There has to be the yin to the yang.
All right, so if we want to see a Game 3, we have to doubt whatever pick Tagami ends up with. Okay. Apparently, that's the secret to it all.
All right, we're here to play a role, ladies and gentlemen, for the show. For the drama here at the Grand Finals.
This I like. I appreciate the slow Yi ban. Now it's Cambodia telling Indonesia, you know what? Gone are the tricks. Let's be honest with our team fighting.
And you can't win the map.
Yeah.
We will at least hold on to the map. Hold on for dear life into the late game.
Yeah, it's going to be an honest approach by Indonesia. So, does that mean you ban the Edith here? Because when it comes to an honest approach, a very obvious team fight, Cambodia does well with that. If they end up with an Edith.
Yeah, I think I like that Edith ban. Because then UA would be forced on something like what? A Tigreal?
Yes.
She doesn't mind.
I mean, with the composition that Indonesia have,
It's not
right
the best.
now, right?
It's not the best.
Harris will
Especially
purify.
if you put a Purify on the Harris. Oh, there's the Alpha.
They still banned the Alpha. Okay.
Keeping Tegami honest, what else is left in the tank?
They're more than willing to give her
The Ling?
Lings, Assassins, with the Cho still open. Oh, yeah, no, this might be tough for Cambodia.
Indonesia knows this is the Edith, and then whatever Tegami plays.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the script.
If Indonesia...
Unless suddenly the Hilda pops up.
Whoa.
Ireland.
Oh, this is, I think, a pocket for Yui. We've seen her try to play this, no?
They can...
It was Moshi earlier on the Ireland, right?
Oh, yeah, that's the one.
They can still go Phoveus. It's still open in the draft that Hylos can still definitely go Roam. Paired with a high crowd control burst mid. Or
Phoveus Faramis?
Crowd control mid. They go Eve. Fight under that. They don't care about the Arlot if they got the Kacha. They're very confident. And the Phoveus will really enjoy fighting under the real world manipulation. They can also surprise and maybe just go take themselves if they want to. Or no, it's still aggro. Still control. And it's still pressure Tegami in the jungle no matter what.
That's their insurance policy to the insurance policy.
Yeah.
The deterrent.
They're anticipating.
No need to get fancy, no Phoveses. It's just invade your jungle. I don't think Cambodia are well prepared for that in terms of their picks. If this is an Arlot Roam, nope. We talked about the Gata Kacha and Aurora, so...
Fredrin!
They dig deep.
What?
They dig deep. And about 6.5 feet down that pocket, they find something of value.
The last time she picked this up was online qualifiers, back when Fredrin was still meta.
And it's might as well change your name to Yui Funnel. It's not funny, I get it, but it's dire
I laughed.
straits.
Hey, we both laughed.
I laughed.
Thanks.
I wish Cambodia just had the different gold laner, because I feel like the firepower might just be lacking.
Like a Lunox?
Look.
Yeah. I like the Fredrin. I'm not knocking it. It's if you reeled it back a little bit, you're gonna think a few months ago this Fredrin is perfect. Just watch out for this Harith now. But it's not gonna be an easy climb. If it is, then again it's another crazy Tegami performance.
In hindsight, yeah, I agree with you. Maybe the gold laner should have changed, but I'm still pretty in shock with the Fredrin. I love Fredrin, but not like this.
They needed a hero that wouldn't, just knee down to how much aggression that a Khalid and a Hylos needed.
Yeah.
And the last time we doubted a Tegami pick, they brought us all the way to game number 3. So, again, this is the grand finals. Go big or go home. Naisu Mirko, what's up with the Fredrin pick?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you guys what's up with the Fredrin pick. This is another digging deep in Tegami's hero pool. Fredrin, he was the king of the jungle for the longest time as a hero. Then he fell off the meta. Well, they're bringing it back. And as far back as we can go, but that's not to say Fredrin isn't of value. In this lineup, it still can be. And like we mentioned, you got to funnel Yui Fendi. So jumping into it, we already know championship point for Indonesia. This grand final, it's a best of 3. Can Cambodia bring us to a third game like we've had all day? Taking a look at this, Mirko, anything that's standing out to start things up?
Emblem-wise, not really. Everything really kind of normal here. Nothing too crazy in the emblem department. Everybody just going for the classic. But what the Fredrin does is also kind of stop that invading power. If you were afraid of the Khalid and Hylos going to you as an assassin, on a Fredrin, you're not really that afraid, right? You should be able to actually hold your own here. Even if Cindy and Vivian walks up, well, they're actually all going to come in to the purple ball.
Same thing.
Let's see. Let's see. And Tegami can actually still survive. So far, so good. Gets out to safety. Yue popping Revitalize as well. Now Moshi rotating in Vengeance and the reset. First blood. Mieko falling as well. Tegami picking up the kill. And you can already see, almost a retry steal from Vival, but a bit too late to come into the fight. And that's what we were talking about. You do not invade a Fredrin, sir.
Maybe you have to get a reality check, right? This Fredrin was this way before, and it's still nearly the same. Good response. It was good backup from Cambodia to go ahead and secure Tegami the buff, and then you end up getting 2 kills out of the exchange, 1 for Tegami, 1 for Moshi. That's going to be great for them. Need to pay is here. Vivil up on the top side, level 4, and that's why Yui is going to visit up there. Shell has been doing great on the Harith, you know, for the most part. One of the obviously top picks for her, especially in the gold lane in general. So that's the thing, is Cambodia kind of shifted already from the point of what they have to focus on early game, and at the same time allowing Yui Fendi to just farm up, you know, get all the gold that she needs, get the plays that she needs to make. Objective is up though. She still kind of going 1v1 with Fumi Echo. They both don't have the level 4s just yet, but this turtle is up, so that's going to be the main focus for both teams as these rest of the members do get the level 4. They need the ultimates for this fight, and it'll be Cambodia that starts to get the space to work with. I'm not sure. Vivil might just go for a steal. They may not want to fight this, but looks like they're going to go for it.
Quad channel ready, US still going for it. Final stock, Vivil winning on the Reggie battle, jumping to the back line, but Nabi's has become the real world manipulation. Gets the Frigid Glacier down. Fumi Echo with the healing. The Shadow Q used up earlier. Nabi walks back into the real world manipulation. They lose out in the fight. Tagami is down. US down. Mashi will follow in soon. Even with the Vengeance resets, it's still a win for Indonesia.
It's a disaster for Cambodia in the first turtle. Just when they had the lead, something like that breaks out, you know, a team fight that necessarily, you know, they controlled the objective, but then some mispositioning and just a timing of the real-world manipulation. Oh, Yui.
Okay, has the AOG, gets out to safety. Tagami 2 levels ahead, still has the Retribution. Will probably steal this one too. Goes for it, Retri. Zaman force from Chell, zoning Yui Fendi away. And now, Glorious Pathway. Gonna go for the dive there. Spear of Misery already used earlier. Yui Fendi has this flicker, not the Purify. But Indonesia do not decide to go in. They decide, you know what? We've gotten what we came for.
Yeah, it's kind of a pendulum of back and forth of discipline and pressing the aggression. We heard the panel mention it. You know, this is still the aggressive play, the aggressive composition they brought to the table. And I'm glad that you mentioned this. You know, the level lead that Vivil has right now is actually pretty crazy considering how, you know, the early minute of the game went, and they were able to go ahead and stop things a little bit, but secure that route and even the XP early on for Tagami, but she's still falling behind 8th level for Vivil to that 5th level of Tagami. So you said it, man. She's been very active. She's been all over the jungle, taking when she can. And this is a big lead. It's much bigger than you expect, especially when you're talking about a Hayabusa. So already we're looking at the next turtle coming up here. That buff trying to be secured by Tagami and the rest of Cambodia. Trying to keep things in control, but Vivil will make her way to the turtle. Cambodia, do they just give this up? I'm not sure if they really want to fight this. Look at the front line, hold things down.
I don't think they can. Mochi has done enough damage, but Fumi Echo could just go and heal back up. The Glorious Pathway. Oh, even a flicker from Nabi. So much respect from Cambodia. Oh, man. Vivol knows there's no flicker. Jumps in with a quad shadow. Now waiting for the shadow kill. Doesn't even need it. Just goes in for the shurikens, and Nabi is down for the 2nd time in this game.
Very tough position to be in right now for Cambodia. You know, when you're trying to play against this, and you can see it, it's only a Hunter strike. They might force a fight. Vivian's going to be fine, though. She pops, you know, earlier she had that Revitalize used up. So the focus up here, look how far Shell is.
Half HP, just with one combo, Synchro Vision and all. Zaman Force used up, now US going to be targeted down. Tagami walks up, and it's in the real world manipulation. The EOG brings Vivian back. US still going to be chunked low, though. Chell, one more Synchro Vision should do it.
There's
US still
Vivil.
surviving, Navi going in, City very low. But now Vivil comes in with a cleanup. It's a killing spree, and Chell gets another as well. 2 for 1, only the roamer for the gold lane and Nabi, the mid lane.
Oh, this is tough, man. You want to make a play. You want to keep your gold lane alive. They force a fight. They get the call for Vivil to rotate up. And given the lead that she has right now, you know she's going to be pumping out the damage. And so Cambodia falling further behind, you know, 6 minutes in to be down this point. 4,000 gold to work against. This is trouble.
Boy, that's the damage onto the frontliner. That's only Moshi. Vivil's taking everything. Revitalize Raging Sandstorm from Pumiyeko. Connects onto 3. Vivil now with a quad shadow. Locking him down. The shadow kill in. The Appraiser's Wrath. Not even there to get the purple buff. Vivil stole it away. Using the retreat. Pumiyeko kills Nabi in the back. And it's another 3 for 0.
And Mirko, the chances here for Cambodia to extend the series, getting very bleak already at this point in the game, just because, again, this is an aggressive lineup that won't let go, they won't let up, and Cambodia has to somehow rise to the occasion. Final slash.
Gonna be Kong still able to survive somehow again. The healing from Fomi Echo and the zoning from the RWM of Cine.
Man, when we think about this on Cambodia, how can they get back into the game? Down quite a bit already. We know that the strategy for them was really to just allow Yui Fendi to farm up. Oh man, Nabi, she's gone in an instance, and that's what I'm talking about. When you have that much firepower.
Moshi.
Oh, Moshi.
Oh no, already using the final slash. Now Moshi, no more resources to use. Chell, Zaman Force in. Moshi's gonna be bursted down. The tank, Vivian, will just continue to soak in the turret shots. And in the bottom lane, there's a trade, a turret. It doesn't even look like Indonesia want to go for the turtle, man. They're just gonna wait for the 8th minute for the Lord to spawn and then take it quick.
Wait for that to come up. Yui, I mean, the front liners getting whittled down this quickly. It's kind of, it's a glaring issue. You know, how do you do this? How do you initiate these fights if your own front line is being bursted down half health, whether that's through Shell, and Cine there to post up with the real world manipulation? You're not going to see this buff any longer for Cambodia. They try to keep it together. Shell takes a stun. There's the RWM.
Zone in the back again just to get this turret. The cannon minion is still there. Chell will pick up the tier 2. Fomi Echo will try to zone Takami away. And remember, Fomi Echo, doesn't matter how much you actually poke her down, there's always more healing to come. And there you go. Fomi Echo back to basically full HP.
Not only that, you have her revitalized too, so if she really wanted to, she can just go ahead and stick to Vivian. And right now, this is going to be a free Lord to take for Indonesia. 10,000 gold ahead to lead them into the base charge. Now for Cambodia, once again, can they defend this? Can they keep it together? We saw them do a preview of it in game 1, even despite the deficit they were working against. But I just feel like this lineup might struggle in being able to do that, you know? Yui Fendi does get the golden staff, but she still needs so much time to build up, to get to what she needs on the defense. That Lord's making its way down the mid. The rest of the pressure here on the top, the holy defenses are still there.
Oh.
Takami, I mean, she's taking enough.
Wait, Yui Fendi's walking up again. Fomi Echo putting the damage down. The glorious pathway almost there. The flicker around now. Vivian caught on Frigid Glacier. The real world manipulation just chunks Moshi low. Taken down in the RWM. It's an SOD to the back, but Chell is very happy to just take it. Now, with the holy defense already proc, that's the passive City. One more point blast. Navi taking down the Wishing Lantern.
She's burning.
It's a shutdown. Navi flickers back to the fountain to get HP. Cine outplayed, shut down. Now, some more holy defenses to deal with. It doesn't look like Indonesia will push further.
They don't have to. You know, that's very close. I mean, good thing the flicker was available for Nabi. She might have just actually got taken out with a glowing wand, and you can see it too, the Wishing Lantern already for Cine. So they're happy with that. Think about it. Off that first Lord, all the shields exposed and down. Even some of the damage done already to the base turrets, setting themselves up for a very decisive second Lord for the take. Now Cambodia still kind of scrapping for whatever gold XP they can get. Shell, she was confident enough to just drop down the Zaman Force because she knows that she can go toe-to-toe with anybody from Cambodia, and that Zaman Force will be back up by the time they want to fight. And it looks like Indonesia might not even want to wait for the next Lord. They want to get these base turrets down if they can. They're going to post up.
Good zoning with the RWM. Fomi Echo walking up as well. Moshi tried to go for the final slash, but this RWM makes you unCCable.
Wow.
Pivot, Quad Shadow over to Takami. SOD as well. City does have the flicker, and that's the Winter Crown from Fomi Echo. So for Cambodia, they lose the base turret in the mid lane, and for Indonesia, it's a 10,000 gold lead.
I think at this point, Mirko, we have to really think about the realistic defense that can come through from Cambodia. You're down this much. You have this kind of lineup. You have a revitalized even for you. I think Yui is going to be integral in actually making that defense work. But it's mostly just getting out. If they can bait out some of the ultimates, some of even the battle spells out from Indonesia on the defense, that gives them a little bit of an upper hand. And then you hope that Yui Fendi and Nabi can find the right targets. Nabi, crucial as well to freeze the right targets with the Frigid Glacier. And even Moshi, we've seen this a lot before, time and time again. Sometimes that final slash doesn't work in your favor, but right now they still have to defend against this push. Indonesia wants this top turret. It's not going to happen. Lord's going to come up though. in a few seconds. Defensive item picked up for Nabi. She gets the winner crown. And now Cambodia, like I said, they'll have to just kind of wait in their base. There's really no room for them to contest. They are going to send Yui Fendi, though, to deal with that long lane, possibly to push. Purple buff taken away from Shell. Takami jumps in.
Okay, so that's for the attempt now. Echo will just use the Raging Sandstorm. The AOG used up as well. City now, he's going to poke them down. Trying to get as much damage as possible. And I don't know, Cambodia, after using that many resources, they won't be able to contest this, right, Chell? Yeah, they got the right idea. They know how many resources Cambodia just spent. They'll just blitz the Lord.
They'll blitz the Lord. Yui Fendi's still there. She's still going to try to push what she can. She's going to have to join this, though, for that fight. The Avatar of the Guardian should be back for Yui, though. Revitalized too. DHS now picked up for Yui Fendi. And they still want to go.
Big final slash over. Shell still able to get some on force. Wow. All falling under the real world manipulation of City. Yui Fendi in the back going on to City, but he's still able to survive with the flicker out as well. Surviving with a bit of HP. Now it's Nabi in the mid lane taking the kill over. Yui Fendi getting the Spear of Misery. Fumi Echo just healing it up again. And Vivian all this time with the DOT. That's a stun in. Now Nabi falling down to the tanks as well. Cambodia have been wiped out. And there's still a Lord in the mid lane. Vivol, Fumi Echo, and Vivian will usher in another trophy for Indonesia. Your IESF WEC 24 champions, Indonesia.
The queens of MLBB still strong and now World Esports champions here for IESF. Coming out clean in this best of 3 grand final, 2-0. Cambodia dug deep. They brought out some amazing drafts throughout the tournament. And unfortunately, throwing it way back with the Fredrin was not enough to keep up with a hyper-scaling, hyper-snowballing lineup that Indonesia loves to play and has nearly perfected. And why, again, these ladies are the queens of competitive MLBB that we see around the world. Now they've done it again. They've gotten themselves another trophy to add to the list. Congratulations to them. You guys definitely deserved it. The best team that so many people have seen for so long and aspire to be. Congratulations again as they get ready to lift the trophy. World Esports Champions at WEC 2024. It's Indonesia. Just dominant as ever.
Dropping a single game. Only a single game the entire tournament here in ISU. And it's the very team they rematched in the grand finals. Yep. They read out the gameplay, they adapted so well, and by the end of it, it was a clean sweep, 2-0. They adapt, they improve that fast after losing just one game.
Yep.
And you can see just how happy they are, despite them already winning the whole lot for women's MLBB. You can still see the hunger, the passion for these ladies up on stage.
Amazing to see. We're going to have to throw it over the stage. That's going to be it for me, Naisu, and Mirko on the stand here. Let's throw it over on stage with Jasmine and Indonesia.
Ladies, I think I speak on behalf of everybody here when I say exceptional performance, phenomenal gameplay, and wow, oh wow, what a way to close out the World Esports Championships. But Chell, you ladies went undefeated in our group stages. In the playoffs, you beat Cambodia 2-0. Between then and now, did you change anything amongst the team? Were there any discussions that took place heading into this grand finals?
No, we practice as usual.
As usual. And did you feel like you had a good read of how Cambodia would approach this grand finals?
Yeah, I think they only have one strat. So, which is maybe they depends on their jungler so much, and we just gotta focus on that.
And for you ladies, being up here on the very big stage, walking away with a huge sum of money, what does it mean for you, national pride?
This tournament actually matters a lot to us because we represent our country, so we fought our best, and now here we are.
And is there anything you want to say to friends, family, fans, all of them?
Just thank you for everyone who supports us, even when we were really, really down, and they keep supporting us. And thank you, everyone.
I want to thank every single one of you for showing us what it means to be exceptional players and bringing a whole new meaning to the wonderful world of esports. Congratulations again. Let's make some more noise for them, please. Back over to my fantastic analysts.
The redemption of Indonesia as they make their way back in Saudi Arabia, back at Riyadh, back at nearly the almost. It's just right across a different building where they were unable to lift up that trophy under a different banner, but the exact same members. And now they were able to do it as the first WEC MLBB female world champions.
Curse quelled. There is confirmed nothing between Indonesian teams and playing in esports competitive events in Saudi Arabia. And if anything, I think this means more because technically they are the first and only WEC Women's MLBB champions.
Yeah, I feel like they've always been a big source of pride for Indonesia. Hopefully now, in the timeline and multiple years of struggles for the Indonesian men's squad, that Indonesia doesn't forget we have our women too. And amidst all of the noise, amidst all of the struggle, you could look to their heart, their vitality, to lift up the pride of Indonesia.
That made me teary.
Oh, really? Oh, you are getting a bit serious. Oh.
I mean, it was like seeing the journey of this team, man.
Yeah.
It has been insane. And the fact that they haven't found as much success coming into the male development league as well, like the things that people are saying about them, the opinions on them, and the fact that they can prove themselves once again on an international level tournament, it's huge. It's immense.
Yeah, I remember during the time of MWI, there was a lot of flack being thrown towards Vitality. So I totally get that feeling that, yes, we painted this Indonesian squad as the final boss, the tribal chief of the women's scene. But it's redemption for them. They faced through so much struggle, so much vitriol, so much hate. And when it mattered most for country, they lifted the flag. And they did so in dominating fashion. Going back here, let's look at the draft. Let's look first at the very last pick, that Fredrin. Don't think that was it.
I think that was the death knell and the dying breath to Cambodia's efforts, because Indonesia, just from the beginning to the end, this whole series, they read through, they saw through, roll to roll, even down to the heart, even down to the anchor being. That is Cambodia's lineup. Shell said it best in that post-match interview.
Yeah.
They rely too much on their jungler. We attacked there, and the rest was history.
That's why it's so important. I mean, at this level, at this international level, not to be too one-dimensional with your win cons, right? Because for Indo, you can argue for nearly every single member of Indonesia. You can argue a game that is held by Cine, Shell, Vival, even Vivian.
Yeah.
But for Cambodia, again, it seems like it's very Tagami-centric.
Yeah, Indonesia, they're top of class from roll to roll. Macro-wise, they're very hard to beat. And more often than not, this is not the takeaway from what Egypt has done earlier today, but when Indonesia loses, you can almost always see exactly why. And a good part of that was them underestimating what the opponent can do, and for them being blindsided by certain elements. But more often than not, Indonesia are in control.
Cambodia had none of that this entire series. 2 games on that Ka lead for Fumi, and that really set the tempo. What I appreciate here for Team Indonesia is that even after their first invade went awry and they got honestly demolished with that invade attempt, they didn't stop. They knew that, you know what, let's just reset, get back to force, and continue to force Cambodia to play defensive. And it still worked out because, again, the damage distribution isn't there. Gatakaja, I will die on that hill. You can put that in my gravestone if you want to protect your jungle. Gatakaja ain't it. That's why they were forced to pick the Fredrin, a pick that could protect itself. But what do you dish back? Not much.
Which completely spells doom for Cambodia's draft. Again, we're working backwards here, ladies and gentlemen. You watch the first phase and you're like, Gatot, Moscow, Aurora, all right, we're cooking. They
Yeah.
have a game plan. And then suddenly, come the second phase, it's like a different director, a different production team, a different writer worked on this film that Cambodia were trying to set up a comeback victory. Instead, turned into a tragedy because they weren't armed with the right tools. They suddenly turned into a funnel lineup, all in on Yui Fendi. But the Arlott and the Fredrin just weren't it. It's casting Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. If you get it, you understand.
And I think even if they wanted to go for the funnel strategy,
Went
maybe get a winning lane to start with.
Yeah. If they were gonna lean hard on the idea of that we're gonna have a Fredder in the jungle, then they should have picked that Harith first. I think one of the things that they were looking into as well is that the Harith Lunox trade. Because let's be real, if that was a Lunox on the other side, the Fredrin would still be feeling it. The fact that the Khalid still ended up in the hands of Fumi, and they didn't get an EXP laner that could match that aggression, could dish out the same amount of damage. I feel like they should have contested that Khalid instead of going for that Arlott.
Yeah, and now that we're running through what step by step they did, it feels like Cambodia tried to get away with more than they could have. Like, realistically speaking, because by picking the Moscow, you want to have some level of map control. You wanted to have some level of volition when it came down to those macro coast-to-coast plays. And then you try to go for the Fredrin, wherein, I want to protect myself, but this team relies on Tegami too much. You already see the Harith on the other side. You already see the Hayabusa. You already see the Hylos. The Fredrin was going to play defensive all throughout.
And it's unfortunate because
Yeah.
Cambodia was a very strong team. Micro-wise, they've got it. Macro, we saw them play the macro game as well. It's a good team. They're great.
They are. Again, they punished Egypt with surprise last pick assassins that I don't think Egypt also expected to come out. But at the end of the day, when you focus on too much on one aspect of your game against a team that for many years has shown that they are great at every role, well, that's what you get, a sweep victory for the Indonesians.
The Iron Women ran out of steam. Look at their journey. Being dropped in Indonesia, their journey in the playoffs started there, and they crawled their way. 3-game series after a sweep, after a 3-game series, after a finals wherein they were out of their depth. I still love my Queens. They are still some of the most entertaining athletes I've ever seen compete in MLBB esports, but at the end of the day, Dirty Macro does nothing to sheer, polished MLBB that Indonesia just has here in spades.
Yeah, and now I'm so excited for next year. The names, the teams that have risen here, what Saudi Arabia has done for their nation, and say, hey, we may have gotten a first round exit in the playoffs, but look at us. We almost took down the eventual grand finalists. Ukraine making it far. Egypt rising, continuing to improve. Those names that we mentioned, they might be up on this grand final stage next year. So I'm very grateful that we got to see a lot of hope for the MLBB women's scene, and finally we can say that there is a best country in the world for female MLBB.
Not just. I'm glad that this platform exists because dreams of young women, young athletes have now a springboard to go off of. Even if you come short, I said this about Team Egypt earlier as we said goodbye to them, as we bid farewell to their efforts. Even if you fall short, you still made it to this stage, and you proved to all of the doubters, all of the haters, and even to the loved ones who question your passion, it could lead to something. And that something is global admiration. That something is an achievement that money could not buy.
That was really well spoken, guys.
thank
You guys
you.
said it better.
I wrote that all night last night.
Yeah. It's
matter who
also
won.
a good reminder that these dreams are real. I think,
yes,
just to put it simply, they're real. And they're finally getting the recognition that they deserve. They're finally getting a lot more places for them to showcase what they've got, and the fact that we have a lot more female international tournaments. I mean, who's to say maybe one day they make it on the same stage as the MLBB men's? You know, you can't count that out in the next few years.
Technically, they did share a stage. That is the same exact spot, the same exact setup, the same exact equipment, the same crowd that the women are playing for. So I think they are on equal ground.
Yeah, it's wild to see the development of the MLBB women's scene, and it's an honor for me to have been a part of that alongside with you two as well. That we had the first ever club world championships, and then now the national team world championships all in the same year, and that's not gonna let off anymore. We're firmly there, wherein you can have multiple medaled world events for men's and now for the women as well.
This is just the ground floor. I think we're just gonna keep building and building and building.
Is there a second floor? Oh, you mean yes?
Yeah,
yes.
I don't think there is.
Metaphorically speaking.
Metaphorically.
I mean, technically, maybe you could bring up a ladder there,
Yeah, I think we could.
like a giant one.
I'd rather an elevator.
You're right.
That would be
It's
great.
it's quite far.
It's like 50 feet.
Yeah, it must feel amazing for you because I know that you've also
What do you
had
mean?
your fair
Oh.
share of casting for the Women's Club World Championships. Again, you were there also, which is why Egypt for you has a special place in your
Oh,
heart.
huge.
That you
Huge
got
place.
to get to know them during the African Championships, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
for women's too.
Casablanca.
Even before that as well.
Yeah, and we're jealous. We weren't there.
Saudi Arabia.
Oh, you met? Oh, you got close with them also during the club.
That's where we
World
are now.
Championships.
We're in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
You're here?
The before one.
The before one. Yes, I mean, you're not wrong. So, yeah, I mean, you got to just appreciate the event that we have here. Again, all throughout. You have the women's team playing in the same field as men. As the men's world championship for MLBB was happening, you were seeing the women of a different game title shine right across them and getting their moment as well.
And these ladies were slowly walking in, landing from their respective countries just in time to support their fellow countrymen.
Yeah. It's really cool. Hopefully we get a lot more of this, and I can't wait for. I think y'all can just see it behind us right now. They're just setting up for the medal presenting ceremony
For other sports?
Yeah, for other titles as well.
All sports?
All sports. The crowd.
Well, this sport specifically, I hear.
Yeah.
Because it seems like they're ready. So, ladies and gentlemen,
for MLBB women.
I guess this is it.
That's what Zipper said.
Yeah.
This is it.
We good to go? Are we going to see them go up to the podiums?
I think
get
so.
the medals on?
I think so.
Formally.
Formally. We came into this tournament, ladies and gentlemen, with 12 teams as they flew out from 8 different regions, being able to qualify from 8 different regions. And now we have officially marked our first WEC 2024 MLBB Women's ISF Champions in Indonesia. So it's been me, Eterna, as your desk host. It has been a huge honor working with these amazing analysts as well, with Leo as well as Renmar. But maybe do you have any final words to say to the audience, maybe?
Yeah, again, thank you all. Thank you all for your time and the attention that you gave our women's scene here. Again, every year it gets bigger and bigger. This was the biggest year for women's MLBB so far in a meta that is always just thought about as only the men can play the assassins. Nope, have you seen what the women can do with all of the assassin pickups? So I'm looking forward to the next one. Hopefully it just keeps going up and up from here. And lastly, if you want to protect your jungle, don't pick God to touch.
That's a personal thing.
Yeah.
It's personal now, guys.
We're just getting started. I hope that we can continue empowering champions.
I agree. I mean, who knows? Maybe we're gonna see different names next year, different regions, different players, maybe a different champion. So we are gonna go ahead and let our victors get the moment they deserve first for this year as we head over to the stage for the crowning ceremony. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. We're gonna throw it over to our hosts up on the stage.
Thank you very, very much for that, Eterna. You know what? This experience has been nothing short of absolutely exceptional. It's been a whirlwind of emotions, a whirlwind of games, and I feel like every single one of our teams and players is worthy of being up here on the very stage. But unfortunately, there can only be one champion Oh, hello. Did those games take you by surprise? Did you needed a moment to just chill, relax,
My
recuperate?
heart skipped a beat, and I'm like, I don't know if I can do this or not, but you know what? I want to share this moment with you. So, like, I can't let her be alone on stage. I gotta join her, so here I am, guys.
You know what?
Back.
I've got a bit of inside information for everybody that's tuning in right now. Backstage with all of the teams, I was talking to some of these women, and the emotions are sky high. Everybody's getting emotional, and rightly so. You know, the women's industry and esports especially deserves more recognition, and
Right.
every single one of these women has gone through journeys I can't even begin to explain, Butter. But you know what we can do is honor those very women and celebrate all that they have achieved.
You got that right, and with that being said, let's welcome all the top 3 teams on stage right now. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor right now to present to you on stage the General Secretary at IESF, Mr. Boban Totovsky.
Thank you so much for joining us up here on the very gorgeous stage. So I'm going to need everybody's help here in the arena, joining us from the comfort of their homes as well. Please, a round of applause for your third place team.
Please, let's hear it for Team Cambodia! A challenging, beautiful, but a proud journey. Definitely Team Cambodia, they had an unmatched determination and teamwork. The journey they had is nothing short than an inspirational one that we will remember for years and years to come. Maybe even a case study to see how it is to actually have a team from different people, different backgrounds, but the same country, representing the pride of Cambodia, taking place right here in Riyadh, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. All that with the WEC here with IESF. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Team Cambodia!
And now, the moment everybody has been waiting for, Bara. Your champions of the WEC 2024, please give it up for Team Indonesia. All the way from the Southeast Asian qualifiers, going undefeated throughout our group stages. Entering this event with the weight of the world on their shoulders and high expectations from around the globe. These women have remained undefeated all the way up until today, the very final day of the World Esports Championship. With a bond and synergy like no other, they have shown us on the big stage and to the world what it means to have true vitality. They have shown us what it takes to be crowned the IESF World Esports Champion. Put your hands together for them.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please all rise for the national anthem of Indonesia.
your IESF World Esports Champion one more time for Team Indonesia. Surrounded by friends, family, everybody from across the globe, but this has been an event, an occasion to remember, one to go down in history. I want to give my sincerest of thanks to every single one of our teams that have taken part throughout the women's MLBB tournament, because my oh my, have every single one of you delivered.
You got that right, ladies and gentlemen, taking place right here with all our teams. Well, one more time, ladies and gentlemen, right here in Riyadh, and for everybody around the world, let's hear it for all our champions on stage one more time. We might be done with the MLBB action, but we're not done with the day, ladies and gentlemen. Still a lot coming up, as we'll be seeing you for another ceremony for Dota 2. For now, we'll have a little break, but we'll be back with more awarding and more history and more moments to live by right here with WEC 24 IESF. See you in a bit.